Year 2008. United States, New York. On a busy street corner, an Asian young man stood with a newspaper in his hands, his expression a little awkward, like he still hadn't accepted what was happening. The headline was impossible to miss. Tony Stark had publicly admitted at a press conference, "I am Iron Man." Soo Hong stared at the photo of Tony's smug face, then at the armor image beside him. His heart sank, then jumped. So it wasn't a dream. He had really crossed over into the Marvel movie world. Seriously? Soo Hong lowered the newspaper and muttered, of all places. New York. Anyone who knew Marvel even a little understood what that meant. New York wasn't a city. It was a future battlefield. Alien invasions, god-level fights, building-sized monsters, and later, the snap that decided half the universe with a coin toss. For normal people, living here was basically signing up for disaster. And Soo Hong wasn't even a normal citizen in the legal sense. He had arrived 2 days ago with no papers, no identity, no cash. A complete black household. He couldn't get a job, couldn't rent a room, couldn't even prove he existed. So for 2 days, he slept on the street like a homeless man. It was only today, after picking up this newspaper, that he finally understood where he was. Marvel. And he was just an ordinary guy. Even if he managed to get legal status later, who could guarantee he wouldn't be one of the people erased by Thanos? Even if the Avengers reversed it later, the fact that his life could be switched off by someone else made his stomach twist. Then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Fill money to become stronger, system is starting. Startup successful. Binding host. Binding successful. Unique host confirmed, Soo Hong. Soo Hong froze for half a second, then his eyes lit up. A system. Excitement shot through him like electricity. 2 days late, sure. But coming now was still better than never. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't know how to survive in this world. But the name. Fill money to become stronger? Soo Hong's mouth twitched. What is this, a system made by old Ma? Before he could complain more, a surge of information flooded his brain. His vision blurred. His thoughts stalled for several seconds. When he finally regained focus, he understood what the system did and his breathing turned heavy. It was ridiculous. As long as he had money, he could buy almost anything he could imagine. Items from novels, movies, anime, powers, bloodlines, pills, treasure artifacts, even absurd cheat abilities. Superman bloodline. Super Saiyan bloodline. Limit breaker physique. Immortality grade elixirs. Ancient divine treasures. The only problem was the price. Those long strings of zeros were enough to make his eyes go numb. I can't afford it. I really can't afford it. Soo Hong swallowed, then asked quickly, System, do you have a newbie gift pack? Ding. Newbie gift pack is being issued. Issued successfully. Do you want to open it? Open it, Soo Hong answered instantly, without even thinking. Newbie gift pack opened. Ding. Congratulations, host acquired skill. Plane transfer. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained. 1 free item selection in the discount area. A status panel appeared in his mind like a clean interface. Fill money to become stronger system. Host, Soo Hong. Age, 22. Race, human. Lifespan, 85. Money, $0 PS, set to USD due to American Comics World. Items. Discount area free selection coupon. Choose 1 item for free. Ability, plane transfer, cooldown. 15 days, can be upgraded with money to reduce cooldown. Soo Hong stared at the plane transfer line and couldn't help complaining. Plane transfer, so you want me to go plunder other worlds too, huh? He spoke like he was annoyed, but the truth was he was thrilled. This skill was insanely useful. In a world like Marvel, where danger and opportunity both exploded daily, being able to move between planes meant he could grow faster than anyone. It also meant he wasn't trapped in New York waiting for the next catastrophe. He exhaled slowly and turned his attention to the other reward. The discount area. He opened it with a thought. Just as the name suggested, it was a randomly refreshed shop section. Items rotated every 7 days, and the discount percentage was random too. Today's discount, 20% off site-wide. Useless to him normally because he had exactly $0. But the coupon changed everything. Still, Su-hong didn't dare hope for something crazy. The system had countless items, and the discount list was random. 10 items only. Most of the time it would be nonsense. He could only pray this roll wasn't trash. Discount area. Discount, 20% off. High-quality white porcelain bowl, feature, beautiful, $20. Future special weight loss sportswear, feature, accelerates fat burning, $800. Box of red Fuji apples, feature, sweet, $25. Extraordinary lust powder, feature, lewdness, $200. Wolverine super regeneration, feature, undead, $320 million. Universal capsule technology, feature, space storage, $88 billion. Su-hong's pupils tightened. The first few items? Pure garbage. But items 9 and 10. He had hit gold. No, he had hit 2 nuclear bombs. Wolverine's regeneration was legendary even among mutants. It was the reason Logan could stay in the top tier for so long, surviving things that should have killed him 100 times. And even with a discount, it cost $320 million. Meaning without the discount, it would be $400 million. For Su-hong, that number might as well be a fantasy. Then he looked at item 10. Universal capsule technology. From Dragon Ball. A black-tech miracle that let you compress massive objects into a tiny capsule. The kind of invention that made Bulma's family the richest in their world. Price, $88 billion. An absurd number, but Su-hong didn't think it was overpriced. If anything, it felt cheap. In my opinion, he muttered, even if this sold for $1 trillion, it still wouldn't be expensive. Seriously, Su-hong really wanted to use his free coupon on item 10, Universal Capsule Technology. But he didn't. Because he understood one brutal truth. Even if he got that technology, an ordinary nobody like him could never keep it. At best, he'd be controlled. Locked up. Forced to produce results. And once the technology was fully squeezed out of him, he'd become useless and get thrown away. He was just a regular person. He feared death. If the powerful and wealthy set their sights on him, he didn't believe he had the willpower to withstand their pressure, their threats, their friendly invitations. He had no strength to back him up. Tony Stark had treated Obadiah like family, almost like a second father. Yet for profit and control, Obadiah still tried to remove him. If those kidnappers hadn't suddenly decided Tony was more valuable alive, there would have been no Iron Man at all. So Su-hong wasn't going to gamble on the conscience of capital. In his experience, people with too much conscience don't become that kind of capital in the first place. In the end, he made the safest choice. Item 9. He raised his head slightly and spoke in his mind, clear and decisive. System. Use the discount area free selection coupon. Choose item 9. Selection confirmed. Host acquired ability. Super self-healing regeneration. The moment the system confirmed it, a warm current spread through his body. It felt like sinking into a hot spring, heat soaking into every bone and muscle. Comfortable to the point where his tense nerves finally loosened. The transformation lasted about half a minute. When it ended, there wasn't any dramatic black sludge or impurities dripping out like in novels. But Su-hong could clearly feel the change. His body felt tougher. His breathing felt deeper. His stamina and strength had both climbed a notch. The system panel updated immediately. Fill money to become stronger system. Host, Su-hong. Age, 22. Race, human. Lifespan, 350. Money, $0. Items, none. Abilities, plane transfer, cooldown, 15 days, upgradable. Super self-healing regeneration. Su-hong's gaze paused on the lifespan number. From 85 to 350. So regeneration didn't just heal wounds. It extended life. Maybe he'd age slowly like Logan. Maybe he'd stay young for an absurdly long time. Either way, it didn't matter much. He had a system. Even if this ability couldn't keep him young forever, he could always buy something like a youth-preserving pill later. Expensive, sure, But once his strength rose, price would become just another number. He clenched his fist and tested the feeling. With regeneration, my survival is finally guaranteed. Normal methods won't kill me easily anymore. Even if a bomb goes off, as long as I'm not at the very center, it'll be hard to finish me. Compared to Logan, my only gap is that I don't have adamantium bones. Combat instincts and experience can be trained later. He looked down the street, then at the skyscrapers in the distance, and his mood turned sharp. Now I have enough protection to stop being helpless. Next, I grow. Marvel was packed with monsters and hidden giants. The Ancient One alone was enough to make Su-hong uncomfortable. He didn't want attention. Not yet. So instead of trying to struggle for resources under the noses of gods, geniuses, and super organizations, he would develop somewhere safer. He activated plane transfer. In the next second, Su-hong vanished from the roadside. Nobody reacted. To the passers-by, he was just another homeless man in New York. His disappearance didn't register. Most people didn't even realize someone had been standing there a moment ago. Time, May 2002. Location, United States, Georgia. Su-hong's figure appeared out of thin air at the edge of a road. For him, it felt like blinking. One moment was New York. The next moment, the air smelled different and the sky looked unfamiliar. He steadied himself and scanned the surroundings. An asphalt road. A small forest not far away. In the distance, maybe 3 or 4 kilometers, a cluster of houses that looked like a small town. His eyes quickly locked onto a roadside sign. English letters. 4 kilometers ahead, Croatia town. Croatia, Su-hong repeated softly. That doesn't sound like any town I know in the US. Curiosity rose, but his feet still moved toward the town. First priority, confirm what world this was. Second priority, make money. 4 kilometers wasn't short. He walked about 40 minutes before reaching the town's edge. And the closer he got, the stranger it felt. No cars passed him. Worse, there were abandoned vehicles scattered along the road, rusting and broken, like they'd been left there years ago. No people inside. No movement. Just silence. When he entered the town, the silence grew heavier. Too quiet. There wasn't a single person on the street. Su-hong frowned. Where's everyone? Then, from somewhere ahead, he heard a rough, hoarse sound. Yeah. It wasn't speech. More like a throat scraping. Su-hong immediately ran toward the noise. And then he saw them. Rotting corpses walking in slow, uneven steps. Human-shaped, but wrong in every detail. Their mouths hung open as they dragged themselves forward, making that same hoarse sound. Su-hong's expression stiffened. The scene was so familiar it made his skin crawl. Walking Dead. His mind flashed through the old TV scenes he'd seen before. This looked exactly like it. No time to stand around. He rushed into a nearby empty house and started searching. Even with regeneration, he still needed food. Still needed water. Still needed a weapon. And he absolutely didn't want to fight those disgusting things barehanded. Sure, the system could sell him weapons, if he had money. But right now, he had nothing. He kept searching room by room. Then his eyes lit up. A stash of cash. About $2,000. And 3 small gold bars. The property of the original owner, most likely. There was a framed photo on the wall, a middle-aged white couple smiling at the camera. As for where they were now, Su-hong didn't bother guessing. In this kind of world, the answer was usually obvious. He pocketed the money and gold, took a steady breath, and tightened his grip. Good. Now we can start.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
System recycling. Holding US dollars and gold bars, Su-hong directly chose to recycle. As his words fell, the gold in his hands disappeared, but the US dollars remained in his hands. System, what's going on? Why haven't the dollars been recovered? There is no government in this world. The currency system has collapsed, and the US dollar in this world has no currency value, so it will not be recycled. I'll go, this is too bad. Su Hong originally thought that if it was the world of Walking Dead, then he would go directly to the bank to pick up money. Unexpectedly, after the currency system of this world collapsed, the system would not recognize the currency of this world and would not recycle it at all. Fortunately, gold can also be recycled. Phil Money will strengthen the system. Host, Su Hong. Age, 22. Race, human race. Show yuan, 350. Money, $5,460. P.S. This book sets an ounce of gold at $1,820 and a small gold bar is 1 ounce. Item, none. Ability, plain teleportation, cooling time of half a month, can be upgraded with money to reduce cooling time, super self-healing regeneration. Open the personal panel. The money column is finally not 0 eggs, but more than $5,000. This number is not much, but for Su Hong now it is very useful. Afterwards, Su Hong bought a whole set of equipment for himself directly from the system. A new set of sports tights, a pair of military boots, a large travel bag, a sharp tang knife. In addition, there is a lock pistol and a spare magazine. In addition, there are 10 cans of canned food such as braised beef, braised pork, braised trotters, and canned yellow peaches. It's all in that big travel bag. It adds up to about 30 caddies. But for Su Hong, who has integrated the super self-healing regeneration ability and his strength has almost doubled, it is not too heavy, so he can easily carry it on his back. After eating and drinking, Su Hong continued to rummage in the room. See if you can find more gold or valuable jade or diamonds. Unfortunately not. He did find some newspapers, though. When seeing the words "Resurrected Dead Man, Atlanta Disease Center" in the newspaper, Su Hong was basically sure that he had indeed come to the world of Walking Dead. This is good news for Su Hong, because this means that there is no weapon or person in this world that can threaten the super self-healing regeneration ability. As for the virus in the world of the Walking Dead, this thing is nothing at all. The system is full of various medicines that can kill the virus. The cheapest immune medicine is only $50 in the system, which is very cheap. With this thing, there is no need to worry about contracting viruses or being bitten by Walking Dead. And human beings are convenient. With super self-healing regenerative ability, Su Hong is not even afraid of Mohai bullets. Will you be afraid of some people who take out rockets at most and don't even have strategic weapons? It can be said that in this world, Su Hong can completely walk sideways. Moreover, he can take all the wealth in this world by himself. But the world is so big and there are so many banks. He can't get gold one by himself. So Su Hong first set a goal for himself. That is to build a large survivor base. Then he became the boss of the survivor base, gathered a group of younger brothers, and asked them to help him find valuable things such as gold, gems, and jade. Su Hong asked the system, as long as the currency system has not collapsed, banknotes can be recycled, but if the currency system collapses, it is no different from waste paper. On the contrary, things like gold, jade, and precious stones can be recycled directly. Definitely, in terms of price, it is certainly impossible to be as high as the real world. After all, the prices of many gemstones and jade are speculated by people. Whether it is originally worth that value is subject to negotiation. But mosquitoes are meat even when they are small, right? Chris is a survivor. In the initial stage of the virus outbreak, he survived the first wave of the virus with his good physique. But his family was not so lucky. His parents died of a virus and turned into monsters. He ended up having to dispose of them himself. This caused him great pain, even once desperate. But the fear of death still cheered him up. But now he is facing a big dilemma, that is, he has no food. He ate the last can of beans yesterday, and he didn't have much drinking water. Since today, he hasn't eaten anything, only drank something. He is very hungry now. He has to go out to find food, otherwise he won't last a few days. But going out represents risk. No one knows where those monsters are hiding. Once he encounters a large group of monsters, his life may be in danger. He saw with his own eyes a person surrounded by those monsters, then torn apart alive and eaten clean. He didn't want to be food for those monsters. Just when he didn't feel hesitation and hadn't fully made up his mind whether to go out or not, Suddenly, there was a car horn outside. He was startled, then runs straight to the window. I saw a black pickup truck stopped immediately. The pickup truck stopped in the middle of the road and kept honking its horn. The horn is loud. It quickly attracted dozens of nearby monsters. God, is that guy crazy? Seeing this scene, Chris was stunned. Chris originally thought that the other party was just planning to print those monsters and then drove away. But to his surprise, the black pickup did not leave. Instead, the driver's door opened. Damn it, he wouldn't want to kill all those monsters by himself. How could it be possible? Just as he was thinking, an Asian about 1.8 meters tall stepped out of the car. He held a long knife more than 1 meter long in his hand, which looked a bit like Bushido in a small book. This person is none other than Su Hong. Su Hong intends to clean up the town of walking corpses and then surround the town as his initial safe base. As for honking the horn, the purpose is to attract the walking corpses in the town. Definitely, there is also the idea of appealing to survivors. But Su Hong thinks the chances of any survivors in this town are low. He didn't hold out much hope for that. Hold the tang knife in your hand tightly. The walking corpse looks scary, but its combat power is actually very low. As long as you are brave enough to overcome the fear of walking dead, as long as you have a weapon in hand, you can easily kill them. Definitely, provided you're not surrounded by a horde of walking dead. Su Hong dared to do this because he had great strength and stamina stronger than ordinary people, so he dared to do it. For this reason, he also specially purchased a cold weapon proficiency skill from the system. This allows Su Hong to skillfully control any cold weapon. The price was $3,500, plus the other items purchased before. The balance of Su Hong's account was emptied directly. But the effort is worth it, because the proficiency of this cold weapon has greatly increased Su Hong's combat effectiveness. Holding the tang knife in one hand, he danced a beautiful sword flower casually. Su Hong swung his saber out. He looked towards the head of the walking corpse closest to him. The tang knife is produced by the system and is very sharp. After all, this tang dao cost Su Hong a full $680, which is the most expensive product except for the skill of cold weapon proficiency. It's a bit too much to say that it's cutting iron like mud, but it's almost the same. The walking corpse's head, which was oxidized by the virus, was easily cut apart by the tang knife. A walking corpse, so easy to solve. Then came the second, and then the third. Su Hong is like playing a game of chopping vegetables. In a short time, he easily eliminated all the walking corpses that surrounded him. Su Hong was also sweating from work. His current stamina is at least 3 times stronger than before. But after all, it has not reached the point of being very exaggerated. After waving it so many times, I still feel a little tired. However, he recovered quickly. Within half a minute of rest, he was almost recovered. For Su Hong, cleaning up these walking corpses is easy, but the aftermath is troublesome. After all, it is definitely not acceptable to leave these corpses here. He needs to deal with these corpses. Fortunately, there are tractors in this town. Su Hong directly drove the tractor, came over and pulled all the corpses of these walking corpses out of the town, where they were burned in a centralized manner. All of this was seen by Chris. At this moment, he has begun to doubt life. He seriously suspected that Su Hong's evolution had left them humans behind. When Su Hong sent the corpse of the walking corpse out twice and came back for the third time, Su Hong saw Chris standing there. This made Su Hong slightly taken aback. Obviously, that guy should be a survivor in this small town. Su Hong was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there were survivors in this small town. Su Hong drove the car over. Chris was a little nervous. He was definitely afraid that Su Hong would be difficult to get along with. However, he was relieved when he found that Su Hong had a smile on his face when he saw him. First of all, hello, sir. I don't mean anything malicious. My name is Chris, and I am a survivor from Cryot Town. I have seen what you just did to eliminate those walking corpses. You are really amazing. Chris introduced himself first by his name. Then he praised Su Hong for a while. Definitely, it's not right to say it's flattering, because what he said is what Su Hong just did. Human beings will unconsciously feel fear and awe for the strong among their kind. Chris is no exception. Chris, right? You can call me Sue. Su Hong nodded. How about mixing with me in the future? In such a world full of monsters, you can only survive if you follow a strong man like me. Definitely, I have no reason to refuse, Boss Sue. Call me boss from now on. Okay, boss. Chris was in awe of Su Hong, especially after seeing Su Hong's powerful fighting power. Boss, why do you want to clean up these monsters in the town? Do you plan to live here? Yes, I plan to transform the town into a survivor base. Starting from a small town, I will slowly expand into a city of survivors. This is my pursuit, do you understand? Su Hong looked at Chris and said. Chris nodded. He was stunned by Su Hong's words. It's just not possible. But in this case, he obviously could only think about it in his heart and couldn't say it out. Okay, do you know this thing? Su Hong pointed to the tractor. Chris nodded. Well, next, you will be responsible for driving and transporting the corpses of these monsters outside the town. I will gather the corpses of these monsters and burn them. Look at your appearance. You haven't eaten anything today. Chris nodded. Actually, I have been out of food since yesterday. I have only drank a little water since I woke up this morning. Here are 2 canned beef and 2 canned fruits for your lunch and dinner. I have other things to deal with now. I will come to check your work in the afternoon. If you don't do well enough, I won't care about you. If you do well, then you can always follow me in the future. By the way, I still have a weapon here. You can use it for self-defense. You can shoot if you encounter danger. I came back when I heard the movement. There are not many bullets, just 2 clips. Save some money. After giving everything to Chris, Su Hong then turned and left. He has almost cleaned up the walking corpses in the town. Then the next step is to search home one by one. He doesn't need food, his goal is gold, gems, jade, and the like. Chris watched Su Hong leave. People are a little stunned. Su Hong surprised him by giving him food. You must know that this is the end of the world and food is very precious. The other party directly gave him 2 cans of beef and 2 cans of fruit. These things are nothing before the end of the world, but after the end of the world, they are definitely good things among the good things. You know, he hasn't eaten meat for 2 months. Don't look at him as thin now, but before the outbreak of the virus, he was actually a fat man of nearly 300 kgs, but he was hungry and thin. Su Hong gave him food and gave him weapons. This gave him an emotion called being trusted. At the same time, he silently made up his mind to follow Su Hong from now on. After spending the whole afternoon, Su Hong ransacked all the houses in the whole town. He was not satisfied with the delivery, because he found nothing in many houses. Definitely, there are still some retractions. There are more than 100 houses in this small town. There is always a room where a lot of things are left behind. In terms of gold, Su Hong got 20 ounces, not too much. Jade and precious stones were not found at all. Received not many. 20 ounces, let the system recycle, but Su Hong's balance has increased by $36,400. Not much, but enough for now. This also made Su Hong understand that if you want gold, you still have to go to the bank. After spending some money, I repurchased myself a lock pistol with 2 magazines. Su Hong found Chris. When Su Hong found him, this guy was eating canned food. He has already done what Su Hong asked him to do. Then the 2 drove to the place outside the town where the dead bodies were released with 2 barrels of gasoline. The 2 barrels of gasoline were naturally purchased by Su Hong through the system. Pour gasoline over all the corpses and start a blazing fire. Then Su Hong took Chris back to the town. I don't care. Su Hong has already dealt with the fire zone, and the fire here will not cause a fire. You did a good job. Follow me from now on. Tomorrow we will go outside to find more survivors. Since you are a local, you should be familiar with the surrounding area. Chris nodded. Yes, boss. That's good. In the blink of an eye, it has been 10 days since Su Hong came to the world of the Walking Dead. During these 10 days, Su Hong had nothing but Chris, whom he met at the beginning. Later, 12 more younger brothers were accepted. Among the 12 people, 3 of them have families. Wife and children are all together. Around the town, basic defenses have also been built. At least you don't have to worry about walking corpses touching your bedside when you sleep at night. And Su Hong also established his prestige in front of his younger brothers. Su Hong's personal strength is 1 point. He has great strength. No one can beat Su Hong in arm wrestling. Even Su Hong doesn't look very strong. But his strength is great. Su Hong can even lift a grown man with 1 hand. Definitely, Su Hong's strength increased so much because he drank the strength potion bought from the system. A $5,000 can increase the strength of ordinary people almost 3 times. The strength of Su Hong, who was only 3 times stronger than ordinary people, was raised to 6 times that of ordinary people. This is why he can lift a person with 1 hand. Definitely, in addition to strength potions, Su Hong also drank speed potions, stamina potions, and spirit potions. This is a magic potion from the wizarding world. Speed potions, as the name suggests, can increase your speed after drinking. Ascension is definitely not as exaggerated as power. But it also almost doubled Su Hong's speed. Let him reach a terrifying speed of 100 meters and 6 seconds. Endurance potion, which can increase a person's endurance. Spiritual medicine is to enhance the spirit of the person, make the brain's thoughts clearer, and the thinking ability of the whole person becomes stronger. After Su Hong drank the stuff, he slept 4 hours a day, and he was able to be energetic all day long. And Su Hong also showed his terrifying self-healing ability in front of everyone. Even if the chest is pierced by a bullet, it can be recovered within a few breaths. It's just a monster. This also made his gang of younger brothers feel awe of Su Hong. He also listened to what he said. Because they know very well that in such an apocalypse, they can live longer only by following a boss who is as powerful as a monster. After the town is almost built, Su Hong already intends to go further afield to recruit more survivors. Definitely, Su Hong intends to go to the nearest city from here. During this month, his account balance was as high as more than $500,000 at its peak. But with Su Hong's various purchases, there is also the strengthening of the younger brother's strength. His balance has been cleared again. But for Su Hong, the sacrifice was worth it. His little brother and himself now each have a nano-protective suit. The defense of this nano-protective clothing is very strong. Even if it is hit from the front by an automatic rifle, it cannot break through the defense. Unless it is a heavy machine gun or a heavy sniper weapon. Otherwise, you can't break the defense at all. Wearing nano-protective clothing, except for the head, other parts of the body are protected. In other words, when they face the walking corpses, as long as they don't let their heads be bitten by the walking corpses, then they will stand in the crowd of walking corpses and be bitten by those walking corpses. Even the walking dead can't hurt them. In addition, Su Hong equipped them with a large number of weapons. Standard is an automatic rifle. In addition, there are light machine guns and heavy machine guns. The kind with enough bullets. With such strength, Su Hong and the others can walk sideways even in a city full of walking corpses. It was precisely because of this that Su Hong decided to go to the nearest city, raise soldiers for 1,000 days and use them for a while. It is also time to play the role of his gang of younger brothers. Leave 2 people with 2 light machine guns and 2 automatic rifles in the town. Su Hong took the remaining 10 people and drove 3 cars towards the nearest city of Carl's. Carl's City. Rick rode into the city yesterday. He didn't encounter any walking corpses along the way. Just when he thought there were no walking corpses in the city, he ran into a group of walking corpses at a corner. The flatterer was frightened, and he also fell off the horse directly. Fortunately, there is an abandoned tank next to it. He climbed into the tank and survived. In the end, he was rescued by a Korean boy, Glenn. Now he is staying in a building with Glenn and his gang. From Glenn, Rick learned that they were from a temporary survivor camp. The purpose of entering the city is to search for daily necessities and food. Because the necessities and food in the town outside were basically looted by the survivors. If you want to search for food, you can only search in large shopping malls and supermarkets in the city. Now, they just need to wait for the group of walking corpses outside to slowly disperse, and they can leave safely. After Rick talked with Glenn and the others, going to join them temporarily. Since there are quite a few people in their survivor camp, he planned to go back with them first. Maybe someone in one of the survivor camps had seen his wife Lori. Otherwise, with such an aimless search, when would he have to find it? Have a safe night. Even if everyone is talking in the room, they try to keep their voices down as much as possible, because only in this way will they not attract the attention of a large number of walking corpses outside. They don't want to give them lunch. At this time, suddenly there was a crackling gunshot above them. Everyone's expression changed. Why is there suddenly a gunshot? What's the situation? Why are there gunshots? Who's shooting? Andrina looked at the crowd and asked. Damn it, where did the more people go? The black T-boy suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood who was shooting. Everyone stood up quickly, then ran towards the top floor where the gunshots came from. After a while, everyone went to the top floor. Sure enough, I saw Moore holding a sniper rifle, aiming there, and then shooting. Everyone's faces were very ugly. The grumpy Andrina even rushed forward immediately. He wants to grab Moore's gun. You bastard, what are you doing? You will kill us like this. Andalina wanted to grab the gun, but was knocked down by Moore's backhand. He doesn't show mercy to women. Kill you, a bunch of cowards. Why, do those things below scare you? I think they're actually quite cute. Also, shouldn't you be more polite to the person holding the dick, Moore said indifferently. Damn it, we don't have many bullets, but you're wasting them, and you're going to bring those things over. What, Mexican hippie, do you have a problem with me? Moore looked at the talking T-boy with an unkind expression. He's a typical white supremacist. He doesn't look good on those whose skin is different from his. Before the apocalypse, he was a punk. After the apocalypse, he was still a punk. And the common problem of punks is that if they have such a little skill, they don't take everyone seriously. Looking at the gun in Moore's hand, after comparing the size gap between the enemy and us, T-boy was a little timid. But he knows that in this situation, if he really admits to being cowardly, then others will think he is a softie. This is not conducive to his status in the team in the future. Just when the atmosphere is tense and it is possible to do it at any time. Da-da-da-da-da. In the distance, there was a sudden burst of continuous gunfire. Everyone looked in the direction of the gunshots. It is not difficult to hear from the frequency of the sound that it is the sound of a machine gun. Machine guns, compared to automatic rifles, are all at the level of big killers. Is there still an army left? The sudden situation diverted everyone's attention, especially when they found that the walking corpses gathered below began to turn around. When going in the direction where the machine gun sound came from, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That was the sound of a machine gun. Why did the sound of a machine gun suddenly sound? Could it be that the army has entered the city? How is it possible? If the army really survived, the city of Carls would never be what it is now. Andrea said. Shall we go over and see? Glenn asked. What were you doing in the past? Now that the walking corpses have been attracted away, I think we should take this opportunity and get out of here as soon as possible. A white man said. Moore glanced at everyone. You guys go back first. I'm going to check the situation. If we can let those people with machine guns join us, then we will be safer. After speaking, Moore walked downstairs with a gun. Everyone was stunned. Are you sure you used to get the other person to join them, not them to join each other? Moore is the most courageous and the most powerful person in their group. This time leading the team to the city, it was the team led by Moore. To be honest, aside from Moore's bad personality, this guy is actually a very good support. Especially in these last days. Because he is courageous and powerful. Rick is also a little stunned now. Things changed so fast that he didn't know what to do for a while. But after a while, he followed Moore's pace. Because he also intends to go over to see the situation. Maybe there really is an army. The other side. Sue Hong and Chris each had a machine gun and fired wildly at the walking corpses around them. But Chris used a light machine gun. And Sue Hong used a heavy machine gun. Because of the purchase of the proficient in firearm skill, Sue Hong's marksmanship is still very good. Within 100 meters, it can be said to be 100 shots. The heavy machine gun was in his hand like a lawnmower. Clean up the walking corpses coming from the front. The remaining 10 men, led by Brian, used cold weapons to clean up the scattered corpses. Brian is one of Sue Hong's new recruits. Before the virus outbreak, he used to be a sheriff of a police department. He has a beautiful wife, 2 lovely daughters and a son. This is also the reason why he chose to follow Sue Hong. Because he needs to take care of his family. 10 of Brian were wearing nanosuits and armed with long axes or machetes. The corpses were cleaned up in an orderly manner. Because they wear nanoprotective suits, they don't need to worry about being bitten, so they are all very bold. Without looking forward and backward, let them clean up the scattered corpses extremely fast. In a short while, hundreds of walking corpses were cleaned up. Definitely, Su Hong and Chris killed more. After all, they use guns. Wait until the walking corpses are almost cleaned up. Everyone got in the car and continued to set off. Soon, they stopped in front of a bank. They didn't understand why Su Hong came to the bank. But for Su Hong's order, they are now unconditionally executing. So even if they were puzzled, they would not ask Su Hong why he came to the bank. Enter the bank with Chris and others. Su Hong soon came to the bank's vault. Asking Chris and the others to stay outside, Su Hong walked in alone. When entering the vault, the first thing that catches the eye are bags of dollars. Many of them have been poured out of the bag. Obviously, someone has been here after the end of the world. But these things have become waste paper in the last days, so the other party just poured out the money and played with it, then left again. Go inside again. Su Hong quickly saw a small pile of gold piled up together. The gold is placed there in the form of gold bricks. About 20 or so. Not much. But compared to Su Hong's previous search from family to family in the small town, there are many more. However, the city of Carl's is not just this one bank. There are dozens of banks waiting for him to raid. System, recover. Putting his hand on the gold brick, Su Hong directly asked the system to recover. There are 24 gold bricks, each 100 ounces. After the system was recovered, Su Hong's balance immediately increased by $4,368,000. With more than $4 million US, Su Hong was so rich for the first time. If all the banks in Carlstown are like this bank. So today his system balance can definitely exceed 100 million. Su Hong was very excited. So that the steps are a little lighter. When he walked out of the vault, his gang of younger brothers all had weird expressions. After all, they rarely saw Su Hong so happy. No need to think about it. The boss must have encountered something happy. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the next bank. Run 20 banks in a row. After plundering gold from 20 banks, Su Hong's balance officially broke through 100 million. There are more than a dozen banks left. Su Hong plans to come again next time. Because there are too many walking corpses in the city. Even if they had heavy weapons, they cleaned up thousands of walking corpses along the way. But the number of walking corpses left in the city is several times, even 10 times that amount. Su Hong was fine, but his subordinates were all ordinary people with limited physical strength, and some of them had already begun to lose strength. So Su Hong plans to come again next time. Not urgent. After cleaning up the gathered walking corpses again, and clearing out a way to leave, Su Hong and his group got into the car and were about to leave Carl's city. Not far away, there was a sudden roar of a car. Then 3 cars drove towards Su Hong and the others. Boss, someone is coming towards us. Do you want to shoot? Chris shouted into the intercom. He does not have the same car as Su Hong. No, let's go out of the city first. Su Hong said through the intercom. Then everyone started the car. Drive out of the city. Moore on the other side was stunned for a moment. Originally, they thought it was the army that entered the city, but now it seems that the other party seems to be a survivor like them, but with heavy weapons. What puzzled them even more was why these people kept running to various banks when they came to the city to search for supplies. Is there anything good in the bank? But now there is nothing in the bank except a pile of waste paper. As for gold, that thing is indeed good, but in this situation, food is the most important thing. Now gold can't buy food, and there's nowhere to buy food for you. They left straight away. What should we do? In the car Moore was in, Glenn was in charge of driving. Rick is also in this car. Follow up. Moore said after thinking for a while. Rick sat in the back and didn't make a sound. Because he thinks the same as Moore. After arriving outside the city, Moore and the others soon discovered that Su Hong and his convoy stopped in front. It seems to be waiting for them. And there seemed to be more people on the other side than them. Moore and the others stopped 20 meters away from Su Hong and the others. Then Moore got out of the car first. Rick followed. After Glenn hesitated for a while, he also got out of the car. Andrea and T-Boy in the back also got out of the car. Although Moore had just done something stupid that made them angry. But now is not the time to care about those. The primary problem now is the sudden appearance of Su Hong and his group with heavy weapons in their hands. In this world, it is undoubtedly the best choice for survivors to gather together to keep warm. Whether they join each other or the other joins them, the necessary contact is still necessary. This can greatly enhance their chances of survival. Moore and they did not get out of the car with weapons. Su Hong and the others had an automatic rifle at worst. As far as their small guns and short guns are concerned, even if they hold them in their hands, they can increase their sense of security too much. Moreover, facing Su Hong and the others with those things is obviously much more dangerous than not holding them. At least Su Hong and the others wouldn't act aggressively towards them after seeing that they weren't holding weapons. Although Moore is arrogant and has a bad temper, he is not stupid. He still has the basic thinking of normal people. Gentlemen, we are undoubtedly offended. We just want to thank you for saving us just now. Moore raised his hands, indicating that he was not malicious, and at the same time walked towards Su Hong and the others. But before he could fully walk in, he was stopped by two big white men holding automatic rifles. Because they followed Su Hong, they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. They also got enough sleep, and their complexion was better, which was much better than Moore's. Let him come over. Su Hong's voice sounded. The two big white men were not stopping Moore either. This scene surprised the people on Moore's side. Su Hong is more than 1.8 meters tall. Because of the strength potion and endurance potion, his body has become stronger and stronger during this period of time, and he has grown 2 centimeters taller. The whole person looks more and more burly and strong. But among them, he was the only Asian. So Moore and the others never thought that the head of this group would be Su Hong, the only Asian. In their view, Chris or Brian is more like the leader of their gang. But the current situation clearly represents that they are wrong. And it was ridiculously wrong. Moore was also a little taken aback. After the two big white men stopped him, he didn't even come back to his senses for the first time and make a move. But he stood there without moving, but Su Hong took the initiative to walk towards him. To be honest, Su Hong was quite surprised to see Rick and his group of protagonists here. But it was just an accident. What's your name? M.O. Moore, sir. Moore has a bad personality and looks quite strong, but in the final analysis, he is just a punk. And the punks have a common problem, that is, they're afraid of the strong. Standing in front of Su Hong at 1.75 meters tall, he was almost 10 centimeters shorter. In terms of momentum, he lost to Su Hong. In terms of identity, Su Hong is the boss of Brian and his group of white people. And he, Moore, is not yet the boss of their side, at most he is one of the leaders. In terms of prestige, just a little bit. When Su Hong walked in front of him, he immediately felt the pressure of the pavement. Although Su Hong hasn't killed anyone yet, he has solved quite a few walking corpses. This also gave him an aura. The closer you are, the clearer the feeling. Moore, you're following us? Do you want to join us? Hearing Su Hong's words, Morton was overjoyed. The slight tension on his face was gone. Didn't he just want to join Su Hong and the others? Just their current temporary survivor camp, a bunch of loose sand, few guns, and a lot of uncles. Every time I go to the city to search for supplies, I have to rely on a few of them. Others just sit back and enjoy it. Each time they wait for them to bring food and living supplies out of the city for them to use. The most important thing is that Moore feels that with those people, the safety of him and his brother Daryl is not guaranteed at all, and something will happen sooner or later. So after hearing the sound of Su Hong's machine guns, he chased after him immediately. The purpose is to join Su Hong and the others. With machine guns, you can also use machine guns to shoot the walking corpses in the city. This meant that Su Hong and the others definitely had no shortage of bullets. This is a symbol of strength. And in such an apocalypse, following Su Hong and the others will undoubtedly live longer. Definitely, sir, I actually think so, I just don't know. Moore's tone was a little nervous. He was afraid that Su Hong would reject them. No, it should be him to join. because he's had enough of living in a survivor camp over there. The kind of days where you can't see the future and live in fear every day. I welcome you to join us. In fact, I welcome anyone to join us. Su-hong opened his hands and said loudly. Obviously, he said this not only to Moore, but also to Rick and the others behind him. Su-hong needs manpower. He needs a lot of manpower. But so far, he hasn't found too many survivors. Su-hong wanted to go to the radio station in the city and set up the radio again, so as to attract the living survivors and let them gather towards him by themselves. But he doesn't have any professionals in this area. He can't do this kind of thing by himself. Items he can buy from the system and give to others. But for things like skills, he can only use them after purchasing them. Therefore, this plan was temporarily shelved. As for the survivors, Su-hong is welcome in every way. As for these survivors who came over and made trouble under his hands, he was not worried at all. Because he controls absolute power. Also controls the weapons and the most precious food resource of the end. As long as he controls these things, no one can resist him. After those survivors came to his territory, they could only become his little brothers and work for him. Otherwise, they will not survive. Therefore, Su-hong wasn't worried that there would be too many survivors in their territory and there would be chaos or something. Now he is worried that there are too few people under his command. Not enough. Otherwise, he could have formed a private army and directly recovered the city of Carls. Isn't a city as a base better than a small town? At that time, the city of Carls will radiate the entire United States and even the whole world. All the wealth of this world will belong to him. And as long as he has money, he can keep getting stronger. He is very greedy for those powerful bloodlines in the system, but unfortunately, he has no money to buy them. Because of the powerful bloodline, the price of each one is an astronomical sum. Even if he collected all the wealth in the Walking Dead world, he might not be able to afford one of them. Even a movie version, Man of Steel, of Superman's blood can cost as much as $10 trillion. Is it expensive? Expensive. Is it a good deal? It also pays off, because even in the movie version of Superman, his power is beyond doubt. More than 20 kilometers away from the city of Carls, there is a group of hills. The environment here is average, but there are few people here. Before the disaster, few people came here. But after the disaster, this place where almost no one came to before has become a place of fragrant steamed buns. Because no one came, it meant that the walking corpses would not come here either. So it's safe enough here. It is precisely because of this that nearly 100 survivors gathered here to form a temporary survivor camp. There is a small lake not far from the camp. If there is no water, you can go to the small lake to get water. It can be said that in the last days where walking corpses are everywhere, this is an excellent temporary camp. Sean stepped out of a makeshift tent. Organized my clothes. Not far away, Jonathan saw Sean coming out of the tent. He patted Carl, who was playing with his daughter Bellis. Carl, your mother is fine, you can go back to your mother. Jonathan smiled gently. After speaking, he looked at Sean, who was looking over. Their gazes intertwined in midair and Sean nodded to Jonathan. Carl was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he ran over immediately when he saw Sean approaching. Sean, uncle, is my mom okay? Carl asked, looking up at Sean. Yesterday, Sean dismissed Carl by saying that Carl's mom, Lori, was not feeling well and that he needed to check on her. It turned out that this inspection lasted all night. Look at the innocent Carl. A smile spread across Sean's face. He smiled and patted Carl's head. Yes, Carl, your mother is fine. Go ahead and be with her. I have something to do now and I can't play with you. I'll bring you something delicious later. Okay, Sean, uncle. Carl smiled happily when he heard that. Because of the end times, being hungry has become the norm. Snacks are even more extravagant. For Carl, it has become something to look forward to every time Sean comes back to bring him delicious snacks. Sean smiled as Carl walked into the tent. Everything in front of him satisfied him. Although compared to his good brother Rick, Rick is probably dead long ago. It's not that he didn't save Rick, but the situation at the time didn't allow it. The conditions did not allow him to take Rick, an unconscious person, to escape. What's more, Rick's condition was very bad at that time, and leaving the hospital would make him die faster. Although Rick may have died long ago. But I am not sorry for Rick. At least he made sure his wife Lori and son Carl were alive. Although he has Lori, he also regards Carl as his son. It's not because Carl is Rick's son that he doesn't like him. So I am worthy of Rick. I believe that if he watched all this in heaven, he would not blame him, but would be grateful to him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help showing a smile on his face. But soon, he stopped smiling. Because he saw in the camp, Daryl was arguing with someone. As a former sheriff, he is now the leader of this makeshift camp. Compared with Moore, he has a greater right to speak. After all, he was a sheriff before the disaster. His identity is undoubtedly more convincing and trustworthy than Moore's previous identity as a gangster. Daryl, Kazeel, what are you arguing about? Sean walked up to the two of them, pushing them aside. It's not a quarrel. Kazir shook his head and explained. It's just that Daryl was going to Carlstown on his Harley, but I stopped him. Daryl didn't speak, but his face was slightly gloomy. Sean heard the words, looked around, and immediately understood the reason. Moore and the others haven't come back yet? Sean's face was also a little ugly. Although there were quite a few people in the camp, there were not many people who had the courage and the ability to enter the city to search for supplies. They've already lost men in Carlstown. Now they can't afford any loss of manpower. This is not good news. Yes, Moore and the others didn't come back all night, and they couldn't be reached by radio, Kazir said. Sean immediately understood why Daryl was going to Carlstown. Obviously, he was going into town to find Moore. But driving a Harley into town isn't a good option. There are too many walking corpses in the city, although Harley's movement is not too loud, but there are still some voices. It would be dangerous for Daryl to enter the city alone. That's why Kazir stopped Daryl. Daryl also understands that Kazil stopped him for his safety. But the problem is that Moore has no news now. He is just such a relative, such a big brother, and he will not allow Moore to have an accident while he is still there. Even though Moore has a bad personality, most people in the camp don't like him. But the relationship between the two brothers has always been good. As long as Daryl is around, it's hard for Moore to mess around. Because the two brothers care about each other very much and are willing to listen to each other. If there is still no news from their radio before noon, I will accompany you to the city. Maybe Moore and the others are just delayed by something, and they will come back soon. The weapons in their hands are not bad, and the possibility of accidents is not high. Sean looked at Daryl and comforted him. As for why it is noon. Naturally, it was to prevent Moore and the others from coming back in the morning, and then their trip was in vain. After all, although they have no shortage of cars to drive now, they don't have much gasoline. The gasoline in most gas stations has been used by the survivors in the past few months after the disaster. Looking for gasoline now is not as easy as it was when the disaster first started. Gasoline needs to be saved. And it is dangerous for them to go to the city. If it is not necessary, naturally try not to go. Daryl was in a hurry though. But Sean was right. Maybe Moore and the others just delayed for a while. After all, there are quite a few Moore and the others, and they also have weapons in their hands. Even if the supplies are not available, and Rand should not come back. They stayed in the city all night. Maybe something happened and it was delayed. And that guy Moore is not a skinny guy, so the possibility of accidents is not high. That's all Daryl could do to comfort himself. Well, if Moore doesn't come back at noon, I must go to the city. Daryl agreed to Sean's proposal, and then said seriously. Sean nodded, satisfied with Daryl selling his face like this. As for Daryl's words, he didn't care. Replace him with Daryl. If any accident might happen to his big brother, he will definitely go to save him. He will see the dead if he is alive. The words of a few people just fell. Not far away, there was a sudden sound of a car running. And listening to the movement, there are still many cars coming. The expressions of the three of them changed. Daryl rushed out first, running in the direction of the movement. Sean and Kazil exchanged glances. The two first went to get an automatic rifle one by one, and then chased after Daryl. Other survivors in the camp also heard the movement and walked out of the tent to check the movement. Definitely, there are also many people who continue to stay in the tents, either too lazy to move or just resting. Because of The Walking Dead, most people don't actually sleep at night, and many times they choose to sleep during the day. After all, it is better to check the surrounding situation during the day, and there is still time to react to any changes. So most survivors choose to sleep during the day. At least a few people will have a short nap at night, and then a short nap during the day. Before Daryl rushed out of the camp, a car drove into the camp. Daryl recognized the first 3 cars at a glance, because this is the car Moore drove when they left before. This means that Moore and the others are back. But to Daryl's surprise, besides Moore's 3 cars, there were 4 pickup trucks behind them. At the front is a black pickup. Daryl was puzzled. Sean, Kazir, and other survivors who followed were also very puzzled. What's the situation? Moore and the others went out for a trip. Why did they have 4 more cars? Snapped. The front door opened, and Moore got out of the car first. Seeing that Moore was fine, Daryl breathed a sigh of relief. And Moore also saw his brother, who was obviously relieved. The 2 brothers looked at each other, smiled at each other, and said nothing. Later, Moore noticed Sean, who looked a little weird. As for why Sean's expression became weird, it was naturally because he saw Rick getting off Moore's passenger seat. He even thought for a while that he was wrong. But Rick was wearing a sheriff uniform, and he was too familiar with the image of Rick. After all, he and Rick had worked together for years. Most of the time when the 2 were together, they were on duty in police uniforms. So Sean quickly confirmed that it was Rick. It is a good thing that the good brother is not dead. But now I and Rick's wife Lori almost think of it as a reorganization and love to listen. As a result, when Rick came back at this time, he really didn't know whether he should be happy or unhappy. That's why he had a weird expression on his face. And Rick was also stunned, because he also noticed his good brother Sean. Although Sean is not wearing a police uniform now, it looks a little different from his previous image. But he still recognized Sean immediately. Rick's emotions suddenly became a little excited. He charged directly at Sean. The ghost knows how he survived the days when the world changed drastically after he woke up, and there was no one acquaintance around him anymore. If he hadn't been back home, judging from the situation at home that his wife and son might not have died, Rick would have found a place to commit suicide long ago. He didn't expect to see Sean here. Sean. Rick. The 2 good brothers hugged each other. At this moment, Sean is happy. He has a great relationship with Rick. In fact, he had liked Rick's wife Lori very early on, and it could even be said that Lori was his first love. That's why he obviously had the ability to find a younger, prettier woman who didn't have any oil bottles, but he still chose a woman who was already a mother of a 6 or 7-year-old child. For men, first love is different from other women, even if you will meet a more beautiful woman than her in the future. But first love is a woman you will never forget in your life. Even after decades, you may be too old to remember her appearance, but you must still remember her name. First love is the most unforgettable. He likes Rick's wife Lori, but this does not affect the brotherhood between the 2. At least before Rick had an accident, even though he liked Lori in his heart, he didn't have any undue thoughts. Friend's wife, don't be bullied, he has always done this very well. He's with Lori now only because Sean thinks Rick is dead. In his opinion, even if Rick learned the news that he and Lori were together in heaven, he would bless the 2 of them. It's just that he didn't expect Rick to die. For him, it is good news that his good brother is not dead. At least at this moment, he is happy because Rick is not dead from the bottom of his heart. But with that comes worry. After all, he and Luoli had reached that point, and there was no turning back. He has no guilt towards Rick, because he thought Rick was dead before. Moreover, Rick's situation at the time, in his view, was absolutely impossible to be alive. But if Rick learns about his relationship with his wife Lori, can their brotherhood still be the same as it used to be? Sean knows exactly what Rick is like. He loves his wife Lori and son Carl very much. For Lori, Rick is a very qualified husband. Rick is also a very qualified father to his son Carl. If Lori found out that Rick was still alive, he can be sure that Luoli will definitely choose Rick. This made him a little embarrassed. "Brother, I can't believe that you are still alive," Sean said with emotion and happiness when the 2 separated. "Yes, I'm glad you're still alive." Rick also smiled. After seeing the dangers of Carl's city, Rick already understood why they didn't take Sean with him. Facing the walking corpse, it was too difficult to bring him an unconscious person. He can understand Sean. By the way, Sean, Lori, and Carl. After feeling emotional, Rick immediately asked what he cared about most. They're fine, Rick. Sean wasn't surprised by Rick's words. Because Rick, who cared about his wife and children, was the good brother Rick he remembered. Rick was surprised when he heard this. You mean? Yes, they're in this camp too. Sean smiled. The two were about to say something. Beep beep. A piercing tinnitus sounded. I saw Su Hong walking out of the crowd with a large horn. The sound just now was the sound made when the loudspeaker in his hand was turned on. Everyone in the camp looked at Su Hong and his group of strangers suspiciously. Except Su Hong. Everyone else has a tactical suit. Actually, this is just a simulated function of the nanosuit. Everyone has grenades hanging from their waists, and a cold weapon, either a hatchet or a machete, and bullet chains on their shoulders. In addition, each has an automatic rifle, and Brian and Chris each hold a light machine gun. It looks like the Special Elite Squad of the US Army. Compare with their equipment. Their side is like a joke. Because there are only 2 automatic rifles in their hands. There are 2 sniper rifles, but they are both light sniper rifles with average range and average power. The others are short sprays and pistols. Moreover, they are running out of ammunition. Once the bullets are used up, these weapons are no different from fire sticks in their hands. Everyone who came out of the camp looked at Su Hong suspiciously. His eyes were full of curiosity. They were curious about what Su Hong was going to do next. Everyone, this is our first meeting. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Hong. You can call me Su. Definitely, call me God too. When Su Hong said that he could be called God, everyone had an idea in their hearts. This guy, he must be a lunatic. But the idea didn't last long. Because what happened next shocked everyone, including the gang of younger brothers that Su Hong had just taken away. Because I am omnipotent. Su Hong waved his hand. In the next second, a huge amounts of container appeared out of thin air. Then it fell to the ground. Boom! The container landed with huge amounts of sound. The ground trembled violently. Su Hong didn't slowly conquer everyone's ideas. Since as long as he has money, he can buy anything from the system, so why doesn't he be more simple and rude and directly use miracles to elevate his status? There is no loyalty that is purer and more loyal than faith. This set is useful in any era. Definitely, the premise is that you can show a miracle, you can put a layer of light that belongs to God on yourself, and let everyone know that you are God. Then they fear you, believe in you, and are crazy about you. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Su Hong walked to the container. Opened the container. A container full of food was revealed. There was bread, milk, and various canned meats, vegetables, and fruit. Definitely, there is no lack of fresh fruit and some snacks. There are many things. A whole large container of food, even if there are 1,000 people here, is enough for them to eat for several days. This is a meeting gift from me and you. Presumably many of you have not eaten for a long time. And today, you will be able to fill your stomachs to your heart's content. After Su Hong's words fell, everyone couldn't help cheering. Because as Su Hong said, many of them have not had enough food for a long time. They do find food. But every time you find food, the amount you can share is not much. At most, I eat half full, or even not half full, and can only barely maintain my physical strength. Because everyone knows it. Food is something that will become more and more lacking in the future, and even in the future, they may face a situation where they can't find any food. Just thinking about it, you know what a terrible disaster that is. Even Su Hong's subordinates, Chris and Brian. After following Su Hong, although Su Hong did not short their food, but they were never overfed either. But occasionally you can get full. You want to eat, but there is not so much food for you. The food Su Hong gave everyone was rationed. Some with bigger appetites never got full at one time. So, at the moment they're also among the cheering people. Definitely, apart from being happy, everyone looked at Su Hong with enthusiasm and fanaticism. Because the food in this container was conjured by Su Hong out of thin air. Although some people may wonder why God is an Asian. But who cares about that? They only care about Su Hong becoming food. They only care about Su Hong bringing them hope. In such a world, all people have no hope for their future. But the appearance of Su Hong brought them hope. Su Hong is not Asian. They don't care at all. They don't care if God is really Asian. All they care about is that God really exists. Especially Chris and them. They were originally Su Hong's subordinates, and they were already loyal to Su Hong before. Now, after seeing Su Hong's miracle, even if Su Hong asked them to die, they would go. At the same time, Su Hong's performance just now also told them in a disguised form where their previous food and weapons came from. Obviously, those things were created by Su Hong. Otherwise, why would Su Hong conjure up a lot of weapons, ammunition, and food without going anywhere? Due to Su Hong's prestige before, none of them dared to ask Su Hong even if they had doubts. But now, Su Hong has given them the answer. That is, everything is created by Su Hong. Many survivors who were still in the tent and didn't know the situation walked out of the tent with puzzled faces. This also includes Lori and Carl, mother and son. Lori was stunned when she saw Rick. Carl was surprised. No matter how good Sean is, he's just uncle and Rick is his dad. So when seeing Rick, Carl ran over excitedly and hugged Rick. Luoli looked a little unnatural, but she still walked towards Rick quickly. The family was united, and after a short period of warmth, Luoli knew what had just happened. Sean was also stunned at the moment. Because things had changed so quickly, his brain was still a little confused. So much so that I didn't have time to pay attention to Luoli's affairs. Afterwards, Su Hong began to ask his subordinates to distribute food to everyone. Because Su Hong was standing next to him, no one dared to mess around. Line up one by one to get food. Then there was a big stomp and swallow, and there was nothing to say. But this is also normal. The food produced by the system is of superior taste. In addition, everyone has not let go of their stomachs and had a good meal for a long time. Many people have not even eaten meat for a long time. Now that you can eat freely, you will naturally not restrain yourself. Su Hong didn't ask his subordinates to distribute drinks to them, because it's not safe here. After everyone finished eating, they were going to leave here and transfer back to his small town. That's where it's truly safe. 3 hours later, everyone packed their things and got in the car. Because there is enough fuel provided by Su Hong. Some cars that had no fuel and could only be abandoned were also driven. But it doesn't matter if you don't have enough cars. There are many cars outside. You only need to go out with fuel, and you can drive back a lot of cars. After all, the most indispensable thing now is a car that can be driven. What is lacking the most is fuel. This camp is not close to the small town of Croatia. The journey of more than 50 kilometers took nearly 2 hours to drive. Because there are many roadblocks on the road, they need to get out of the car to clear them. And there are many walking corpses blocking the road. But there are heavy machine guns to open the way, enough firepower so that they can deal with any situation. With the existence of Su Hong, the god, if the bullet is gone, it will just change. As for why Su Hong didn't take them back to the town directly. In Su Hong's words, because of the battle with the Hell Devil, he was seriously injured, so that the world became what it is now. And the reason why the world has become like this is because the devil in hell has spread the virus among humans. But Su Hong is not useless. At least the demons were seriously injured by him, unable to come to the human world, and as long as he recovers, the human world can also return to its previous state. But the world will not be short. And if he wants to recover fast enough, he needs a lot of gold to absorb. These are the reasons Su Hong made up. It sounds nonsense, it is outrageous, and there are many loopholes. But no one doubted Su Hong's words. In a blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. With enough manpower under his command, Su Hong has already cleaned up all the walking corpses in the city of Karls. Although there are hundreds of thousands of walking corpses in Karls City. But these walking corpses pose no threat at all. As long as he wears the nano-protective clothing, even an ordinary person can easily deal with hundreds of walking corpses. Hundreds of them are wearing nano-protective suits and holding cold weapons, and they can easily kill tens of thousands of walking corpses in one morning. You don't even need to look for those things. Just make a little movement and the walking corpses will come to you by themselves. If the number attracts too much at one time, you can use the heavy machine guns set up in advance to clear the field. Wait until the number is right and then use cold weapons to solve it. When I'm tired, I have the stamina recovery potion provided by Su Hong. After drinking a bottle, my fatigue will be wiped away and I will be full of strength. In just 3 days, the walking corpses in Carl's city were cleaned up. In fact, it only took 2 days to clean up the walking dead. The third day was to clean up the corpses left by the walking dead. Getting these things collectively cleaned up is the real trouble. After all, there were not many people under Su Hong at the time. And after cleaning up the city of Carl's, it was reorganized. Lay down defensive measures around the city of Carl's. This place became Su Hong's domain. Su Hong also changed the name of the city of Carl's to the City of God. God, of course, is himself. So it was renamed City of God. Su Hong is never stingy with those under his command. As long as they participated in the cleanup work, they would either be given a nano-protective suit or a bottle of magic potion. And Nugin's God Points. God Points is a currency system initially established by Su Hong. Su Hong bought an elementary-level artificial intelligence and data processor from the system. The artificial intelligence is named Angel 1. Survivors who join the City of God will register with Angel 1 and obtain the qualification to live in the City of God. It can also be understood as registering a household and obtaining a resident certificate. In the City of God, Su Hong opened 10 God Malls. It is said to be a shopping mall, but it is actually no different from a canteen. Because the mall is very small and there are very few products on display, except for nano-protective clothing and some food and daily necessities. Those items that can make people extraordinary are not placed in shopping malls. Instead, it gives you a product list. If you want to buy something, you have to place an order first, pay for it, and then wait for the clerk to notify you that you are coming to pick up what you bought. But so far, not many people can afford extraordinary items. After all, a bottle of strength potion costs thousands of God points. A nano-protective suit costs hundreds of points. In the City of God, there are not many channels to obtain God points. 1. Work for Su Hong. After all, even God is not obliged to support you for nothing, so if you want to get God points, you have to work for Su Hong, the God. 2nd, when you go out to find things like gold, jade, agate, pearls, etc., you can exchange them in the God Mall to get God points, and this is unlimited, which means that no matter how much gold you get, you can exchange it here into God points. The redemption of God points is uniformly carried out by the artificial intelligence Angel Number 1 because it can achieve real fairness and justice. Here at Su Hong, 1 ounce of gold can be exchanged for 3 points. And the commodities in God's Mall, except for some special items, ordinary food, and so on, are actually very cheap. For example, for a 500 G can of meat, you can buy 10 pieces for 1 point. 60 caddies of flour, 1 point can buy a bag. An automatic rifle can be bought with only 20 points. Anyway, as long as you have enough points, you can buy anything you want from Su Hong. This includes virus serum. With this thing, even if you are accidentally bitten by a walking corpse, as long as you inject the virus serum, you will be fine. And the price of a virus serum is only 30 points. This is nothing to those pioneers who went out. In just half a month, the City of God already had a picture of prosperity. Many people formed a wasteland reclamation team together and went out to reclaim wasteland. In fact, they went to the nearby city banks to search for gold. This earns them a lot of God points. After all, they belong to the first batch of people who ate crabs. With the first batch of people, there will naturally be the second batch of people. Su Hong quickly sold a lot of magical potions such as strength potions and stamina potions. Among them, stamina recovery potions, nano-protective clothing, and virus serum are the most sold. These things are the most practical and naturally the best-selling ones. While Su Hong was sitting at home, the balance on the system account gradually increased. For him, looking for gold by himself is not necessarily as good as someone constantly delivering money to your door. Because what he is doing now is a monopoly business. Still, one person monopolizes all businesses in the world. As for whether doing so will have any impact on the future of this world, Su Hong didn't care. After all, He is now in the early stage of development when he needs funds the most. If he wants to develop rapidly in a short period of time, he can't have so many worries. Anyway, with the ability of plane teleportation, he wasn't worried that he would ruin the world. Phil money will strengthen the system. Host, Su Hong. Age, 22. Race, human race. Show yuan, 350. Money, $15.6 billion. P.S. This book sets an ounce of gold at $1,820, and the amount after 100 million will not be recorded. Item, none. Ability, plane teleportation, cooling time of half a month, can be upgraded with money, reducing cooling time, super self-healing regeneration, cold weapon proficiency, hot weapon proficiency. Coming to the world of The Walking Dead, Su Hong's system balance has changed from 0 at the beginning to the current $15.6 billion. The amount of growth is not exaggerated. However, there is still a big gap between this and the Superman serum, Hunter Electric version, that Su Hong wants to buy. But the money was enough for Su Hong to spend a wave and strengthen himself again. Although the ability of super self-healing regeneration is very good for life preservation, but it doesn't have the ability to destroy Su Hong. So Su Hong had a goal early on. System, buy the product Perfect Version Green Titan Serum, Shadow Version. Buy items, Spider Telepathy. Purchase successfully. Perfect Version of Green Titan Serum, $15.2 billion. Spider Telepathy $150 million. After the two items were purchased, the number of balance dropped sharply and was quickly locked at $250 million. There is only so much left after the system balances. It would be a lie to say that I don't feel distressed. After all, so much money. But it was just a little distressed because Su Hong knew very well that the things he bought were worth the money. The perfect version of the Green Titan serum, after use, can immediately become another Green Titan. But compared with Bruce Banner, Hulk, the second personality, will not be born, and he can completely transform according to his own ideas. It also has the ability that the more angry, the greater the power. As for where the specific upper limit is, it depends on the individual. Compared with the Green Titan in the comics, it is definitely incomparable, but the Green Titan in the movie version is not weak. Imagine a Green Titan who is calm, rational, and has stronger power defenses. It is estimated that even Thanos will have a headache if he sees it. In addition to the perfect version of the Green Titan serum, Su Hong also purchased a Spider Telepathy. Even though he has the same super recovery self-healing ability as Wolverine Logan, it doesn't mean that Su Hong cannot be killed. So Su Hong bought another Spider Telepathy, which allows him to detect the crisis in advance and then transform. After all, he will not have a second personality, nor will he have a passive transformation mechanism. Transformation requires him to mobilize his emotions. After purchasing the products, Su Hong felt his brain cool down, an indescribable comfort. The whole world seemed clearer in his eyes. At the same time, he obviously felt that the surrounding environment gave him an unusual feeling. This made him slightly uncomfortable. But Su Hong quickly adapted to this new state. Then his eyes fell on the extra syringe in his hand. There is purple liquid in the syringe. There are no words to indicate what this thing is. But Su Hong knew that this was the perfect version of the Green Titan serum he bought from the system. Wei Wei was a little surprised that the Green Titan serum was not green. Afterwards, Su Hong took off his shirt. Insert the syringe towards the heart. After purchasing the serum, the system also introduced the injection method into his brain. Let Su Hong know how to use the Green Titan serum. When the syringe was inserted into the heart, there was a piercing pain at first. The severe pain made Su Hong's face turn pale, and the cold sweat immediately stayed down. It made Su Hong regret buying this for a while. Although he has the same super self-healing recovery ability as Wolverine, he doesn't self-mutilate himself in various ways like Wolverine. In terms of pain, Su Hong's tolerance is very limited. Enduring the severe pain, Su Hong pushed the serum into the heart and then pulled out the syringe, and he was relieved. Then came the makeover. The continuous excruciating pain as imagined did not. In contrast, the transformation of the serum is very gentle and comfortable. This made Su Hong's pale face quickly return to blood. The whole person looks very good. He couldn't help feeling that it was a perfect version of the serum. Even if it was transformed, it was so perfect. The transformation lasted several minutes. 3 minutes later, the makeover is almost complete. Su Hong looked at himself in the mirror. Compared with before, he is wider, more handsome, and taller. Su Hong before was only a little over 1.8 meters tall, but now he is almost 1.89 meters tall and will soon exceed 1.9 meters. The trousers on her body became a little tighter. Taking off his clothes and looking at his little brother, Su Hong was immediately more satisfied with the serum. Then, it's the test that turns. Bring in a little angry interest. Not too angry. In the next second, Su Hong felt the muscles of the whole body begin to agitate. The body begins to swell rapidly. After a while, Su Hong changed from 1.89 meters to 3.2 meters. Compared to the Green Titan Hulk transformed by Bruce Banner, Su Hong is taller and stronger. Most importantly, his color didn't change. He didn't turn into a Green Titan. His color has not changed, what color he was before the transformation and what he was after the transformation. It's just that the pants are directly stretched. The little brother is leaking. Su Hong had to buy a pair of stretchable nano underpants from the system and put them on, and he felt much better. After posing in the mirror, Su Hong is very satisfied with his current muscles. It's just a copy of Yujiro. Definitely, he looks less crazy and more handsome than Yujiro. And in terms of muscles, he is even more exaggerated than Yujiro. Although Yujiro can also be said to be a Superman type, it is incomparable with his Superman type. Undo the transformation. Maybe it's because of the serum. Even in the untransformed state, he is still muscular. But compared to the transformed state, the muscles are much worse. But it's about the same as Hunter. At least the muscles are big enough and bulky compared to normal people, and they look very good. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Su Hong's system balance surged again, much higher than before buying the Green Titan serum. Reached a full $22.5 billion US. This time, Su Hong wasn't buying anything to strengthen himself. Instead, keep the money. For him at present, buying commodities of the same price is very limited to strength growth, and the growth of large ones requires more money, which he cannot afford. So he decided to save the money first. The current him, even in the Marvel world, can be regarded as the existence of the first echelon of combat power. A Green Titan serum is enough to put him on the first tier, which is absolutely fine. So he can now return to the Marvel universe. In the world of The Walking Dead, not much gold can be recovered in a short period of time. Unless he does it himself, the whole world will recycle it. But Su Hong didn't intend to do that. After all, as long as he takes his time, the gold of this world will eventually fall into his hands sooner or later. It's just fast and slow. Compared with this, he can do other things and start a new business to make money. Moreover, the money is in the system account, and he can buy whatever he needs to buy and use at any time. After all, there is no occasion limit for the purchase of products in the system. After leaving enough goods, Su Hong used the ability to teleport through the plane and left the world of Walking Dead. 2008, end of June. United States, New York. It's still the same street as when I left. The difference is that it was daytime before, but now when I came back, it happened to be night. Su Hong didn't hang out on the street. Instead, they found a hotel nearby to stay. Su Hong doesn't have an ID card, so it stands to reason that he can't stay in a hotel. But he has money. And in the United States, there is no better super ability than being rich. On TV, Su Hong also knew that more than a month had passed since the timeline when he left. Just in time for more than a month of his stay in the world of The Walking Dead. Obviously, the flow of time in the two worlds is the same. Just because I am in another world, the Marvel world here will not be paused. For Su Hong, there are good and bad things about this matter. Next, Su Hong intends to first obtain a legal identity for himself in the United States. After all, his next plan was to start a company in the United States. He has enough strength now, Even if he comes up with some epic-making technologies, no one can forcibly take away his achievements. The next day, Su Hong called a man named Charles Peter Zhou. Charles Peter Zhou, he was a team leader in the intelligence section of the CIA. As the leader of the intelligence section, his rights are not small. On weekdays, there are also a lot of people asking him to do things, so he has long been used to receiving calls from strangers. Hi, I'm Charles Peter. Hello, Mr. Charles, I have a business to do with you. What business? I want a clean, working ID. $2 million. I will call your account. As for the identity photo, name and some information, I have already sent it to your mailbox. Charles's pupils locked slightly. From the other party's words, it is not difficult to hear that his information has been completely leaked, which makes him very upset, but also very afraid. Okay. After a moment, Charles responded, and then the phone was hung up on the other end. At the same time, a text message came to his mobile phone, reminding him that his bank card had an extra $2 million. Opening the mailbox, there was already an additional email in the mailbox. He clicked on the email, and there was a photo and some brief information in it. Charles frowned, then shook his head. It doesn't matter what he represents behind the phone call. It's just a business, he does it, gets the money, that's all. He doesn't want to mess with too many things. With a legal identity, Su Hong immediately started to create his own company. He didn't reach out to Tony Stark. After all, he has a system. For Su Hong, there is nothing he cannot buy with money. Even Tony Stark's arc reactor technology can be purchased for money if he wants to, and the price is not particularly expensive. It can be won for $10 billion US. Even if he doesn't buy it in the system, he can still go to Ivan Vank to get it. But he has no idea about arc reactor technology. Compared to arc reactor technology, Su Hong would rather start a pharmaceutical company to sell various medicines. Because everyone is inseparable from the demand for drugs. Even if it's just an ordinary cold medicine, as long as it can be made, the profit in it is terrible. But Su Hong does not intend to make cold medicine. What he was going to make were diet pills, anti-fatigue pills, and aphrodisiacs. Definitely, it would be more appropriate to describe them as aphrodisiacs. Weight loss pills for obese people. In the entire world, when it comes to the number of obese people, the number of obese people in the United States is definitely the largest in the world. In other countries, there is also no shortage of obese people. Therefore, the market for weight loss drugs is huge. Anti-fatigue drugs are aimed at working people. Needless to say, the last aphrodisiac. Men all over the world will not refuse this drug. Definitely, provided your drug is good enough and has no side effects. When evaluating whether a drug is good or not, its efficacy is secondary, and the most important thing is that it has no side effects. And this is really nothing to the system. Soon, a pharmaceutical company named Miracle Pharmaceuticals quickly became famous in the United States. Because this company has a total of 3 particularly powerful drugs. The first one, the Miracle Fast Weight Loss Pill, is a medicine that allows you to lose weight quickly. It can produce results in 1 day, and you can lose 100 kgs in 10 days without any pressure. And the most powerful part of this diet pill is that it has no side effects. While helping you lose weight, it will also promote the shrinkage of your body skin, so that you will not lose weight too fast, and the skin will hang on your body like a piece of paper before it shrinks, making you look ugly. When losing weight, you don't need to deliberately control your eating. What you eat on weekdays can still be eaten when losing weight. Once launched, it became popular in the market and was called the god of weight loss drugs by people in the weight loss field. The second item, Miracle Mental Restoration Medicine, can make people recover quickly and have more energy. If you are tired 24 hours a night, it doesn't matter. Take 1 pill, and you will be in the spirit for 24 hours immediately, and you can sleep even if you want to sleep. No. It is deeply loved by white-collar workers and some internet-addicted teenagers. The third one, Miracle 6 Hours, is an aphrodisiac drug. 1 pill is enough to make your little brother excited for 6 hours, so it is named Miracle 6 Hours. This medicine is effective immediately after taking it because the medicine is so effective. There is also a disclaimer written on the medicine, which means that if you use up to 2 medicines in a row, Miracle medicine will not be responsible if you take too much and cause an accident. And Miracle 6 Hours is also the most expensive among the 3 drugs. These 3 drugs are not produced by Su-hong himself. What he produces is only the packaging of medicines, and the medicines are purchased directly from the system. After all, this is not only convenient, but also saves the trouble of being watched. In the system, Su-hong bought a bottle of Miracle for 6 hours for only $12. As for the Miracle 6 Hours bought from the system, the packaging and quantity should be 10 bottles of Miracle 6 Hours, and the price of 1 bottle is $52. Too expensive? Do not buy too expensive. But this thing, any man who has used it can't help but use it again. As for its price, there will never be less scolding, but buyers will never stop. Because it works really well. The same is true for other drugs. The revenue of the 3 drugs in the first month alone is as high as $24 billion. Although the profits of weight loss drugs will slow down in the later period. But the sales of Miracle Mental Restoration Medicine and Miracle 6 Hours will definitely remain strong and even more exaggerated in the future. Legal tax avoidance, after deducting various costs and salaries to company employees. The money Su-hong got was another $22.1 billion. Raising so much money in 1 month is enough to be called crazy. The current Su-hong in the United States is a rich man even more famous than Tony Stark. Time magazine was full of his photos, too. All kinds of newspapers are almost full of him. Especially after Miracle Medicine's first month's financial report appeared, it caused a great sensation in the United States. More than $20 billion. That's more than $20 billion, and this is only the first month's revenue. As Su-hong's medicines are distributed to other countries, this revenue will definitely double. The eyes of those who are engaged in medicine are even more envious. This is what they do, and no one knows better than them how profitable this business is. With a revenue of $24 billion, at least half of the profits belong to Su-hong. It is no exaggeration to say that Su-hong only needs to be given a few years, and Su-hong, the richest man in the world, will do his part. New York, Stark Building. Newly promoted Iron Man Tony Stark returned to his home after completing today's heroic action. When he turned on the TV, he also saw Su-hong on the news. For this, Tony Stark is actually a little unhappy. After all, the news in the past was basically about him, but recently, this guy has stolen his limelight. All kinds of front-page news have also become this guy. But he also admires Su-hong. Because the other party's medicine seemed to him to be a genius-like invention. Except diet pills. He is using the other 2. It works great and has no side effects. This made him admire Su-hong for a while. He's an expert in electrical engineering, and it's not hard for him to get him to do it. But if he is asked to do medicine, his eyes are really blind. Even if he is a genius, he cannot be proficient in everything. But admiration is admiration, and being unhappy is really unhappy. West Midtown or Hell's Kitchen. This is the world of gangsters. It is also the world of the poor. Here, even in broad daylight, you can see drug dealers dealing above board. And a few meters away, there may be a policeman standing there. The drug dealers will not be nervous because of this, and even after the transaction is completed, they will greet the police with a smile on their faces. Because in Hell's Kitchen, the words of the police are useless. Here, the words of the gangsters are the most useful, and the most famous gangster is Gene Bin. Here, no matter who it is, when mentioning the word Gene Bin, they are either jealous, respectful, or fearful. But few people know what Gene Bin looks like. But everyone knows, don't provoke him, offend him, because he is very dangerous. One thing everyone in Hell's Kitchen knows lately is that Gene Bing hasn't been in a good mood lately. Because I heard that someone secretly attacked his subordinates, which caused him to lose a lot of goods and money. Losing money is one and the other is losing face. For a mafia emperor like him, it is inevitable to find his way back after being tricked by others. No one knows when Kim will retaliate. But one thing is for sure, he has definitely hit the ground running. Hey, little sister, where are you going? 2 white men blocked a figure. The one who was stopped by them was a little girl with blonde hair and a pair of ponytails who looked only 12 or 13 years old. She has a pair of beautiful big eyes like sapphires, blinking and blinking, very beautiful. Stopped by two punks, the little girl looked panicked. She shrank her neck slightly, tightened the backpack on her body, and then quickened her pace, obviously trying to get rid of these two people by detour. But those two gangsters obviously didn't intend to just let her go. The two looked at each other. Toby, I have a nice idea in my head right now. Maybe we don't necessarily think the same. Toby smiled at his companion. After speaking, the two stretched out their hands, one left and one right, and grabbed the little girl. Then ran to a side alley. Many passers-by saw the scene. But those who passed by, those who ignored. Even if they already guessed what those two guys were going to do to that cute little girl. But no one chose to follow, trying to save that cute little girl. Are you kidding? This is Hell's Kitchen. The good guys are in Hell's Kitchen. They are definitely rare animals among rare animals. Here, selfishness is the label for all. It's no use trying to get them to do good, unless you put a gun to their heads and make them do good. Otherwise, expect their conscience to find out, and you may not be able to wait for it in your next life. You? What do you want to do to me? The girl seemed to suddenly understand what Toby and the two were going to do to her, her voice trembling slightly. The girl's voice is very smart. Falling into the ears of the two, it sounds like the sound of nature. The two immediately walked faster with the girl in hand. Soon, they came to the depths of an alley. Don't be afraid, we won't do anything to you, we just want to teach you a fun game. You'll love this game. What kind of game is that? The girl's voice sounded again, but the previous panic and fear had disappeared from her face, replaced by a playful expression, as if she saw some fun toy. You! Toby was stunned. What's the matter? Boom! There was the sound of an object being kicked. The next second, while Toby was still wondering, he suddenly felt as if he had been hit on the lower part of his body, followed by a sharp pain, which made his brain go blank. There was a plop on the ground, and a pig-like cry came from his mouth, which showed how much pain he was having at the moment. Toby's good brother was stunned for a moment. I just felt a cold in my crotch. He looked down and saw that the girl who should have been terrified was slowly withdrawing her feet in white stockings, and then looked at him jokingly. Feeling the teasing in the other's eyes, the man froze. For a moment, he seemed to remember something. There was a look of horror on his face. With weak legs, he was staggered by a stone and fell back to the ground. Finally sat down on the ground. You are that violent Lolita? Damn it, how come? There are rumors in the world that recently a beautiful loli appeared in Hell's Kitchen, who only wanted to kill punks like them. I thought it was just a joke, but I didn't expect the rumor to be true. It seems that I am very famous now. The girl smiled, and the banter on her face was even stronger. But this expression fell in the man's eyes, and he was even more afraid because he knew that he had guessed right. His face was pale, and he hurriedly got up from the ground. He didn't even go to see his good brother Toby, nor did he think about taking him to escape. Instead, he ran straight to the entrance of the alley with his feet loose. The girl did not go after him. Instead, he brought the school bag he was carrying from behind to the front. Then unhurriedly unzipped the bag. Then put your right hand into the bag. When she took out her right hand, she already had a dagger in her hand. Then, she threw the dagger in her hand with lightning speed. The man has already run to the entrance of the alley, and he can leave the alley with just one turn. He seems to have seen hope fighting against himself. Pissed. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh sounded. The man wondered where the voice came from, and it was so clear. However, he obviously didn't have time to analyze these things, because at the same time, he felt that his consciousness gradually began to blur. Thump. The man lay face down on the ground, motionless. At the back of his head, at this moment, a short knife that was half-synced was inserted. It was the dagger thrown by the girl just now. Solved the person who was about to escape. The girl turned her attention to Toby, who was howling on the ground. At this moment, he was looking at the girl in horror. Because he had discovered the death of his companion. Fear made him lose control of his emotions directly. Tears and snot run down his face. No, don't kill me. I apologize. I lose money. I will do anything you want me to do. Just don't kill me, please. Toby begged for mercy. He's just an ordinary bastard. Regarding death, he hadn't made up his mind a long time ago. The reason why he became a gangster was because he was a beginner in this industry, and if he was more courageous, he could earn money quickly and live a comfortable life. But he was equally afraid of death. Hell's Kitchen is full of people like him. He never thought that one day death would be so close to him. Facing Toby's begging for mercy, the girl didn't speak, but showed a cruel smile. She has seen many scum like Toby, and Toby is not the first scum to attack her. She is very clear that letting these scumbags go is tantamount to helping the evildoers, and someone will definitely pay for it in the future. And the best way to deal with people like Toby is to send them to hell once and for all. What are you asking of me? I beg you. Boom. A gunshot rang out, and Toby's voice stopped abruptly, because he already had a bullet hole in his forehead, and blood was flowing from it. A lock pistol did not know when it appeared in the girl's hands. The muzzle was still emitting white smoke. Outside the alley, Soo-hong happened to pass by. Suddenly, he heard gunshots coming from the alley. As expected of Hell's Kitchen, there are shootings in broad daylight. Soo-hong curled his lips and was about to leave. He didn't come to Hell's Kitchen to hang out. He came here for his own purpose. At this moment, he was wearing a white casual outfit with a pair of black glasses on the bridge of his nose. These are not ordinary glasses, but a roll prop. Not only is it indestructible after wearing it, even the people who know you best stand in front of you and cannot recognize you. It's a bit similar to De Chao's glasses, but Soo-hong's is more powerful, and Soo-hong named him Contact Lens. It is precisely because of the contact lens that Soo-hong dared to walk alone on the street. Now he is more popular than Tony Stark in the United States. All kinds of newspapers are full of his photos. Even white people will be a little face-blind when looking at Asians, but every day they brush your face and appear in your line of sight, so that everyone can remember and distinguish Soo-hong's appearance. If he came out without some preparation, he would never go anywhere. It is estimated that he was blocked by those crazy reporters as soon as he went out. Adding those desperados who hit their own attention. You can't do it without some preparation. He was not afraid of being stared at, mainly because it was troublesome to be stared at all the time, and Soo-hong hated trouble. This time in Hell's Kitchen, Soo-hong came to find Jean Bing. Did he come to see Jean and reminisce about the old days? The two are not friends. After all, the two are still enemies. After miracle medicine got up, Soo-hong faced more than 20 assassinations both on the surface and in secret. Among them, more than 10 times were done by Jean and others. Previously, Soo-hong was busy with company affairs, so he couldn't leave at all, so he didn't have time to pay attention to Jean Bin for the time being. Now he has arranged all the company's affairs. Coupled with the medium-level artificial intelligence he just redeemed, the company has stabilized and there will be no problems. Soo-hong finally had time to deal with other matters. Soo-hong is not a person who likes to cause trouble, but he is definitely not a person who will swallow his anger. Jean didn't dare to attack him. Soo-hong wanted to take revenge. He is not a generous man. So he came to Hell's Kitchen. As for how to find Jean Bing, this is not difficult for Soo-hong. With a system, he has countless ways to find Jean Bin. Even if he hides at a depth of 100,000 meters underground, Soo-hong can dig him out. Soo-hong was about to leave. There was a sound of quick steps. A figure appeared in Soo-hong's sight. It was a young girl who was walking and jogging, and she didn't look very big. Seemingly noticing Soo-hong's gaze, the other party also glanced at Soo-hong. The eyes of the two collided in the air. Soo-hong was a little surprised because he knew this girl. Super Killer, a street hero from Kickoff King, a violent Lolita. Soo-hong is not surprised that Killer Girl will appear in Hell's Kitchen. The violent loli of Super Killer is not simple. Don't look at her appearance. She looks harmless to humans and animals, cute and beautiful. But in fact, the lives she has messed with are no less than those top-notch killers. Definitely, those who died at the hands of Super Killer are all villains. This is a street hero who hates evil and is similar to the Punisher. It's hard to say about her combat effectiveness, but killing people is definitely her specialty. Seeing Super Killer leaving with her school bag on her back, Su-hong looked away when she could hardly see the other person, then continued to walk forward. At the same time that Su-hong turned around, Super Killer also reappeared in his perspective just now. The difference is that the identities of the two have changed this time, and the one stared at from the back has become Su-hong. That guy's eyes just now, he seems to know me. Super Killer Mindy McCred watched Su-hong's back, recalling the hasty glance with Su-hong just now. She was sure that she saw surprise in Su-hong's eyes. This shows that Su-hong may know her. But she has no friends at all, and her only relative is Lao Tzu. Not yet. It stands to reason that no one should know her. But Su-hong's eyes just now were unmistakable. They definitely knew her eyes. As a professional killer, she believed in her own judgment. With doubts, she did not choose to leave. Instead, he stepped up to keep up with Su-hong. But Su-hong didn't realize that someone was following him. One is that he has no anti-reconnaissance ability. The second is that it doesn't matter. Even if someone wants to harm him, he must first consider whether he has that ability. Soon, Su-hong arrived outside a manor villa. This is Hell's Kitchen, the home of Scorpion boss Ivan Duke. The Scorpion Gang is a big gang in Hell's Kitchen with hundreds of members. On weekdays, he not only sells fans, but also does arms business. He is one of the most prominent gangsters in Hell's Kitchen. But few people know that Ivan Duke is actually one of Jin Bing's younger brothers. Jin doesn't live in Hell's Kitchen, but because he lost a lot of goods and money a while ago, he needs to investigate this matter clearly and find out who is behind it. So he came to Ivan Duke, intending to hand over this matter to Ivan Duke to investigate. At the same time, there is also the meaning of coming to warn Ivan Duke. Because Jin Bing found that his subordinate had started to feel a little restless recently. Started to make some little moves behind the scenes. If Ivan Duke hadn't been his right-hand man, he would have had him killed long ago. This trip in person, apart from talking to him, the main purpose is to warn Ivan Duke. As for Jin Bing's personal visit, Ivan Duke also looked terrified. He knew very well who Jin was, cruel, cold-blooded, and most importantly, Jin was very smart. It's hard to play him. In the villa, he was sitting on the sofa, and his huge size almost completely suppressed the sofa. And Duke was standing in front of him with cold sweat on his forehead. Duke, you should know why I came to your house this time. Duke looked terrified and didn't dare to look at Jin at all. I promise this is the last time. Duke knew very well why Jin Bin showed up at his house in person. He didn't even know Kim had come to his house until he came home. You know, this is his home. Before opening the door, he brought a beautiful girl with her face full of drunkenness. But after turning on the light, he saw a strong bald man sitting on his sofa and a room full of tall men in black suits. He woke up instantly. It's not that he's timid. If he was timid, he wouldn't be the boss of the Scorpion Gang. The reason why he was afraid was because he knew Jin Bin's cruelty and horror too well. Remember what you said now, because you won't have a chance to regret it. Jin Bing said coldly. Duke nodded quickly. I understand. Duke breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Jin and gave himself a chance, otherwise he would probably be a dead man at this moment. I have something for you to do. Michael lost his goods 3 times. I want you to find the person behind the scenes and bring him to me. Can you do it? Yes. Whether you can or not, say yes first. He is well aware of Jin Bin's character, and those without abilities will only be abandoned by him. He didn't want to be the one who was abandoned. 3 days, I'll give you 3 days. Within 3 days, I must meet someone. I understand. Duke didn't go to bargain, because he knew that bargaining was useless here in Jin Bin. And in Jin Bin's view, bargaining is just an excuse for incompetence. Be careful. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly ran up to Jin Bing. Everyone still doesn't know what happened. The next second, a rocket flew in from the window of the villa. Boom! With that came huge amounts of explosions. The room was suddenly swept by flames and heat waves. Duke was thrown flying in an instant. Those unprepared men in black also staggered for a while. In front of Jin Bin, Bullseye was carrying a wooden table. The wooden table has broken a bit. The violent explosion and impact caused Bullseye's face to be covered in blood. It looked very miserable. Definitely, that is to say, it looked a little miserable, because there was something blocking him, and he wasn't actually seriously injured, it just looked terribly injured. Jean Bin behind him was not injured at all. "Boss, it's for you." Bullseye's voice sounded. This rocket was obviously aimed at gold. The target is too obvious. Jean Bin had a gloomy face. He didn't expect his whereabouts to be leaked. As for who is targeting yourself, he really couldn't guess this for a while. After all, he has many enemies. And his apparent identity is a great philanthropist. So who knew his true identity, his location, and attacked him? Definitely, he just thought about it and then recovered his mind. Because now is not the time to think about it. Take someone to intercept it. Jean Bin looked at the bullseye and gave an order. After speaking, he stood up from the sofa. Then go straight to the back. To be a general is not to take risks easily. Jean did not choose to confront the enemy because of his anger, he only planned to leave here now. Then find out who is targeting him, who attacked him, and then retaliate fiercely. He will let those who dare to attack him understand what the consequences of offending him are. As soon as Jean Bin walked away, the sound of heavy machine guns sounded from his back. Jean Bin, who just got into the car, twitched his mouth slightly. Do you want to be so exaggerated? This is New York, even if Hell's Kitchen isn't a great place. But it also belongs to New York, and the heavy machine guns are all set up. How much the other party wants him to die. And those bastards of SHILD, didn't they stare at him very hard before? As a result, now that some people are using heavy machine guns, they don't respond, which makes Jean feel sick for a while. Go for it, Nick Fury. After a few minutes, Su Hong walked among the piles of corpses. Su Hong did not see Jean Bing's body among the pair of corpses, knowing that the other party should have left first. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strong crisis on his forehead. There is no need for the main consciousness to control the body to move. Spider telepathy had already controlled Su Hong's head to twist immediately. At the same time, a bullet grazed Su Hong's scalp. If he was 1 second slower, Su Hong would definitely be headshot by this bullet. Someone was secretly sniping him. This was the first thought in Su Hong's brain. On a building 200 meters away, Bullseye dropped the gun in his hand, turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. He had no intention of firing a second shot at all, because he just saw it clearly. The opponent turned his head before he shot, avoiding the killing blow. What does this mean? This means that the other party is not an ordinary person. As the #1 killer under Jean Bing, he has killed many people and contacted many people. Among them, there are also some freaks. Some of those freaks are easy to deal with, while others are very dangerous. And Su Hong is obviously a freak. A freak who can foresee a crisis and make preparations in advance. This means that it is very difficult for him to kill Su Hong. Even being killed by the opponent, it is meaningless to continue. Leaving here is the best choice. Because as long as he lives, he will kill Su Hong sooner or later. To deal with such a freak, he needs to plan and prepare instead of directly confronting the opponent without thinking. Touching his forehead, the wound wiped out by the bullet has healed, because the recovery was so fast that it healed without even bleeding. But Su Hong knew that he had just been injured. But he didn't go after the person who just sniped him. He already guessed who the person who just sniped him was. Su Hong didn't regret not killing Jean Bing. He did this just to scare the snake away. It was easy for Su Hong to kill Jean Bin. Transforming directly, he didn't even have a chance to escape. But he didn't. 1. He doesn't want to reveal the fact that he can transform for the time being, because it is related to his next plan. 2. He didn't want to kill Jean Bin just like that. Because in Su Hong's view, it would be too cheap to kill Jean Bing directly. He planned to torture Jean Bin slowly. Everything today was just an appetizer. He wants Jean He to live in a nightmare so that he can't sleep well when he is assassinated. Buy a barrel of gasoline from the system. Su Hong walked directly outside. When he walked to the door, he raised his hand and pointed at the gasoline. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the room suddenly turned into a sea of flames. Soon, the entire villa was surrounded by raging fire. And Su Hong also raised his foot and left here. He had already heard the sound of a police car, and if he didn't leave here, there might be a little trouble. He didn't bother to explain to the police why he was here. Just walked out not far. A figure stopped in front of him. Su Hong was a little surprised, because he had just met this person before. The place you attacked just now is the villa of Ivan Duke, the boss of the Scorpion Gang. Do you have a grudge against the Scorpion Gang? Mindy said first. No, I have nothing against Jean. Su Hong shook his head and said. As for whether it would be wrong to tell Mindy about it directly. Su Hong knew the identity of Super Killer and what kind of person she was, so he told her directly about it. It was nothing. Moreover, before, Su Hong was still thinking about where to find someone to assassinate Jean every once in a while. But now a suitable candidate appeared in front of him, and he had no reason not to. Jean Bin. Super Killer looked surprised. Her surprise was not because of Jean Bin, but because Su Hong had a grudge against Jean Bin. Who is Jean Bin? She naturally knows, the underworld emperor in Hell's Kitchen. There is no one in Hell's Kitchen who does not know Jean Bin. And she, who has been making trouble for gangsters and killing various gang leaders, naturally knows who Jean Bing is. It was precisely because she knew who Jean Bing was that she was surprised that Su Hong and Jean Bing had an enmity. Then why did you attack here? Su Hong looked at Mindy. You really want to know? Definitely. Mindy nodded. Why do you think I'm going to tell you? Because you know me. The way you looked at me before told me that you know me, so you will tell me why. Su Hong laughed when he heard this. Don't underestimate Mindy. This girl is not only hot and ruthless, but also very smart. Especially the eyes are really good. I do know you, and you're right. Mindy was surprised, but didn't show it. She began to wonder whether Su Hong knew her because he knew Big Daddy. But she thinks that's unlikely. You want to know why I attacked here? Then I'll tell you, because just Jean Bin is in the villa. How do you know? Mindy didn't doubt Su Hong's words. Because the other party didn't need to lie to her. She was only curious about how Su Hong knew about this. This is a secret. I will tell you when I have a chance in the future. Now, let's talk about you. Su Hong pointed to Mindy. Me? Mindy was a little surprised. That's right, it's you. I know what you are doing, but you are fighting alone. Frankly speaking, the speed at which you kill those scumbags is not as fast as their growth rate. You are not efficient enough. Then how can it be efficient? Well, I'll teach you later. Now, let me introduce myself first. My name is Su Hong. You can call me Su directly. As for my identity, you will know it later. Is the magician right? I saw you suddenly change into a bazooka, a heavy machine gun, and that barrel of gasoline. I saw them all. Mindy said. She told everything she knew. In this way, some unnecessary misunderstandings can be reduced. Most importantly, she and Su Hong are not enemies. Ever since Su Hong took action against the gangsters, she had already regarded Su Hong as someone on her side. They might still be friends if Su Hong wanted to. After all, this was the first time she met someone who dared to attack the gangsters. And when he started his hands, he was even more ruthless than her. There were quite a few people in that villa just now. Most of them died in the hands of Su Hong. At least 20 or more. You can think so. Su Hong didn't deny it. The magician is just the magician, so I don't have to explain it myself. Although you may already know my identity, Mr. Magician, I think I still need to introduce myself. My name is Mindy MacReed. You can just call me Mindy. Okay, Mindy, are you going to visit my house next? Definitely. Mindy did not refuse Su Hong's invitation. Soon, the two left Hell's Kitchen. Then he took a taxi to Su Hong's residence in New York. A luxurious, detached villa located in the center of the city. This is not Su Hong's only villa, but one of them. Definitely, the villa he came to now is a hidden villa, at least it has nothing to do with Su Hong, the boss of Miracle Group. So there is nothing outside the villa to remember the paparazzi. Su Hong led Mindy directly into the villa in a swaggering manner. Following behind Su Hong, Mindy looked surprised. Because she didn't expect Su Hong to be so rich and live in this kind of place. Welcome to my home. You are the first guest here, Mindy. Su Hong walked in front, opened the door and said at the same time. Following Su Hong into the villa, Mindy found that there was more space inside. The outermost is a huge garden. The house is in the center of the garden, and in the garden, there are 2 large private swimming pools. On the left side of the garden is a parking lot. There are more than a dozen sports cars parked there. The residential area in the middle is very large, and the decoration inside is also very luxurious. The floor is as clean as a mirror. Just entering the room, Soo-hong clapped his hands. The whole room suddenly lit up, and all the lights were turned on. "Welcome back, sir," a voice sounded. Mindy looked at Soo-hong suspiciously. "It's my smart butler. I named him Michael." "Michael, this is Mindy. Give her level 3 authority here." "Okay, sir." Michael first responded to Soo-hong, and then greeted Mindy. "Hi, nice to meet you, Miss Mindy." "Michael? The big angel beside God?" "Hello, Michael. Nice to meet you too," Mindy exclaimed. She was amazed not because of Michael's name, but because of his intelligence. This is definitely not a general artificial intelligence. This may be a super artificial intelligence. Mindy suddenly became more curious about Soo-hong's identity. Being rich, living in such a luxurious villa, and having an unusual artificial intelligence butler, this shows that Soo-hong is definitely not an ordinary person. "Mr. Magician, is it true that all magicians are as rich as you?" "And Michael, isn't it an ordinary artificial intelligence?" "Definitely not." Soo-hong smiled. "As for who I am..." Soo-hong took off the contact lens on the bridge of his nose while speaking. Without the contact lens, Mindy recognized Soo-hong immediately. No way, for the past 2 weeks, Soo-hong's photos have bombarded people all over the United States. Now it's much easier to find someone in the United States who doesn't know Tony Stark than someone who doesn't know Soo-hong. You're the new rich man." Mindy was stunned. In the current United States, Soo-hong is definitely more popular than Tony Stark. Although Tony Stark blew himself up as Iron Man, which made his popularity soaring, his popularity couldn't be compared with Soo-hong's during this period. After all, Miracle Medicine's 1-month revenue is really great. This is only the first month's revenue, and it is conceivable that its second month's revenue will only be more exaggerated. After all, most of this month's revenue is contributed by the people of the United States until Miracle Medicine sells its products all over the world. It is not a problem to double the revenue again. This is a very promising company, and it is certain that Soo-hong will become the richest man in the world in the future. It never occurred to Mindy that the Mr. Magic in front of him was the new super rich man. "Yes, it's me." Soo-hong nodded. "Is it because of the glasses?" Soo-hong nodded. "Just like Superman's glasses, when you wear them, no matter how familiar you are, people won't recognize you." "It's really cool," Mindy exclaimed. "Can I own a pair of glasses like this?" Mindy asked aloud. Such a pair of glasses is simply the dream of a professional killer like her, because as long as she has a pair of such glasses, her infiltration work will be much easier. "Definitely yes, this pair is yours." Soo-hong handed the glasses he took off to Mindy. "The price of this thing in the system is not cheap, and a pair costs $20 million US. This was a huge sum of money for him at the beginning, but it is completely worthless for him now. It's okay to send Mindy a pair." "Thank you." After Mindy took the glasses, she couldn't wait to put them on. From Soo-hong's perspective, Mindy's appearance hasn't changed much, but his subjective consciousness will subconsciously ignore him. Obviously, he was staring at Mindy, but when he suddenly realized that the situation was wrong, he found that his eyes on Mindy had already moved away. "You're welcome. This is a small gift for our first meeting. Come with me. I have many other good things here. I think you will be interested." In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Inside a U.S. military base, Emil Bronsky is shirtless looking at his emaciated self in the mirror. His arms are very slender, and his entire upper body looks as if his muscles have shrunk, making him look very thin. This look is nothing like what a battle-hardened super soldier should look like. Because he wasn't strong enough, he looked too thin. But Bronsky is well aware that he has never felt more powerful than he does now. He could feel the powerful force in his body as if it was about to explode. Slowly, a wild smile appeared on his face. He finally obtained the power he had always dreamed of. Still very powerful. Bruce Banner, this is really a powerful force. Now, this force does not belong to you alone, ha ha ha. Bronsky smiled wantonly. But soon, his face turned cold. Because he felt that such power should only be possessed by him alone. Bruce Banner, on the other hand, did not deserve such power at all. Bruce, I will find you. This time, I will definitely kill you. Bruce Banner has been trying to find a way to give up his power. And he had always wanted to obtain such power before, and Banner's disdain for power made him feel angry. So Bronsky was going to kill Bruce Banner. But that guy didn't know where he went now, and he couldn't find him for the time being, so naturally he couldn't kill him. But he doesn't worry about that. Because Ross has been looking for the trace of Bruce Banner, and he believes that Ross will give him the answer soon. Sure enough, not long after, the headset he put aside suddenly rang. I'm Joss. Is Major Emil Bronsky there? I'm here. Bronsky picked up the headset and said, please gather at the airport as soon as possible and prepare to depart. We have already found the target. Okay, I'll be right there. Bronsky didn't talk nonsense. There was a hint of excitement on his face. Bruce Banner, this time, let me see where you are going. New York, Stark Building. Tony Stark, who has just become Iron Man, has not yet discovered the effect of the arc reactor on his body. Now he is immersed in the joy of being Iron Man. The only thing that annoyed him was that Su-Hong stole his limelight. Although he has successfully attracted the attention of a lot of media, he has regained his limelight. But now he is still being suppressed by Su-Hong. What made him speechless the most was that that guy usually stole the limelight that belonged to him without revealing much. Sir, maybe you should take a look at this. Jarvis' voice suddenly sounded. Then the room suddenly went dark, and a projector projected a video image. In the picture, two big green monsters are fighting in a lively urban area, and their destruction is very exaggerated. The 1 or 2 ton car on the side of the road was in their hands, just like a toy car, and it was easily picked up. With one step down, the solid concrete road will be full of cracks. Many houses next to it have either been destroyed or are burning raging fire. The scene is full of destruction and the screams of passers-by around. What's the situation, Jarvis? Tony Stark frowned and said, Sir, this is what's happening right now near Columbia University in Manhattan. I mean those two green things, what are they? The identities of the two have been confirmed. One of them is Dr. Bruce Banner, who graduated from MIT. He has 7 doctorates and is a veritable genius. Definitely, he may not be as good as you, sir. Another one, a major in the Department of the Army, Emil Bronsky, who served under Lieutenant General Thaddeus Ross, who has been working on the Super Soldier program. In the blank space on the side, photos of the 3 of them were projected. He didn't know Banner and Bronsky, but he was no stranger to Ross and Tony. After all, the main business of Stark Industries in history was the arms business. He had contact with Ross, the powerful general of the army. To be honest, he doesn't like Ross very much. Sir, due to the battle between the two, dozens of people have been killed and injured, and the estimated economic loss has reached $1 billion. Tony nodded. Jarvis, assemble the armor, I'm going to have a look. Soon, a red figure flew out from above the Stark building, aiming at the direction of Columbia University in Manhattan. Those 2 big green guys are your targets? Mindy asked in a building dressed in superkiller women's clothing standing next to Su-Hong. Definitely, the black eye patch that belonged to Superkiller has been replaced by the contact lens that Su-Hong gave her. And Su-Hong is also wearing a pair of black contact lenses. That's right. There are too many people who have made up my mind. I have to let them know that I am something they can't afford. Mindy looked at the 2 monsters in the distance, and then at Su-Hong. Are you sure you can deal with those 2 monsters? Seeing the destructive power of the 2 monsters, Mindy couldn't help feeling worried for Su-Hong. The destructive power of those 2 monsters is really too exaggerated. Their defenses are similarly exaggerated. The heavy machine gun loaded by the armed helicopter can directly smash a person into pieces, but it can't even break the defense when it hits the 2 monsters. She really couldn't imagine how Su-Hong would deal with those 2 monsters. Definitely, you have to have confidence in me. Su-Hong laughed. While speaking, Su-Hong turned on the system. System, I want to buy an item, Super Speed, X-Men Quicksilver version. Successful purchase of goods, 9.5 billion US dollars. Phil money will strengthen the system. Host, Su Hong. Age, 22. Race, human race. Show yuan, 350. Money, $38 billion. PS. This book sets an ounce of gold at $1,820, and the amount after 100 million will not be recorded. Item, none. Ability, plain teleportation, half a month cooling time. Money can be used to upgrade, reduce cooling time, super self-healing regeneration, cold weapon proficiency, hot weapon proficiency, super speed, X-Men Quicksilver version. Green Titanization, perfect version. The perfect version of the Green Titan serum allows Su Hong to have stronger strength and defense than the Green Titan banner and abomination. But to say that it is overwhelming, it is not enough. It is still a little bit difficult to suppress the two in a short time. If you don't pursue a short-term solution to the battle, the person who wins in the end will definitely be Su Hong. But what Su Hong wanted was to end the battle in a short time, preferably at an overwhelming speed. Only in this way can he achieve his goal. So he just gave himself a super speed. The X-Men version of Quicksilver's super speed is much, much faster than Marvel's Quicksilver. You know, the Quicksilver of the X-Men saved the mutants of the entire X-Men Academy at the moment of the explosion, but the Quicksilver of the Marvel world died from a stray bullet. It's just embarrassing. So when Su Hong bought super speed, he naturally bought the X-Men version of Quicksilver's super speed. Definitely, what he wants to buy more is the Flash's Speed Force, but that thing is very expensive, not much cheaper than Superman's serum, and his current money is not even a fraction, so he can't afford it at all. First buy an X-Men version of Quicksilver's super speed to make do with it, no problem at all. And the X-Men version of Quicksilver is not slow. Compared with the Flash's super speed, it must be slow, but compared to ordinary people, Quicksilver's speed is definitely exaggerated. It can be seen from the plot in X-Men's Reversal of the Future that his speed is more than 30 times the speed of sound, and this is all his full strength. With extreme speed and powerful strength, the current Su Hong has undoubtedly surpassed the superheroes of Marvel's first echelon. Crushing the Hulk and the Abomination is no longer a problem for him. Then when do you plan to make a move? Let them continue to fight. It is estimated that the entire Manhattan area will be affected. No hurry, it's not time for me to make a move yet. Su Hong took off his glasses on the bridge of his nose while speaking. The main character always comes at the end, doesn't he? Su Hong looked at Mindy and said with a smile. Because he has already seen a familiar figure flying towards this side at an extremely fast speed. The person who came was none other than Tony Stark, the driver Mark III. In the helicopter, Ross is struggling with Bronski's loss of control. Even if he is a lieutenant general in the army, if he comes here in the downtown area, the subsequent troubles will give him a headache. Even early retirement is not out of the question. Where is this? This is Manhattan. Not a suburb. Even he can't stand the pressure to engage in destruction here. It was originally thought that Bronski had injected the serum and gained the same power as the Green Titan. Bruce Banner would definitely not be his opponent, and he could quickly end the battle. Capture Bruce Banner. Who knew that the capture of Bruce Banner was very successful? Instead, Bronski lost control. Because of his hatred for Hulk, the guy directly lost control, turned into a monster, and started to wreak havoc in the city. And let Hulk go out and fight him. And let this matter go, who knows what Bronski will do to Manhattan. In desperation, he could only send Bruce Banner to fight Bronski. But the battle between the two further aggravated the damage. And depending on the situation, the battle between the two obviously cannot end in a short time. Because from the current point of view, the two seem to be unable to do anything to each other, and the battle has reached a stalemate. It made Ross's head suddenly bigger. The battle cannot end quickly, and more things will be destroyed. And these losses will definitely be counted on his head in the end. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. He even vaguely saw the picture of himself stepping down. Ross was worried about his stepping down, and his daughter Betty was worried about Banner's safety, because the battle between the two sides looked more like Bronski had a slight advantage. General, a target is approaching rapidly. What? Ross was taken aback by what the flight crew said. A target is approaching us fast. Needless to say, I've seen it. The corner of Ross's mouth twitched because Tony Stark was already hovering in front of their plane at this moment. General Ross, I didn't expect to see you here. By the way, the two monsters below may not have escaped from your laboratory. I heard that you have been researching super soldiers. The mask opened, revealing Tony Stark's face. Then he spit out the words that offended others. Ross. Mr. Stark, are you here just to laugh at me? Ross was speechless and angry. But what Tony Stark said was true. And facing this guy, even he can't do anything to him. Tony Stark is not an ordinary super rich man. Even if he is a powerful general in the army, he can't do anything to Tony Stark. Definitely not. In fact, I'm here to clean up the mess. After speaking, Tony's eyes stayed on Betty for a moment. I really didn't expect to see a beautiful lady here. I wonder if I will be lucky enough to invite you to dinner after this incident. Tony smiled handsomely. It's a pity that Betty didn't like him. Definitely, before Betty could speak, Ross had already spoken first. Mr. Stark, Betty won't get in touch with a playboy like you. You'd better stay away from her. Sir, this Miss Betty is the daughter of General Ross. The voice of JRVIS also rang in Tony's ear at the right time. Well, it seems that I have no chance, so it's time to get down to business. Tony didn't care about Ross' words, and he wasn't embarrassed. After all, he was quite thick-skinned. Mr. Stark, please don't hurt Banner. Don't worry, Miss Betty, your little boyfriend won't be hurt that easily. After speaking, Tony stopped talking nonsense. As soon as the mask was off, the whole person flew directly towards the two green guys below. He is fast. Boom. The classic superhero landed. Tony fell directly next to the Hulk and the Abomination. His sudden arrival immediately attracted the attention of the two green guys. Hey, two big guys, I think maybe you should calm down. Tony's voice sounded. But what greeted him were two big green hands. Well, it seems that you don't really want to listen to my advice. Tony is still very confident about the power system of the Mark III armor. This means that the power of this set of armor is not small. So he didn't avoid it, but took the initiative to meet it. But he underestimated the power of the Hulk and the Abomination. The strength of the two sides is not of the same magnitude at all. The moment the two sides collided, Tony flew out. After flying hundreds of meters in a row, it just hit the wall of a building, stopped, and was buried by a pile of stones. After a while, he lifted the stones on his body and crawled out from the pile of stones. Sir, 23% of the armor is damaged. Tony had some difficulty accepting it for a while. He had always bullied those ordinary people before, making him feel that those criminals were just like that. But Hulk and the Abomination gave him a straight-up moment, letting him know what it means to be someone other than someone else. Definitely the most important thing is that he felt that the scene just now was too embarrassing. He is a majestic Iron Man, but he was slapped away with a single slap. It feels no easier than killing a fly. Especially when he noticed that the two green guys fought together after shooting him flying, and they didn't take him seriously, which made him a little angry. So, he decided to teach those two guys a good lesson. Definitely, Tony has also learned to be smart. He was not approaching the two monsters, but planned to attack them from a distance. On his armor, he is armed with his modified version of the Jericho missile. The warhead is smaller and less powerful, but it is more convenient to carry. Opening the back slot of the armor, 4 Jericho missiles were pushed out. Then the thruster pushed 4 Jericho missiles out, targeting the Hulk and the Abomination. The speed of the 4 missiles was fast, reaching Hulk and the Abomination almost instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion instantly set off a gust of wind. Even the helicopter that Ross and the others were in was swayed by the strong wind, looking like it was about to crash. Even though the power of Tony's improved Jericho missile has been reduced a lot, the improved version of the Jericho missile is still very powerful. Although it is an urban area. But there were no passers-by around, so Tony naturally didn't need to estimate and could directly release such a big killer. If there were passers-by around, he would definitely not do this. After all, even the improved version of the Jericho missile is very powerful. In terms of destructive power and impact, it is not much worse than ordinary strategic weapons. Even the Green Titan and the Abomination were thrown out. This made Tony very satisfied. At least he found his way back. But it didn't take long for him to be happy. In the next second, a green figure rushed towards Tony. Fortunately, Tony reacted quickly and dodged it. JRVS, something just flew past. On the other side, a voice of hatred and anger came. You bloody bug, I'm going to tear you apart. It turned out that the figure that flew past just now was none other than Hatred. What Tony had done had pissed him off. The modified Jericho missile did not kill him, but it did injure him. He was broken, but his resilience was very strong, and he recovered from his injury almost instantly. But being hurt by Tony still made him feel angry. So he planned to let Banner go first, to deal with Tony, the annoying bug. Looks like I made you angry. Tony hadn't spoken yet. A car flew over suddenly. This car was thrown by Hulk. Apparently, he's not only getting annoyed, but even the Hulk is pissed off by him. Because his back was facing, Tony didn't know there was a car flying behind him. And he was tens of meters high. He never thought that there would be a car that could fly so high and hit him. So he was hit by a car and just hit the ground. Boom. Fall from the ground tens of meters high. Even with the protection of the shock absorption system of the battle armor, Tony was still thrown in a mess. Very uncomfortable. Wait until he comes back to his senses. He found himself in the hands of Hatred. You bloody little bug. While hating talking, Tony also noticed that the other party was gradually increasing his strength. Sir, the armor is getting more and more damaged. If you don't respond, you may be crushed into a puddle of flesh in 8 seconds. The voice of JRVS sounded in the armor. JRVS, is the shoulder cannon still available? Yes, sir. Then what are you waiting for? Aim this guy in the eyes and hit him for me. Okay, sir. As JRVS's words fell, Mark III's shoulders opened, and then 2 minigun barrels rose. An attack on the Abomination followed. The Abomination hadn't anticipated this scene. So much so that he was completely unprepared. The shoulder cannon slammed into his face mercilessly. Huge amounts of impact directly knocked him into the air. It also made him let go of Tony Stark. After getting out of control, Tony already had the idea of getting out of here. The defenses of these 2 monsters are too exaggerated, and the weapons equipped on the Mark III cannot deal with them at all. He needs to go back to the Stark building to find weapons that can deal with these 2 monsters. So after getting out of control, Tony Stark directly activated the flight system, intending to leave here. But it failed to fly. Sir, the flight system is damaged. If you want to return to the Stark building, I suggest you take a taxi. Damn it, heard JRVS. Even Tony was speechless. You don't need to think about it. Either the flight system was damaged when it just fell, or the flight system was damaged by the Abomination. Mr. Stark, your condition doesn't look very good. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Tony froze for a moment. What's the situation? Is there anyone else here? Turning his head, he immediately saw who the speaker was. When he saw the other person's face clearly, Tony was very surprised, because he didn't expect to see this guy here. It's you. That person was none other than Su Hong. This guy stole his limelight during this period, but it made him very unhappy. But the two have never actually met. And this time, it was their first meeting. The first meeting of 2 super rich people. It seems that Mr. Stark, you know me, maybe it's because I stole your limelight, so you. What are you talking about, boy? You can steal my limelight. That's only temporary, and soon, you will be forgotten by them. It seems that you have admitted it. Tony, when a person is in a hurry, his mouth will not listen. I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. It's dangerous here. Tony didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Su Hong. It's you who needs to leave now, Mr. Stark, and I'm here to help you clean up the mess. Tony? Look over there. Su Hong pointed in the direction of the Abomination. The guy has gotten up from the ground. Tony's attack on his eyes just now caused him a lot of damage. But his strong resilience has made him recover. But it also made him angrier, crazier, and more dangerous. He's getting more violent. You can't stop him. So you can. Tony Stark said a little dissatisfied. He doesn't like others to say that he can't do it, especially the person who said this is still a person who makes him feel a little uncomfortable. And that guy even said that he came to clean up the mess for him. When did he, Tony Stark, need help cleaning up the mess? Definitely, but my mind to you is to stay away from here, otherwise I won't worry about you later. What did you say? Tony Stark's face changed. This guy was even crazier than him. But Su-hong ignored him. Instead, he tore off the clothes on his body, and his body began to swell rapidly. In a short while, it turned into a titan with a height of 3.4 meters. Compared to Hulk and Abomination, who are around 2.9 meters. Su-hong's body is bigger, his muscles are more exaggerated, and the pressure on people is even greater. Su-hong's sudden transformation surprised Tony Stark. After Su-hong looked over, he subconsciously took a step back. He would never admit that he was just freaked out. Sir, perhaps you really should get out of here as soon as possible. I know, JRVS, don't talk. Tony was a little embarrassed. But the feet started to move honestly. Because he knew very well whether he was going to leave here. The battle of those three monsters would definitely tear him down into a pile of broken iron. This was the first time he had suffered such a big blow since he became Iron Man. Above, Ross, who was also checking the situation, froze. What's the situation? Why is there a monster? Who can tell me who that guy is? Because they were on the helicopter, Ross and the others had no idea that the new monster was Su-hong, the new super rich. General Ross, I have some bad news for you. At this moment, the voice of the flight attendant sounded. What's up? The people from ABC and CBS are coming this way, and they're coming soon. When Ross heard this, his face became even uglier. Bronski's sudden loss of control was unexpected, and what made him even more unexpected was that things would become so troublesome. It has been too late to finish, and depending on the situation, the scope of the battlefield will become wider and wider. This also means that he has to bear more responsibilities. Once the situation here was broadcast live, the public finally learned that this incident was caused by him. It is not possible to retire directly, but the rights in his hands will definitely be wiped out, and the super soldier plan he has been working on before will inevitably be forced to stop. This is not good news for him. But he has no right to block the entry of TV reporters. Those guys came by helicopter. He couldn't let his men turn around and blow them down. And Su-hong also noticed the helicopters of the two major TV stations coming in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Everything was in his plan. The audience has already arrived, and the next step is to quickly resolve the battle and show the world their strength. Thinking of this, he looked at Hulk and the Abomination. The former was 30 meters away from him, looking at him with curiosity in his eyes. And the Abomination was staring at Tony Stark, who was walking towards the outside of the battlefield. His eyes were full of killing intent and cruelty. Unlike Bruce Banner, the Hulk's dominant consciousness. After Bronski became an Abomination, the subjective consciousness of the Abomination was controlled by Bronski, but because of his personality, it became even crazier. He knew very well that it was Tony Stark who had just attacked him. Naturally, he would not let off those who attacked him. But Su-hong didn't give him this chance at all. Su-hong's figure flashed, and in the next second, he appeared directly in front of Abomination. Because of the size difference, Su-hong's palm is bigger than Abomination's head. It was very easy to grab the latter's head. Because everything happened so fast, the latter didn't react at all. When he came back to his senses, his head had been grabbed by Su-hong, and he punched the ground. Hush! Su-hong seemed to be mopping the floor with his disgusting head. Directly dragged the solid concrete floor out of a long and thick gully. If you look closely, you can see green blood in the ravine. Wait until Su-hong throws the Abomination out of his hand. The guy's head is missing a corner. In terms of defense, the Abomination is worse than the Green Titan. This brutal scene directly made the people around look stupid. But that's not all. Su-hong slammed the hatred that hadn't recovered to the sky. In the next second, he jumped out as well. Because of the great strength, the ground was directly countershocked out of a deep pit. After a while, the Abomination fell from the sky and smashed a deep hole in the ground. Su-hong's figure followed closely behind. Boom! There was a loud bang. There was a violent tremor within a radius of hundreds of meters. The deep pit with a radius of 3 or 4 meters instantly spread into a huge pit with a radius of more than 10 meters and a depth of 7 or 8 meters. And in the center of the giant crater was the tall figure of Su Hong. His huge amounts of feet are stepping on the ladder's chest at the moment. If you look closely, you can see that the chest of hatred has completely collapsed. His head was also raised, his pupils were dilated, and he looked as if he was dead. This scene caught everyone's attention. It also counts everyone who is watching the TV broadcast live. Among other things, just the big pit with a radius of more than 10 meters cannot be blasted out without using strategic weapons. Is that really the power a person can possess? What kind of monster can possess such power? Hulk not far away also saw the scene. When Su Hong dragged the disgusting corpse out of the deep pit, glanced at Hulk. The latter chose to turn around and run away without any hesitation. A few jumps and it's gone. Banner. Betty on the plane became worried when she saw the scene. Ross, on the other hand, was relieved. Trouble finally solved. As for Banner, Betty was looking for him, and he believed that Bruce Banner would come to him. Down the plane. Ross gave the order to the flight crew. But General, there is another monster down there. Do you think we'd be useful on the plane if he's going to do us a disservice? Ross asked coldly. The flight crew immediately stopped talking nonsense. Control the helicopter to start landing. Reporters from ABC and CBS television also let the flight crew begin to descend. Definitely, their cameras never left Su Hong from the beginning to the end. Not far away, Tony Stark looked at this scene, a little helpless. He wanted to leave right now, but the flight system was damaged. Although the power system was normal, he was wearing the Mark III armor, which was too eye-catching, and it was impossible to leave quietly. In this situation, sneaking away is Joker, admitting that he is a loser. Tony Stark wouldn't admit he was a loser. Definitely, the shock that Su Hong brought to him was also quite a lot. From Su Hong's shot to the end of the battle, there was not even half a minute. Although there was not much time, the shock that Su Hong's formidable combat power brought to him was nothing less than a little bit. With that destructive power, he had no doubt that Su Hong could easily crush him into a pile of scrap iron. This also made him determined, if not necessary, he would never get too close to Su Hong. Who knew that guy was uncontrollable? Once out of control, the destructive power would definitely be a disaster. After seeing the TV station's plane also landed, Su Hong controlled his emotions and began to recover. The body that was originally more than 3 meters high and under great pressure shrank rapidly. After a while, it will change to its normal form. But even in his normal form, he has enviably muscular bodies. Only then did the people from the TV station discover that the other monster who defeated the green monster just now was actually the boss of Miracle Medicine, Su Hong. This is big news, and it's breaking news. Countless people in the United States who gathered in front of the TV to watch the live broadcast all had a look of shock on their faces. Several reporters, even after seeing Su Hong's face clearly. Immediately, he leaned towards Su Hong. Originally, they had to worry about whether the man would suddenly turn into a monster. But after seeing that the monster was Su Hong, the new super rich, all worries were gone. After all, Su Hong can be regarded as a public figure no matter what, and he is also a super rich man. For such a capable person, they would feel that Su Hong would not easily lose control. And this is first-hand information. If you don't go up for an interview, will you give the opportunity to others? Hi, Mr. Su, I'm Lucy, a reporter from ABC TV. I wonder if I can interview you. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Kyle, a reporter from CBS TV station. Can I interview you about what happened just now? Two beautiful female reporters ran up to Su Hong and handed out the microphone to Su Hong. Behind them is a photographer with a video camera. At the moment, cameramen from 2 TV stations are focusing on Su Hong. Definitely yes. Su Hong spread his hands and showed a warm smile. Combined with his already handsome face, this smile is easy to give people a good impression. At least because of Su Hong's smile, everyone at the scene relaxed their tense hearts a lot. As a super rich man, Why did you appear in this place at this time, and you just turned into a titan more than 3 meters tall? Why can you become so tall? Are you the legendary Titan family? ABC TV reporter Lucy was the first to ask. I'm here because I happen to be walking the streets of Manhattan. Naturally, Soo-hong would not say that he appeared here on purpose. As for why I can become so huge, it's not because I'm a Titan. Speaking of which, this is a superhuman project of our miracle medicine company. I have no comment for the rest. Then why did you choose to make a move? Although your performance just now was very strong, aren't you afraid of any accidents? As someone who lives in the United States, I want the United States to be better and better. In this situation, with ability, I will not choose to stand by. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Soo-hong looked at the camera, sonorous and forceful. To be honest, if Soo-hong hadn't bought an actor skill from the system in advance, Soo-hong would have laughed when he said this. Fortunately, the actor is worthy of being the actor. Even if Soo-hong said something, he felt a little disgusted, but he still kept a smile on his face, and he didn't make any mistakes. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Not far away, the corner of Tony's mouth twitched slightly. He can be sure that guy Soo-hong did it on purpose. He even suspected that Soo-hong appeared here for a purpose. But it is undeniable that Soo-hong saved his life. If it wasn't for Soo-hong's appearance, he might not have been able to escape from those two monsters with his flight system damaged. Tony. In the distance, a car drove up and soon arrived in front of Tony Stark. Then a figure walked down. It was none other than Tony's bodyguard, Happy. He's here to pick him up. After all, the flight system of his armor was broken, and he couldn't fly back, so he needed someone to pick him up. You look a bit embarrassed. Looking at Tony, whose armor was not lightly damaged, Happy said. Tony's face turned black, and it was really the pot that was not opened and which pot was lifted. However, he and Happy are both boss and subordinate, as well as friends. So I didn't care about Happy's words. He directly opened the car door and sat on it. Hurry up and drive, I don't want to stay here for a moment. Now those reporters are pestering Soo-hong. But before long, those people will definitely come to pester him. He just took advantage of this opportunity and quickly slipped away. But his plan didn't work out, because the reporter came very quickly. Mr. Stark, I'm a reporter from ABC TV. Can I interview you? You just... Soo-hong looked at the scene and didn't say much. After the bodyguards who came to pick him up separated the reporters, he got into the car that came to pick him up. Then get out of here. As for the mess here, what happened here was not created by him, so naturally he didn't need to finish it. Whoever provoked it will clean it up. Shield. Nick Fury watched Soo-hong's interview on TV, crossed his legs, put one hand under his chin, and supported his head, as if he was thinking about something. The Avengers' plan. He had it a long time ago. But there has been no suitable candidate. And as Tony Stark created the Mark armor, Nick Fury's idea burst out again. After all, as a superhero organization, the people inside must be able to do it. Although Hawkeye and Black Widow under him are good, they are just ordinary people after all, and Hawkeye's combat power is also very limited. Tony is different. With the Mark armor, he is very powerful in combat. So Tony Stark also became his first choice for the Avengers. But so far, he hasn't started contacting Tony Stark. Because of the other party's too flamboyant personality, he felt that Tony was not steady enough, and he was not suitable to join Avengers now. Not to mention being the leader of the Avengers. It can only be said that Tony is his tentative first target candidate. And recruiting Tony Stark was not an easy task. Tony Stark's identity is unusual. He is not only a genius scientist, but also a super rich man. With such an identity, Nick Fury doesn't have much leverage in his hands to persuade Tony Stark to join the Avengers. Unless Tony has his own reasons. Turns out he hadn't even made an offer to Tony Stark yet. Now there is another Soo-hong. There are some similarities between Soo-hong and Tony Stark. Both of them are geniuses, at least Soo-hong is considered a genius in medicine. Both are rich. Miracle Medicine's first month's revenue report has come out, and its future revenue will only be more terrifying. Therefore, Soo-hong's wealth will soon accumulate and reach a level that most people can't imagine. And such people are not easy to recruit. Finally, there is Su Hong's strength. From the video, one can preliminarily judge how terrifying Su Hong's destructive power is. Whether it's strength, defense, or speed, Su Hong has reached an inhuman level. Even if Captain Marvel is famous, Nick Fury doesn't think Captain Marvel will definitely beat Su Hong. Finally, there is the identity of Su Hong. The other party is not only Asian, but also not from the United States. It is difficult to attract each other. As for Tony Stark, he had some chips in his hand, although not much. But for Su Hong, he really doesn't have any bargaining chips in his hands to attract the opponent. Don't look at what Su Hong said on live TV that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You will think that Su Hong is a good person. Nick Fury prefers to believe that Su Hong is creating a character. Even Su Hong's appearance in Manhattan at this point in time, in his opinion, seemed to be part of Su Hong's plan. As for the purpose, it is naturally to warn a group of people who beat him. After Miracle Medicine's first month's revenue report came out, there are not a few people who beat Miracle Pharmaceuticals. Even he, Nick Fury, had considered whether to scrape some oil from Miracle Medicine before. Money touches people's hearts. Miracle Pharmaceuticals said that it is a cash cow and even said that it is low, that is a complete robbery of money. In the face of huge amounts of wealth, it is difficult for anyone not to be tempted. And Su Hong chose to expose his own powerful strength at this point in time, and the meaning of the warning was too obvious. This guy really takes his chances. Nick Fury turned off the TV and sat up straight. Ross has been working on super soldiers behind his back, and he knows it. He also knew about the accident caused by Bruce Banner before. He's been secretly paying attention because he's been waiting for Ross to be successful and trying to figure out how to get a piece of it. Too bad Ross didn't make it. In other words, he was only half successful. Hatred is a failure, only half the battle. No matter how powerful a weapon is, if it cannot be controlled, releasing such a weapon is tantamount to committing suicide. As a weapon, abominations fail, so Ross is only halfway there. But in the end, he picked up the cheap one and became Su Hong instead. I have to say that this person's ability to seize opportunities is really amazing. At the same time, he also understood why none of the agents he sent came back. It was probably handled by Su Hong. JRVS is just an elementary level super artificial intelligence. Before Tony gave him an upgrade, he actually had a lot of backdoors. As long as Nick Fury thinks about it, it is not difficult to hack into the database of JRVS. But he never hacked into the database of Su Hong's company. What does this mean? This shows that Su Hong controls a more powerful super artificial intelligence. After thinking for a long time, Nick Fury decided not to contact Su Hong for the time being. That guy is a smart guy. And smart people mean that it is difficult to control, especially Su Hong's status is not ordinary. Just don't bother yourself. It's Tony's side, it's time to speed up and get him. However, the chips he can take out are not at their highest value yet, which is not good news for Nick Fury. The other side. Su Hong has also returned to his luxurious villa. And with him came Mindy. I didn't expect you to be so powerful and that monster died in your hands like that. Su Hong shook his head. I didn't kill him. Su Hong didn't kill Abomination. Don't look at the Abomination as silent. In fact, that guy is not dead at all. Even for Su Hong now, it is not that simple to completely kill the Abomination. At least it takes some work. So Su Hong didn't kill him. With the resilience of hatred, give him half a day and he can almost recover. As for why he didn't kill the Abomination directly, it was naturally because it was too time-consuming. It was not in line with his original intention. What he wants is to defeat the Abomination with a crushing posture, not to kill him. In the original film, the Hulk also failed to take down the Abomination. Just knocked out the hate. Naturally, Su Hong would not go to any lengths to kill the Abomination. As for whether that guy will come to him for revenge. This time he was brought back, so he can escape first. When this guy goes back this time, he can only be reduced to a guinea pig. Even if Ross steps down because of this incident, the person who takes over his work will not just give up the hatred. After all, even if his weapon is a failure, his powerful strength cannot be ignored. Those high and powerful people will not give up hating this semi-finished product so easily and treat him as garbage. But none of this has anything to do with Su Hong. Because his purpose has been achieved. Then he can make good money. As long as those people have no problem with their brains, they shouldn't come to provoke him anymore. But I achieved my goal. By the way, I already have news about your father, but his condition is not very good now. The plot of Kick-Ass has not yet begun. But some time ago, Mindy's father, Damon MacReed, went out at the invitation of a friend. I haven't come back yet, and no one answered the phone. Mindy was a little worried about her father, so she asked Su Hong to help her find out where her father is now. Where is he now? He was caught by a gang of drug dealers, and he's not doing well. If no one saves him, I don't think you will see him in the future. When Mindy heard this, his expression changed immediately. Where is he now? I'm going to save him. Su Hong handed him an earphone. Wear it on your ears, and Michael will assist you. Also, I have prepared a gift for you in the garage. I think you will like it. Mindy didn't hesitate, knowing that her father was in danger at this time. She naturally wouldn't waste time. As for begging Su Hong to save her father, she felt it was unnecessary. Because now she is also very strong. Come to the garage. Soon, Mindy saw the gift that Su Hong said. A cool black motorcycle looks a bit like Batman's motorcycle chariot, full of sci-fi colors. Mindy smiled. She loved the gift. And now, she really needed this gift from Su Hong very much. The motorcycle key is on the car. Mindy rode directly on it and drove away from Su Hong's villa. Su Hong is not worried about Mindy's safety. I also believe that she can save my father. Because Su Hong had already changed her into better equipment. He is wearing a high-level nanobody defense suit, which is enough to resist the rocket attack head-on without any damage. Even the head is within the scope of protection. What he holds in his hand is a powerful infinite bullet firearm, a subadmanium butterfly knife, and a subadmanium katana, plus a super soldier serum. Even if the current Mindy is thrown into the Avengers, her combat power is at least in the upper middle position, and it is really nothing to her now to deal with a group of ordinary drug dealers. These things are very cheap compared to those super abilities. It didn't cost Su Hong much at all. Definitely, Su Hong is so generous to Super Killer because he thinks Super Killer and Big Daddy are good talents. He decided to keep the father and daughter under his command. For example, it is used to deal with gold. His main task now is to make money. He doesn't have time to deal with people like Jean Bing, but because of his current status, it's too cheap to end in person. It is most appropriate to leave this kind of thing to Super Killer's father and daughter. Facts have proved that Su Hong's judgment is correct. In less than an hour and a half, Su Hong received a message from Michael. Mindy has successfully taken down the Russian Ross gang who kidnapped Big Daddy. More than 60 gang members, nearly half of them were armed, all died at Mindy's knife and gunpoint. Not a single one was alive. Now, they're on their way back. Half an hour later, Su Hong met Mindy and her father, Damon. Damon was actually surprised. He didn't expect that Mindy would meet a new super rich man after he left for a few days. Especially Mindy's change shocked him even more. Even though Mindy is very skilled, it cannot change the fact that she is only a 13 or 14-year-old girl. In terms of strength, she is much worse. But now Mindy is strong enough to lift a small car. And it's an exaggeration when it's not very strenuous. And all of this is because of Su Hong. He had suspected that Su Hong had other purposes, but on the way here, he did some research on Su Hong's identity. They came to the conclusion that there was nothing worthy of Su Hong's special planning on their father and daughter. Simply put, he was thinking too much. Mr. Su, nice to meet you. So after seeing Su Hong, Damon was very polite to Su Hong. Not only because of Su Hong's identity, but also because of the help Su Hong gave to Mindy. Although it was Ming Di who rescued him this time, it was Su Hong who really contributed. Because it was Su Hong who found out where he was being held. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Mindy to find him. Thank you for taking care of Mindy and saving my life. Damon was not injured. After he was locked up, the drug dealers didn't do anything to him. Or rather, Mindy got him out before they could torture him. So he didn't lose any weight or injury. Apart from looking a little embarrassed, he was still in good spirits. "You're welcome, Mr. Damon. Are you willing to work for me?" Damon froze for a moment. "You saved my life. Logically speaking, I shouldn't refuse you, but you're in the pharmaceutical industry. For this industry, I really don't know how I can help you. Don't worry, I invited you here because I want you to continue doing your job, for example, a superhero fighting drug dealers and other criminals. For Captain America, you shouldn't be in a mode." Damon nodded. In the United States, who is unfamiliar with Captain America? Then you must have heard of super soldier serum. Damon nodded again. After nodding, he seemed to think of something and turned his head slightly to look at Mindy. "So, you guessed it right. Mindy has already used the super soldier serum, which is a more perfect super soldier serum than the one used by Captain America. In this world, only I can take it out." Seeing Damon's expression, Soo-hong knew that Damon had guessed why Mindy became so powerful. If the super soldier serum is used, then it is normal. After all, even now, the United States government still wants to develop super soldier serum. But that thing hasn't been taken over since Howard Stark died. "I know you have a grudge against Frank Amick, so you can deal with him before you work for me. Mr. Sue, you have said so. Why should I reject you? And it can be seen that Mindy likes you very much." Damon laughed. "My daughter praised Soo-hong a lot on the way back. It can be seen that even though the two have known each other for a short time, the daughter likes Soo-hong very much. And Soo-hong doesn't look very big, only 6 or 7 years older than Mindy. The two are barely considered the same age. There is a friend of the same age as a friend, and as a father, he will also be happy for his daughter. When revenge is no longer so elusive, he is no longer so stubborn. Then, I can advance you some wages for working for me." While speaking, Soo-hong handed Damon a blue serum. It's the perfect version of a super soldier serum. The price of this thing in the system is $60 million US, which is not cheap, but it is not expensive either. At least for Soo-hong now, it's not expensive at all. Seeing the serum Soo-hong handed over, Damon took it after hesitation. "Thanks." Damon was a little excited. This is the super soldier serum. As long as he uses this thing, he will become very powerful immediately. "You're welcome. This is your salary for working for me. In addition, I have prepared an arsenal for you with a lot of good things in it. Mindy knows where it is. She will take you there. I think you will love what's in there. Next, I will be away for a while, probably for a month or 2. After you deal with your own affairs, I should come back. See you in a month then." "Okay, Mr. Sue." Damon nodded, then took Mindy's hand and left. When Mindy left, she turned her head and winked at Soo-hong. Very cute. Soo-hong also watched them leave with a smile. It's been over a month since returning from the world of the Walking Dead. It's time for him to go back and take a look at the situation over there. The cooldown time of the plane transfer skill can be reduced by spending money. This time in the past, Soo-hong planned to spend some money to reduce the cooldown time of the plane transfer skill. Otherwise, it will take half a month each time, which is too long. It is best to use it once a day. The world of the Walking Dead. It has been a month and a half since Soo-hong left. Because of Soo-hong's previous arrangements, even if he was not there, the City of God did not become chaotic. Think there are more survivors in the City of God than before Soo-hong left. When Soo-hong left, there were only more than 300 survivors in the City of Gods. And now there are more than 2,000 survivors. Both joined City of God after Soo-hong left. Definitely, with more survivors, there are more liar hunter teams. Naturally, they recovered more gold. During the month when Soo-hong was away, Angel One recovered as much as 42 million ounces of gold. The nearby states, as well as the gold scattered among the people, were basically collected by the scavengers in the City of God. Then recycling became God points, used to exchange things. After all, Soo-hong not only has magic potions that can improve strength, but also medicines that can prolong human life. Without enough God points, they can't be exchanged at all. After being able to ensure that they are fed and clothed, strength and living longer have become the pursuit of more people. And everyone knows that gold is limited. If you find more, I will find less in the future. So those liar hunters basically didn't stay for too long every time they came back, and immediately went out to look for gold again. At first you could find gold in the banks of some nearby cities, but now you have to travel farther to find more gold. It is precisely because of the involution of the liar hunters that Su Hong now has 42 million ounces of gold that can be recovered. This is definitely good news for Su Hong. After all, 42 million ounces of gold is not a small amount. Calculated according to the value of 1 ounce of gold at $1,820. 42 million ounces of gold are worth $76.4 billion. This amount is not small. In addition to the balance on Su Hong's system account, his balance instantly exceeded $100 billion. The system will cost $20 billion to upgrade the plane transmission skills. Deducting $20 billion, plane transfer skill upgrade was successful. Phil money will strengthen the system. Host, Su Hong. Age, 22. Race, human race. Shou yuan, 350. Money, $97 billion. P.S. This book sets an ounce of gold at $1,820, and the amount after 100 million will not be recorded. Item, none. Ability. Plane teleportation, cooling time 3 days, usable money upgrade, cooling time reduction, super self-healing regeneration, cold weapon proficiency, hot weapon proficiency, super speed, X-Men Quicksilver version, green titanization, perfect version. The plane transfer upgrade was successful, and the cooling time changed from half a month to 3 days. Although it was not a day, Su Hong was satisfied. Then after the cooling time is over, he can open a new world. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. After leaving enough various items in the world of the Walking Dead to consume them for a while, Su Hong started the teleportation between planes and went to a new world. Gotham City. Su Hong's figure suddenly appeared on the side of the street. Fortunately, it was night, so his appearance did not attract the attention of passers-by around him. Even if someone noticed Su Hong's sudden appearance, they would feel that they were dazzled and hadn't noticed before. System, buy items telepathy, Professor X movie. Successful purchase, deduction of $28 billion. It is also a shadow version, but the telepathy of Professor X is more expensive than the perfect version of the Green Titan serum. But it's normal to think about it. After all, the ability of Professor X is too abnormal. Although the Green Titan's destructive power is powerful when it comes to killing people, Professor X is much more powerful than the Green Titan because his single thought is enough to kill thousands of people. Even if the shadow version of Professor X is put in Avengers, Professor X must be the top superhero. So in terms of price, the telepathy ability is more expensive, which is normal. The reason why Su Hong bought this ability is that he can obtain information faster and easier. Just after buying the ability, a white man passed by. Su Hong stretched out his hand and patted the opponent's shoulder, but the latter hadn't reacted yet. Telepathy's ability has been activated. He also instantly read all the memories in the man's mind. Gotham City, Batman. Mayor Harvey Dent Memorial, Bruce Wayne's retirement. Gotham's crime rate has dropped dramatically because of the Dent Act. It seems that I didn't come to DC where superheroes and supervillains are everywhere, but came to the world where the Dark Knight rises. After sorting out his memory, Su Hong knew that he had come to a DC world without superstars. This world has Batman, but not super. And unlike other DC universes, there are no superheroes and supervillains in this universe. Whether it is a villain or a hero, they are all ordinary people. But the Batman in this world also possesses some black technology. Also smart and rich. And look at the timeline. His current timeline is the third in the Dark Knight trilogy, The Dark Knight Rises. Because former Gotham City Mayor, Two-Face Harvey Dent is dead. Died by Batman. Definitely, not many people know that Harvey Dent is a double-faced person. Most people only know that Harvey Dent is the mayor of Gotham City. His appointment has changed Gotham City. In the end, it was Batman who killed him. And Batman also disappeared after killing Harvey Dent. The world of The Dark Knight Rises? It's a good world. Compared to a world where order collapsed like The Walking Dead, Su Hong still prefers an orderly world where the currency system has not collapsed, because this means that he can directly start a company and make money by doing business. Just like the Marvel world, start a company and make a lot of money. Rather than the collapse of the currency system, the only way to make money is by collecting valuable doming such as gold and jade. Although it is not slow to make money this way, it is not sustainable. It is sustainable to start a company to make money, and the bigger the business, the more money you can make, which is much more than looking for gold all over the world to recycle. This time, Su Hong still intends to do the drug business, but in addition to the 3 drugs that he presented in the Marvel world before, this time, he plans to add some new drugs. But before that, he had to create an identity for himself in this world, and then create a company. But these are not difficult. With a spiritual ability, he easily obtained a legal identity for himself, and then created a company. The company is still called Miracle Medicine. But so far it is still a shell company. The first thing he has to do now is to sell things and build up the reputation of the product. Unlike the Marvel world, the Dark Knight world is not yet the internet age, and the mobile phones used are still Nokias, and smartphones have not yet appeared. He wants to use the internet to promote his medicines, not as simple as the Marvel world. So he needs to find a sales channel for his products. The best way is to go to Wayne Group to cooperate. Wayne is a well-deserved leading company in Gotham, and it is also the top large group company in the entire Federation, involving many industries. It's no problem to work with them. But doing business is not doing charity. If he came to the door like this, even if the Wayne Group cooperated with him, they would definitely share part of the profits. This part of the profit will never be low. And the business of catching up is not called business. Even if he wants to cooperate with the Wayne Group, Su Hong will not be in a hurry. Generally speaking, now is not the time. Old Town. Su Hong walked towards a B&B, and he quickly came to the 3rd floor of this famous building and then knocked on the door of a room. Boom, boom, boom. The sudden knock on the door stunned Pamela Lillian Isley and Selena Kyle, who were talking in the room. The two looked at each other with vigilance and surprise in their eyes. You know, the place where they live is rarely visited by people. Boom, boom, boom. The two didn't move, but the knock on the door sounded again. The two women looked at each other, and under Selena's signal, Lillian did not move, but the former stood up. Twisting her slender waist, she walked towards the door. Although she walks casually, her whole body is tight, which allows her to deal with any sudden changes that may occur. When she reached the door, she first looked outside through the peephole of the door. Outside the door, a tall Asian man was standing there. He was standing straight, with his hands in front of him, looking very decent. Selena froze for a moment, recalling whether she had seen the other party somewhere. But after thinking about it for a long time, I can't remember where I saw Su Hong. A handsome Asian guy. If she had seen it before, she would not have had a little impression of it, and she was still very confident in her memory. Then there is only one explanation left. She and the other party have never met. Click. The door lock was opened. Selena opened the door. A charming smile appeared on his face. Sir, who are you looking for? Selena knew very well that the most powerful weapon in her body was not her skills, but her beautiful appearance. I'm looking for Selena Kyle, that's you. Su Hong said with a smile on his face, looking at Selena. A look of surprise flashed in the latter's eyes. He smiled and said, but we don't seem to know each other. It's not too late to get to know each other now. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Hong. I am from Daxia. I came to see you because I want to talk to you about business. I know you have a lot of channels in your hands, and I hope to use your channels to help me sell something. Trust me, you will be satisfied with the reward I offer. After Su Hong's words fell, Selena first looked at the corridor behind Su Hong. After confirming that Su Hong came alone and no one else, she nodded. Come in. Step aside. Selena let Su Hong in. As soon as he entered the room, Su Hong saw another person in the room, Pamela Lillian Isley. The famous Poison Ivy. It's a pity that there are no superpowers in this world, so she is just an ordinary woman. That's Lillian, my good sister. Since you have investigated her, you should know her too. Selena saw Su-hong glance at Lillian and introduced her. Su-hong nodded. Hello, handsome Asian guy. I rarely see handsome Asian guys. Lillian greeted Su-hong with a smile. Su-hong nodded. You are also very beautiful. You can call me Su. A unique surname, Lillian commented. Then he looked at the clothes on Su-hong's body. It was an unfamiliar brand, which surprised Lillian. After all, there were very few clothing brands she did not recognize. Because it has something to do with her work with Selena. But even if she didn't know him, she could tell that the clothes Su-hong was wearing were not cheap. This guy is a rich man. Tell me what your business is? What kind of stolen goods do you need me to sell for you, and what type is it? But I have to tell you in advance that my asking price is not low. No, what I want you to sell for me is not stolen goods. Su-hong shook his head. Then he took out a small white spray bottle from his arms. This is what I want you to sell for me. Selena froze for a moment. He stepped forward, carefully looked at the small spray bottle, and then took out a pair of white gloves to put on himself before picking up the small spray bottle. Quick recovery spray. Don't tell me you're a drug dealer. Selena looked at Su-hong, speechless. Su-hong thought she was something, and even asked her to help sell products, and she was not a sales lady. Come on, she's a smart female thief, okay? Yes, you're right, I am indeed a drug dealer. Su-hong did not deny it. He admitted it very simply. In the movie, no matter what Catwoman steals, she can get rid of it quickly, without giving the police any time to react. It can be seen that she has her own unique channel, and this channel is not simple. After all, ordinary people who would dare to take over stolen goods, especially those stolen by Catwoman Selena, are not ordinary stolen goods. This shows that the channel provider she cooperates with is very powerful. Being strong means being a good partner. As for whether the other party will cooperate with him, Su-hong believes that no one can refuse the medicine in his hands, unless they're not interested in money. But who in this world would not be interested in money? Even his system was based on money, let alone people. If the other party doesn't care about money, why should they take over the job of selling stolen goods? Sorry, I don't sell medicines for others. Selena suddenly lost interest in Su-hong's so-called business. How much can you sell a drug? Even if her agency fee is higher, whether Su-hong is willing to pay is a question. Whether those people accept this thing is also a problem. After all, medicines and the like, unless it is a special case, will be easy to sell. Under normal circumstances, who will not be able to buy the medicines they want? Don't rush to refuse. You haven't heard how much the agency fee I gave you yet. So, how much can you give me to contact you? Selena was not angry when she heard this, but looked at Su-hong with a smile and said, I have to say that Catwoman with the face of Anne Hathaway is mature, sexy, and beautiful. These words can be used on her, and with her proud figure, this is a very attractive woman. Especially when you laugh. No wonder Bruce Wayne took a lot of interest in her after just one encounter. Even Su-hong felt a little emotional at the moment. After all, he is also a normal man, and he will also feel fond of beautiful women. Facts have proved that for a beautiful woman, her beautiful appearance is indeed a good weapon. Su-hong smiled and raised his right hand, then stretched out 5 fingers. 500,000? Selena reported a number. Su-hong shook his head. 50,000? Selena guessed another number. It's too small, let's guess when it's big. Could it be 5 million? Selena was a little surprised. She has stolen a lot of valuable things, but because they are stolen goods, even if she has a channel to sell them, the money she gets in the end is at most 10 to 20% of the original value of the item. And this is already high. That is, she is beautiful and people are willing to give her more. For other people, if they can get 10% of the original value of the stolen goods, they can laugh out loud. After all, apart from gold, it is not easy to get rid of gems and so on. Especially if you have to clean things up first. No, it's 50 million US dollars. Su-hong deliberately emphasized the word US dollars. Selena looked surprised. Don't blame her for it. Regardless of her frequent visits to high-level places, she has experienced a lot of money. But $50 million is definitely a huge sum of money to her. She has been in the industry for so many years, and the things she has stolen are worth at least several $100 million. But the money she got herself was not much. The money she has experienced is only 20 to 30 million US dollars. This is already a lot of money. And most of the money she has donated. She didn't actually spend much of the money herself. 20 to 30 million dollars she spent by herself, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars. After all, she still has to buy beautiful clothes, otherwise how would she go to those high-level places to find targets? From the fact that she lives in an old house in the old city, or a rented house, it can be seen that the money in her hand is actually not much. $50 million is definitely not a small amount to her. She even once suspected that Su Hong was joking with her. It was just to introduce a channel. Why would Su Hong dare to ask her for a huge amount of 50 million US dollars as an intermediary fee? In other words, Su Hong is a liar. He has no idea how huge a sum of 50 million US dollars is and how many things it can do. Are you kidding me? Definitely not. Perhaps you still don't know what kind of potion you are holding. Selena was a little surprised when she heard this. Su Hong's self-confidence made her unconsciously believe her words. Perhaps we can do a small experiment. Su Hong's words just fell. The door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and a 1.8-meter tall white man who looked to be in his 30s walked in from the door. Joseph, what are you doing here? Seeing the big white man, Selena frowned and asked. Obviously, she knew the big white guy because he lived upstairs from her. Because she and Poison Ivy were pretty enough, that guy even called their attention, but after being taught a hard lesson by her, he never dared to provoke them again. I didn't expect him to be so bold today, daring to break into her house directly. But to Selena's surprise, Joseph ignored her. After the other party walked in, he walked directly to Su Hong's side, looking very abnormal. It seems that the handsome guy in front of us has tampered with Joseph. Lillian's voice sounded. Selena also noticed that Joseph's eyes were abnormal, his pupils were loose and not concentrated at all. Don't be surprised, it's just a small trick of hypnotic ability. After all, I can't let you two beautiful ladies do the experiment yourself. Su Hong took out a dagger while speaking. Then he swiped directly at Joseph's wrist at the side. The sharp dagger easily separated Joseph's skin. A huge amount of wound appeared on his hand. Blood spurted out of it. But what was amazing was that, apart from his slightly pale face, Joseph was still standing there motionless. This also made the two women wary of Su Hong, secretly labeling Su Hong as dangerous in their hearts. Looking at Joseph's wound, almost all the bones inside can be seen. Blood poured out of the wound like money. It was obvious that Su Hong had injured his main artery. If such an injury is not sent to the hospital in time, Joseph will definitely die due to too much blood loss. Just when Selena and Lillian were puzzled, Su Hong took back the bottle of quick recovery spray from Selena. Spray on Joseph's wound. Then a miraculous scene happened. I saw that Joseph's wound recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye after spraying the medicine. If you look closely, you can even see the rapidly growing granulation. Selena and Lillian were stunned by the scene. If it is in the DC universe where superhero walks everywhere, this scene is nothing. After all, Shindu like Dachao exists in the world, and the appearance of a bottle of such medicine is not unexpected. Because Dachao originally is an unscientific existence, and he is also an alien. But in this world, there are no aliens, no superheroes, and even black technology is rare. The few black technologies are all in the hands of Bruce Wayne. This scene was also the first time they saw each other. Just a few breaths. Joseph has fully recovered from what appeared to be a serious injury. The two women even suspected that they had misread just now, so they stepped forward, stretched out their hands, and touched the part of Joseph that had just been injured. The skin on the surface is intact, and it doesn't look like it just suffered a serious injury. Even if it's a mid-laner in the heart, as long as you don't die immediately, take out the bullet and spray a little of this stuff, you can still be saved. Do you think anyone will buy such a medicine? Su Hong looked at the shocked Selena and Lillian and asked with a smile. It's not just that someone will buy it. This kind of medicine will definitely be a must-have medicine for every family in the future. I finally understand why you came to me. I have to say, you are really a genius. Selena praised. Her words not only praised Su-hong for developing this drug, but also praised his choice. So, would you like to introduce your partner to me? Definitely, why not? I don't doubt that you can't give me $50 million. Selena laughed. The amount Su-hong gave moved her heart, but it was just a few smiles, and she was not stingy. Definitely, if you're willing, I'm short of a secretary job. If you're willing to come, I can give you an annual salary of $20 million US. I don't like constraints, Selena said. Okay. Seeing Selena's refusal, Su-hong didn't say anything. She doesn't want to. Why don't you consider me? I'd be happy to be your handsome guy's secretary. Poison Ivy Lillian said at this moment. Compared to Selena, Poison Ivy is also a big beauty, but in terms of charm, she is a little behind Selena. But this is also normal. After all, the Poison Ivy in this world is a normal person, without some enchanting charm. But this woman tidied up a little, and she was also a charming woman. And her mind is also very good, and her cunning is no less than that of Catwoman Selena. Don't be easily fooled by her appearance. Definitely can if you want. Su-hong's requirements for the secretary are not high. At most, he would represent him to give orders to the company's employees on weekdays, or make a note of the reception on his behalf. The operation of the company, this Su-hong will directly hand over to the super artificial intelligence. With the experience of the Marvel world, super artificial intelligence is indeed better than the CEO in handling things. After all, Su-hong only needs to give orders. The super artificial intelligence will help him issue orders to everyone in the company. Some matters that require someone to run errands can be handed over to the secretary. If the company's employees have anything to respond to Su-hong, they can also directly respond to Su-hong through the super artificial intelligence program. In this way, the stable operation of the company can be guaranteed, and there will be no situation where the company's executives cheat. Especially the most important financial affairs can also be completely handed over to super artificial intelligence. That's all. Then should I call you boss now? If you want. Su-hong spread his hands. And Selena just glanced at the two of them and then went to the side to make a phone call. When Selena walked away, Su-hong waved to Joseph. The latter immediately turned around and walked out of the room. After going out, I still haven't forgotten to help them close the door. Wait until Joseph returns to his home. Sitting back on the sofa, his dilated pupils just recovered. Strange, why do I feel a little dizzy? Is it because I didn't sleep well last night? Damn it, it seems that I have to rest early today. Downstairs. Selena finished the call quickly. I have made an appointment for you. They are very interested in your things. They decided to meet you today. Do you need to prepare? Those people are not good people. Selena reminded. Then do you think I'm a good person? Su-hong asked back. Selena pinched her chin, looked at Su-hong, and nodded slightly. You at least seem like a nice guy. Where are they meeting? Su-hong didn't answer Selena's words, but asked directly. Are you driving? It's just downstairs. Then let's go. I will show you the way. I have to do something for at least 50 million. Otherwise it will be too easy. I don't feel at ease. Then let's go. After speaking, Su-hong turned around and walked out of the room first. Selena and Lillian glanced at each other, then followed Su-hong's footsteps. When the three of them arrived downstairs, a handsome silver supercar was parked by the side of the road. Yes, it seems that we came down in time, and your car has not been stolen. In fact, someone has already taken action, but he failed. Su-hong replied. But neither Selena nor Lillian paid any attention to this sentence. The three got into the car, and the car turned into a silver lightning and disappeared at the end of the street amidst a roar. Iceberg Restaurant is located in the busiest area in downtown Gotham. This is a special place because it belongs to Gotham's famous Penguin. On the surface, this is a popular restaurant, but in fact, it is a cover used by Penguin to cover up a series of illegal financial activities, such as money laundering for the underground world. I have to say that Penguin is really bold and smart. The routine of Black Under the Lamp was played thoroughly by him. The restaurant's 3 basement floors. Here sat a bunch of men in fancy tuxedos, smoking cigars and drinking red wine, accompanied by girls. And in the most central position sat a man who was only about 1.4 meters tall. Everyone faintly centered on him. He was wearing a black tuxedo and a black magic hat. Even inside the house, he was holding a black umbrella, which looked weird. He has a hooked nose that looks very sharp, and his complexion is extremely pale, which, combined with his fat body, makes him look like a large penguin. He was handed over to Walter Chesterfield Copperpot, and those who knew him well knew that he had another identity, namely the famous penguin in Gotham. In Gotham, it is recognized as someone who cannot be messed with. Batman is one, Joker is one, and Penguin is one. Because the Penguin controls 1/3 of the underworld forces in Gotham. He is not only rich, but also smart, so he has gathered a lot of people under his command. Those who offend him will hardly end well. Penguin, do you really believe that woman Selina? She is just a beautiful female thief. Burn Gorman said. He is the boss of the Bourne gang, and he has many younger brothers. He is considered a powerful black boss in Gotham. Be friends with Penguin. On weekdays, his black money was laundered by Penguin. Not only is it safe and fast, but the share required is not high. At least within the scope of his acceptance, compared to other money laundering groups, he is more than happy to cooperate with Penguin. Burn Gorman said that because he was upset with Selina. They are no strangers to this woman, Selina. After all, she would often come here to ask Penguin to help sell the stolen goods. In Gotham, only the Penguin has the ability to get rid of the stolen goods in a very short period of time. So Selina often comes here to find Penguin. They are naturally no strangers to Selina. That is a very beautiful woman. Even if there is no shortage of beautiful women around them. But as the saying goes, what you can't get is the most attractive. Selina's charm fascinates them. But Selina is no ordinary woman. She is a rose with thorns, very dangerous, and it is not a good choice to provoke her. After all, once a woman becomes ruthless, she is really ruthless. They don't want to wake up, and the little brother is gone. Burn Gorman was once rejected by Selina, and he couldn't do anything to Selina. He was too serious, but he would be laughed at by others for his lack of style. Even gangsters need face. It is precisely because of this that he is unhappy with Selina. Born, we all know what kind of woman Selina is, and I believe she won't joke about this kind of thing. I'm very interested in the person in her mouth and the things in his hands. The Penguin said with a smile. It's just that with his face, his smile looks a little distorted and weird no matter how you look at it. Perhaps we will have one more friend because of this, not necessarily. When everyone heard the words, their expressions were different, but no one refuted Penguin's words. Whether you can make friends or not depends on whether what Selina said is true or not. They're gangsters, and making money is what's most interested in them. If you can make them make money, then we are friends. If you can't make them make money, then sorry, I don't know each other. In fact, the banquet was almost over, but none of them left. It was because of Selina's phone call just now. If what Selina said is true, then a road to wealth is tantamount to lying in front of them. Leaving at this time, that's not what a fool is. Don't look at Burn Gorman saying that he doesn't believe Selina, but his butt is more secure than anyone else. If you are fake, you will wait in vain. If so, the opportunity to make a fortune is right in front of you. He will not miss such a good opportunity. We're here. Handed the car over to the restaurant's parking attendant. The three get out of the car. Bangshan Restaurant. Seeing where he came from, Su Hong was neither surprised nor surprised. The accident is that the place where Selina brought him is the Penguin's chassis, the Iceberg Restaurant, and it is not surprising because the place she brought him is the Penguin's Iceberg Restaurant. He should have thought of it earlier. In Gotham, who can launder money and get rid of stolen goods faster than the villain Penguin? It seems that you also know this place. Seeing Su Hong's reaction, Selina knew that Su Hong also knew what this place was. I've heard of it, but I haven't been here. Then come with me. Selina finished speaking and led the way. She walked gracefully, with a beautiful face and a slim figure, like a walking hormone, attracting the attention of many men along the way. Lillian next to her is not much worse. The combination of two beauties and one handsome guy is very eye-catching. The three of them entered the restaurant and went directly to the back kitchen of the restaurant. Here, the three were stopped. "I'm looking for Kabot, and I've already made an appointment with him," Selena said directly. Hearing this, the man didn't let the three of them go directly, but made a phone call to confirm. "Wait until the identities of the three are confirmed." He just put down the phone and said, "I'm sorry, ma'am. Please follow me." The three of them followed the man and soon came to a secret door, behind which was an elevator. The elevator opened and the man walked in first. The three of Soo-hong followed. The man directly presses the -3 layers. The elevator begins to descend. Ding! After a while, the elevator came to the third basement floor. After the three of Soo-hong got off the elevator, the man closed the elevator again. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, the three of them saw a row of men in black with weapons. These guys are gang members. They were also looking at the three of them. But no one spoke, but made way for the three of them to enter. The further you go in, the bigger the space and the more people there are. They're all big white guys with weapons and don't look like good people. Make the originally empty space slightly crowded. If ordinary people come to this place, they will probably be too scared to go inside. But Soo-hong and the three still walked in without changing their expressions. Soon, they came to the innermost room. After the two big men at the door opened the door for them, the three walked in. "Our friend is here." Just entering the door, a slightly sharp and hoarse voice sounded. At the same time, Soo-hong also felt no less than 10 eyes falling on him. There are also malicious glances. But he didn't care. Even though this group of people are gang bosses with many younger brothers, to Soo-hong, they are no different from ants. It was easy for Soo-hong to trample them to death. If he wasn't too lazy to meddle in other people's business, he could easily kill these people. How could he care about their malicious eyes? His face was calm, and his eyes fell on the penguin in the crowd. His image features are very special. It is difficult for Soo-hong not to recognize his identity at a glance. "Selena and the two friends you brought, welcome." The penguin stood up and said with a smile on his face. It looked as if it was really his very good friend coming, and he rose to welcome the above. In fact, those who are familiar with him know that this is his usual style. Because he is very polite and warm to everyone. Definitely, when he is stalking you behind your back and is about to kill you, he won't be lenient in the slightest. To be honest, I don't like coming to your place, because there are too many stinky men here, and I won't be able to eat dinner when I see them. Selena's ridicule, except for the penguin's expression, remained unchanged. The other black bosses all looked gloomy, looking very ugly. But Selena didn't care about their stinky faces at all. Because she doesn't look down on the people sitting here at all. None of these people are good people. Although she is a female thief, she only steals from the rich. Even if the rich have less things, it will not affect their lives. And she would sell the stolen things for money to support the orphans. Although she was dressed in black, her heart was cleaner and whiter than all the people sitting here. And Penguin didn't know how to answer Selena's words for a while. So, he simply didn't pick up. "My friend, you should bring what Selena said." As soon as Penguin said this, everyone's attention was really attracted by him. No one cared about what Selena said just now. Instead, he looked at Soo-hong. They all knew that things should be in Soo-hong's hands. Soo-hong threw the quick recovery spray in his hand at Penguin. The spray fell into Penguin's hands very precisely. "This is a product developed by our company, Quick Recovery Spray. You can try its effect." Penguin looked at the spray in his hand. Then he looked at a black boss beside him. The latter is also a ruthless man. Without any nonsense, he directly took out a gun and shot himself in the thigh. Blood donation splash. The man's head was covered with cold sweat from the pain, but he gritted his teeth and said nothing. Those who can sit here are basically ruthless people. His marksmanship was poor. The bullet did not stay in his thigh, but flew out from the other end. The injury can be said to be serious. Penguin first helped him lift his legs onto the table. Then he took the spray given by Soo-hong and sprayed it on his wound. When the spray was sprayed on his wound, the man originally had a face full of pain, but he immediately let go. His eyes were full of surprise. Because the wound that was still painful just now, it doesn't hurt at all now. It was crispy and numb, as if it had been given anesthesia. What surprised everyone even more was the recovery speed of the wound. The wound was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the granulation was soaring. It didn't take a moment for the wound to fully heal. The man stood up, turning his thighs outward. The back penetration is gone. If the hole in the trousers was not still there, and there were a lot of blood and a bloody bullet next to it, who would have known that the man had just been injured by a bullet, or whether it was a penetrating wound? "Bieber, what do you think?" someone said. He definitely wasn't concerned about the man's injuries, but wanted to know how he was doing now. "I feel good. If I hadn't just shot myself with my own hand, I would never believe it was real. This is simply crazy." The black man named Bieber looked excited. Because he smelled money. At this moment, he looked at Su Hong like a male dog in heat. He even had the idea of detaining Su Hong and getting the medicine formula from him in an instant. Definitely, he wasn't the only one with this idea. The other black bosses are similar. Except for Penguin, everyone looked at Su Hong with red eyes. It seemed as if he was going to pounce on Su Hong in the next second. The current Su Hong is more attractive than the most beautiful girl in their eyes. After all, as long as beautiful women have money, they can have as much as they want. But a super cash cow like Su Hong may only come across this once in a lifetime. But because of the scruples that this is the Penguin's territory, even if they are all moved by it, no one messes around. "Bieber, it seems that you need to calm down." Penguin's voice sounded. To be honest, the quick recovery spray made him equally excited, so he wanted to keep it for himself. But his reason still occupies above greed. This allowed him to maintain a calm mind. Because he knew very well what this spray represented. In the pharmaceutical industry, this spray is absolutely epic-making. It is no exaggeration to say that its appearance will change the world. It is unknown whether Su Hong developed such a potion by himself or by a team. He didn't know anything about Su Hong. Penguins rarely do irrational things. Before knowing whether the target is strong, he will not easily turn against the opponent. That's why he was able to do so well in Gotham. Because he never took the initiative to make enemies for himself. And also liked to make friends. As long as everyone around him becomes friends and there are no enemies, then he will be able to live in peace all the time. "Penguin, you know what we need right now is not calm. But you will scare our friends." The Penguin looked at Su Hong. He was reminding these idiots blinded by greed. Since Su Hong dared to come to them with such a thing alone, it means that the other party must have his own confidence. Not all of them were idiots. After being reminded by the Penguin, at least someone calmed down. But there are still many people who have not calmed down. "Then my friend, how do you plan to cooperate with us?" The Penguin approached Su Hong and asked proactively. He doesn't want to let the gang who are blinded by greed talk now. "Before talking about this matter, I actually have another deal to make with you, Penguin." Su Hong leaned slightly, looked at Penguin, and said humanely. Penguin doesn't like people looking down on him like this, because when he was a student, the guys who bullied him also liked to treat him like this, laughing at his shortness. It reminded him of some bad doubts. But at this moment, Su Hong's words aroused his interest instead. The quick recovery spray brought by Su Hong, he has seen its magic with his own eyes. As for Su Hong who brought this magical item, Penguin is willing to hear what Su Hong has to say. The mysterious color on this guy is too strong for people to see through. "Do you believe that people can come back from the dead? Back to life?" Penguin's expression changed upon hearing this. "What the hell are you trying to say?" Penguin almost growled. It's hard to imagine why Penguin, who was so calm just now, suddenly became like this. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. Penguin's real name is Oswald Chesterfield Coppert, and he is a member of the Coppert family, one of Gotham's 4 major families. He also had a miserable childhood before becoming Gotham's underworld boss. Since he was a child because of his short stature, he was ridiculed and bullied by his peers, which made him feel inferior. Later, his mother died in front of him, which made him feel the pain of the death of his relatives. Later, he became a gang member and wandered around Gotham. After going through many things, his biological father, the patriarch of the Copperpot family, found him. His father loves him very much. He is very tolerant of what he has done in the past and feels distressed for him. After his mother passed away, he once again felt the love from his relatives, which also made Penguin change his ways and plan to be a good person. If there is no accident, Gotham's future will not have one more underworld boss, but one more great philanthropist. But accidents always happen. Penguin's stepmother's family is dissatisfied with the sudden appearance of the heir of the Copperpot family. Because of his arrival, it means that after the death of his father, the Copperpot family will be inherited by Penguin. This is not what they want to see. They tried to poison Penguin with poison, but the poison was accidentally drunk by Penguin's father. Originally suffering from heart disease, Penguin's father passed away prematurely. The death of his father made Penguin very sad. After discovering that it was the stepmother's family who poisoned his father, he killed them, and the kind Penguin disappeared completely, and the evil Penguin reappeared in Gotham. P.S. The latest version of film and television settings are used here, not comic settings. If there is anything that Penguin people care about most, then his relatives are definitely what he cares most about. What Su Hong said just now can be said to have grasped the lifeline of Penguin. If Su Hong can resurrect Penguin's father, then Su Hong can definitely subdue Penguin. As for the fact that Penguin is not a good person, Su Hong doesn't care. What he values is Penguin's ability. His smart brain, superior communication ability, and ruthless wrist are what Su Hong values him. As for what kind of person he is, Su Hong doesn't care. He is not a person who hates evil. Nor is it a superhero. I can resurrect your parents, Su Hong said again. These words are like a blockbuster. Almost knocked the Penguin unconscious. But Penguin hasn't lost his mind yet. He looked at Su Hong fixedly. Why should I believe your words? Look at the guys behind you. The Penguin turned around suspiciously. Selena and Lillian only discovered the abnormality in the room after Su Hong reminded them. It was so quiet. Although it was quiet before, at least there were some small movements. After all, those black bosses were not dead man, and they sat there motionless. But now the whole room is unusually quiet. When everyone was silent, there was only a slight breathing sound in the room. Before looking at the black bosses who were excited before. At this moment, like the female companion beside them, with dilated pupils and a dull expression, they just sat there like a fool. This scene is very weird. But combined with what Su Hong said just now, it is not difficult to see that this is Su Hong's method. When were you? What's going on? Penguin asked, puzzled. It wasn't just him who was puzzled. Selena and Lillian also looked shocked and puzzled. Fortunately, they believed Su Hong's words before, believing that Joseph was indeed possessed by his hypnotic ability. This is the result? Hypnotic ability, what a ghost. This kind of means is completely beyond the possession of normal people. Adding what Su Hong said to Penguin. At this moment, Selena and Lillian looked at Su Hong with inhuman eyes. It's just a small trick, don't be nervous. Penguin's expression changed slightly, which was called a trick. No wonder those idiots stared at Su Hong so unscrupulously just now, with an expression of wanting to swallow Su Hong. Su Hong's expression has not changed from the beginning to the end. It turned out that people didn't take those idiots seriously from the beginning to the end. Perhaps this is where Su Hong's confidence lies. But seeing this miraculous scene, he remembered what Su Hong had just said to him. He can resurrect his parents. It sounds outrageous, but Su Hong's performance at the moment at least gave him a little hope. Maybe Su Hong can really revive his parents. Otherwise, how to explain what is happening in front of you? Moreover, he was smart enough not to think that Su Hong came to deliberately deceive him. Because of the quick recovery spray. Even without his channel, Su Hong will sell it all over the world sooner or later. The difference is fast and slow. The other party's demand for him is not necessary, so the possibility of deceiving him is naturally very small. You can really resurrect my parents. Definitely, but you need to pay the corresponding price. Su Hong affirmed. Penguin was not surprised by Su Hong's words. He understood very early on that no one else in this world will hand you a free lunch except your parents. Su Hong is not related to him, so why help him revive his parents? It's impossible for him not to pay a price. If you can revive them, I will become your most loyal servant, and all my assets will belong to you. Penguin said very solemnly and seriously. I only need your loyalty. As for your assets, I'm not interested. Penguin's assets should be quite a lot, plus he controls the Copperbot family. One of Gotham's 4 major families, there should be tens of billions of dollars. This is an astronomical sum. But Su-hong didn't like it. Tens of billions of dollars is a lot. But as long as his plan is successful, he can earn so much in a month. He really doesn't like Penguin's assets. And Penguin's ingenuity also needs to have corresponding assets so that he can fully display his ability. This kind of him is what Su-hong needs. As for the resurrected Penguin's parents, in the system, there is something called backtracking potion. As long as you find the bones of Penguin's parents and put a drop on them, you can revive them. And the price of a drop of backtracking potion is only 200 million US dollars. For Su-hong now, it was nothing at all. In the DC world, Penguin's intelligence is top-notch, and sometimes he will be described as a person who is smarter than Batman. This is also where Su-hong values Penguin. For Su-hong, subduing the Penguin would be of great benefit. A cemetery in Gotham City. This is the territory belonging to the Copperbot family. It is also the burial site of his father, Elijah Vandal Copperpot. Definitely, his mother is also buried here, just a little distance from his father's. At this moment, a group of gangsters in black suits are digging at the 2 tombs of Penguin's parents with shovels and hoes. This was done to exhume the bones of his parents. Su-hong said that to resurrect them, he needed their bones. Although doing so is disrespectful to parents. But Penguin is willing to trust Su-hong once. Because even if the hope is very slim, he is willing to try. Penguin will do anything for his loving parents. As he said to Su-hong before, as long as Su-hong can revive his parents, he will become Su-hong's most loyal servant and do anything for him. Even if Su-hong asks him to commit suicide, he will do it without hesitation. Because there are many people. 2 tombs were soon dug up. The coffin inside was revealed. The coffin was quickly lifted up. In front of you. Su-hong and Penguin stepped forward. Selena and Lillian followed suit because they didn't want to miss what was going to happen next. The coffin was opened. 2 dead bones were exposed. As for the smell of corpses, it is not strong, only a little bit. After all, the corpses have basically rotted, leaving only the bones, so there is no such strong smell of corpses. Seeing the bones of his parents, Penguin seemed to see their kind appearance. A sad look appeared on his face. It's hard to imagine that this sad-faced, tear-eyed guy is the king of Gotham. Su-hong didn't speak. Instead, he stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and put it on top of Penguin's father's bones. Then a small white bottle appeared out of nowhere in Su-hong's hands. There is a drop of crystal liquid in the bottle that exudes blue light, which is very beautiful. Even in the daytime, it exudes dazzling light. When the bottle was opened, the blue liquid dripped and landed on the bones of Penguin's father. In the next second, a dazzling blue light erupted inside the coffin. The glare of blue light made it hard for everyone to open their eyes. Even Su-hong squinted his eyes slightly. Inside the coffin, a beating red heart appeared from the bones of Penguin's father out of thin air. Afterwards, various flesh and blood tissues quickly intertwined. After a while, after the blue light dissipated, there was already a naked middle-aged Caucasian man in his 40s inside the coffin. Seeing this scene, Penguin was very excited. He quickly took the clothes from the hands of his subordinates and covered his father Ilya. Father. Penguin leaned over beside Ilya and called softly. It seemed that he was afraid that the sound would be too loud and disturb his father. It seems that the call of Penguin was heard by Ilya. His eyelids moved slightly, and then opened his eyes. When he saw the Penguin in front of him, Ilya subconsciously called out his name. Walter. Father, it's me. Hearing his father's familiar voice, Penguin became even more excited. This is me. Ilya quickly realized that something was wrong, and he found himself lying in a coffin. This made him a little stunned. I remember. I seem to be dead. Yes, father, you died. But now you are alive again. Penguin excitedly explained what happened to his father Ilya. when he learned that it was his second boss who poisoned him. After his death, his son Penguin took revenge on them and killed them all. There was only a touch of regret and sigh on Ilya's face. Doesn't blame Penguin for killing his stepmother and siblings, because Penguin killed them for him. He has no right to blame Penguin. Then his eyes fell on Su Hong. Mr. Su, you can call me that. Thank you very much for resurrecting me, and thank you for your help to Walder. If you don't dislike it, I will also be your loyal servant. Father. Penguin was startled, as if he wanted to say something. But Elijah shook his head. Seeing his father's firm attitude, Penguin didn't say anything. Then you can be a housekeeper for me. Su Hong did not refuse Ilya's offer to surrender. As the former patriarch of the Copperot family, Ilya's ability may not be comparable to that of Penguin, but it is definitely no problem to be a housekeeper for Su Hong. Happy to serve you, Ilya said with a smile. Then came the resurrection of Penguin's mother, and after that, the family carnival was staged. Penguin father and son are also more and more grateful to Su Hong. At the same time, Su Hong became more and more odd in his heart. Even Selena and Lillian, the way they looked at Su Hong changed. After all, it is a means to revive people. This is no longer something humans can do. They seriously suspected that Su Hong was a god descended from the human world. As for Su Hong's Asian identity, this is nothing after all. The gods in the East are also gods. And with the support of the Penguin father and son, the next thing will be simple. Relying on the channel controlled by the Copperpot family and the channel of the Penguin. Su Hong's medicines were quickly sold to the entire Commonwealth, then to European countries, and to the whole world. In just a few days, the Miracle Pharmaceutical Group has become well known in Gotham, and it is not far behind the Wayne Group. Each of its several drugs is equivalent to dropping a big bomb on the pharmaceutical industry. Many people were tempted by it. Secretly attack Miracle Pharmaceutical Group. But soon they realized that something is not right. Because the Copperot family, one of the 4 major families in Gotham, has a cooperative relationship with the Miracle Pharmaceutical Group. In other words, they had to consider the consequences of offending the Copperpot family before making a move against the Miracle Pharmaceutical Group. Penguin is the king of Gotham. His ruthless methods made many people afraid of him. But there are also those who don't care about the Penguin and secretly take action against miracle medicine. But the final result is all failure. Then someone heard about the death of the perpetrator. This also makes many people put out the idea of miracle medicine. Money is good, but if you lose your life, no matter how much money you have, it is useless. In a blink of an eye. Half a month passed. Miracle Medicine Building. Originally owned by the Copperpot family, it is now owned by Miracle Medicine Headquarters. The chairman's office on the 33rd floor of the building. Su Hong is processing a pile of documents. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Then the door was pushed open. 2 slim figures walked in from the room. None other than Selena and Lillian. At the moment, both women are wearing black OL outfits, with black stockings on their slender and straight thighs. On the feet are red-soled black high-heeled shoes. In addition, both of them are the kind of women with good figures. Wearing professional suits on them, the bumps and convexities are very charming, which makes people's hearts move. The 2 are now Su Hong's secretary. Although at the beginning when Su Hong invited Selena, she rejected Su Hong. But then she agreed to Su Hong again. As for the reason, a beautiful woman approached a man proactively, other than being attracted by his charm. What could be the reason? Su Hong is not only tall and handsome, but also young and wealthy. Coupled with the mysterious color on his body and the strong self-confidence emanating from his eyes from the beginning to the end, it seems that there is nothing in the world that he cannot do. This kind of him is fatally attractive to women. Boss, this is the company's financial report for half a month. Besides, there are a bunch of invitations. Do you want me to help you deal with them like before? After becoming Su Hong's secretary, Selena also quickly integrated into her current identity. It is very different from the image of the previous female thief. I remember Gotham's Harvey Dent Day in a few days. Do you have any invitations for this? Su Hong asked aloud. Upon hearing this, Selena began to rummage through a pile of invitations. After a while, she pulled out an invitation card from it. Yes, here is an invitation card from the City Hall, inviting you to attend Harvey Dent Day in a few days at Wayne Manor. Do you want to participate? Definitely, but go to the banquet. I still need a female companion. I don't know if you would like to come together. Definitely. Selena agreed without any hesitation. Boss, why don't you ask me if I want to participate? Aren't I beautiful? Definitely, you are also very beautiful, Lillian, but I think Selena is more suitable this time, and I will take you with me next time. Okay, Lillian pouted. As Su Hong's secretary, the work is very easy. On weekdays, what I deal with the most is Su Hong's life. In terms of work, Su Hong rarely uses them. In other words, they have a lot of free time. Lillian is quite satisfied with her current life. It's much more interesting than being a female thief before. And Su Hong's wages for them are not low. She has nothing to complain about. Su Hong was not talking. Instead, he took the financial report handed over by Selena and began to watch it. Su Hong handed over the company's finances to the artificial intelligence White Queen. It is the super artificial intelligence program in the world of Resident Evil, White Queen, but Su Hong, the White Queen, has a higher level program. Definitely, the price is also more expensive. But compared to White Queen's ability, it's worth the money. Su Hong has made 2 financial reports. One was produced by White Queen. One is handmade. That is, the 2 secretaries, Selena and Lillian, are in charge. Their work is too easy and boring. So Su Hong also found some jobs for them so that they would at least not have to be so idle. Only half a month. With the help of the Penguin and the Kurtwave family, Su Hong's medicine is very popular. Hotter than the first month of the Marvel Universe. So in just half a month, the revenue has reached $34 billion. Putting aside the packaging cost and other costs, Su Hong's profit is about $32 billion. This is no longer printing money, it is directly stealing money. That's why he always received invitations to various banquets. Just like in the Marvel world back then, Tony Stark was overshadowed by the limelight. Now Su Hong's limelight in Gotham has overshadowed Bruce Wayne. Although Bruce Wayne is also rich. But now he hardly shows up. And in terms of profits, the Wayne Group has been going downhill in the past few years, and the situation is not very good. The Miracle Pharmaceutical Group in the hands of Su Hong is like a rising star with huge room for improvement. If the financial report in Su Hong's hands is exposed, he will immediately become a richer man who is more dazzling than Bruce Wayne. Definitely, even without this financial report. Anyone with a heart can guess that Su Hong has made a lot of money. 3 days later. Wayne Estate. Su Hong stepped off a Rolls-Royce Phantom. He took Selena by the hand. Today's Selena is wearing a long silver dress with a beautiful crystal necklace around her neck. The glittering silver earrings set off her already beautiful face and made her even more radiant. As soon as she got out of the car, she became the most beautiful and dazzling woman in the audience. With a smile on her lips, she wrapped her arms around Su Hong's under the gaze of everyone, and then walked into Wayne Manor with Su Hong. It's Mr. Su from Miracle Medicine. I didn't expect Mr. Su to come to this banquet. Mr. Su, hello, I am XX from XX Group. Hi Mr. Su, nice to meet you. When Su Hong got off the car, he immediately became the focus of the audience. The limelight overshadowed everyone for a while. Director Gordon, the famous Gotham heads-up king, also noticed Su Hong's arrival. There is no way. The commotion caused by his arrival is too great, and it is impossible not to notice it. But Gordon didn't greet Su Hong like the others, but just watched from a distance. The organizers also quickly came to Su Hong. This Harvey Dent Day banquet was held by the City Hall. Although they sent invitations to Su Hong, they didn't think Su Hong would come. After all, since he became famous in Gotham, he has never heard of anyone's banquet he has attended. It can be said that this person is even more difficult to invite than Mr. Bruce Wayne. Following the organizers, Su Hong brought Selena to their exclusive seats, located at the front end of the auditorium. After all, his identity is there. If Su Hong is arranged in the back seat, it is humiliating Su Hong. No one will do something that offends people without benefit. As soon as he sat down, Su-hong looked at the manor castle beside him. Even at night, Su-hong could still see a figure standing there in the darkness, looking at the crowd below. Bruce Wayne. Even without seeing the man's face clearly, Su-hong was also sure that the one standing there was Bruce Wayne. And Bruce Wayne on the castle also noticed Su-hong's sight. There was a look of surprise on his face. He can be sure that Su-hong saw him. Because of the light, the people below couldn't see him, but he was sure that Su-hong must have seen him. It surprised him, aware of Su-hong's difficulty. But soon, he shook his head again, not thinking about it anymore. Because he already planned to make Batman disappear forever. Gotham no longer needs Batman, nor does it need Bruce Wayne. No one needs Bruce Wayne. Su-hong is not simple. What does it matter to him? Although he stays at home, he also heard that a very powerful pharmaceutical company has recently emerged. It must be the guy below. Shook his head. Bruce Wayne left the castle balcony on crutches and began to return to the room. It was late at night, and the high wind gradually increased, making people feel uncomfortable. Below, first the deputy mayor speaks, followed by Gotham Police Chief Jim Gordon. In addition to commemorating the contribution of former Gotham Mayor Harvey Dent to Gotham, this banquet is also a banquet calling for donations. As for the object of donation, naturally, the city hall and the police station. At the same time, it is also a banquet for the upper class to make friends. People would get to know each other at the banquet and talk about business or something. After Gordon finished his speech, the banquet officially began. And Su-hong also became the one surrounded by the crowd. The purpose, of course, is to make friends with Su-hong. After all, any drug sold by Su-hong's miracle medicine is a good drug, and there is no need to worry about selling it. If Su-hong leaked out a little, it would be enough for them to eat. After dealing with a lot of people, Su-hong said he would donate $30 million to the city police station to add new weapons and equipment to the city police station. He took Selina and left. He came this time just to show his face. As for seeing Bruce Wayne or something, he hadn't thought about it. To work with the Wayne Group, he doesn't need to meet Bruce Wayne, just go to Lucius Fox. In the current Wayne Group, Fox is in charge instead of Wayne. Fox is a genius scientist. Many black technologies in the hands of Bruce Wayne were developed by Fox for him. Fox is also one of the few people Bruce Wayne trusts extremely. Otherwise, he would not trust Fox with such a large group as the Wayne Group. If Su-hong wants to cooperate, he doesn't need to meet Bruce Wayne at all. Just make an appointment with Fox directly. After leaving Wayne Manor, Su-hong returned to his own villa in Gotham. This villa also belonged to the Copperpot family before, but it has been given to Su-hong by the Penguin. Su-hong didn't come back alone. He came back with him and Selina. Won't you invite me up for a drink? Su-hong naturally wouldn't say that you didn't drink enough at the banquet. It was a very gentlemanly invitation to Selina to go upstairs. Of course, there is no need to say much about what happened after that. It rained all night. The next day, after Selina got up, she touched her side and found that Su-hong was not there. She was tortured enough by Su-hong last night, and it was the first time she knew how strong that guy Su-hong was. Just like a cow. In other words, her physical fitness is not bad. If it were another woman, she might have fallen apart. Whether she can get out of bed today is a problem. Definitely, she is very satisfied with Su-hong. Whether it's ability's appearance or his prestige on the bed. Put on the clothes that the maid had prepared long ago and placed beside the bed. After Selina finished washing, she came to the living room. Found Su-hong sitting in the living room watching the news. Penguin sat on the sofa next to him. You're up. Seeing Selina coming out, Su-hong glanced at her. Yeah. Selina nodded. Seeing that Penguin was present, he didn't say much. The breakfast maid has prepared it for you. Go and eat. I have already eaten. Selina didn't say anything after hearing the words. He walked out of the living room with steps. She is not a hypocritical woman. She must have breakfast with Su-hong. Penguin appears here, which means that he and Su-hong have something to talk about. She doesn't pay much attention to the man's career. Definitely, the main reason is that she has confidence in Su-hong and knows that nothing will trouble Su-hong. She believed that Su-hong could handle it well. A news is being broadcast on TV. It was a plane that crashed and fell, causing some casualties. According to the genetic data extracted at the scene, the police obtained a death list. In the list, apart from several CIA agents and a CIA team leader, there was also a doctor named Leonid Paver. He's a top PhD in physics and a former professor at Columbia University in the Met. In addition, there is also the body of a strange man, whose information cannot be confirmed for the time being. But what is certain is that this plane crash was not an accident, but man-made. Because the police found bullets from those bodies. Autopsy experts determined that most of them died of gunshots before the plane landed. So, it's clearly a murder. But the police department in Gotham City has not made any progress because there is too little information. Gotham City Police Chief Gordon said on TV that they will investigate the brother as soon as possible and then arrest him. But everyone knows that this case is not so easy to solve. You know, since the Dante Act was implemented in Gotham, it has been a long time since such a bad thing happened in Gotham. The death of several CIA agents and a team leader is no small matter. What do you think of the accident? Soo-hong looked at the penguin sitting beside him and asked with a smile. Penguin pondered for a moment, seeking truth from facts. I haven't received any news for the time being, and I can't judge who did it. I know who did it. Soo-hong laughed. Penguin was not surprised. Since Soo-hong revived his parents, in his opinion, there was nothing that Soo-hong could not do. He never doubted Soo-hong's words. And what amazing things Soo-hong did was normal to him, so there was no need to be surprised. Get your guys ready. A guy named Bane is going to mess around in Gotham, though I'm not a nosy guy. But what he does next will affect my business, so I don't intend to let him do what he wants. Soo-hong is already planning to set foot in the energy industry. He sent an appointment notice to Fox, the current executive president of Wayne Group, yesterday. The other party has agreed to meet with him this afternoon. At that time, we will talk about energy issues. In the movie, Bane ransacked the Pacific Stock Exchange, which not only led to the bankruptcy of Bruce Wayne, but also caused the devaluation of the dollar. If he was allowed to do so, Soo-hong would also be influenced by him. You must know that the system does not recycle US dollars 1:1. Instead, it is differentiated according to the purchasing power of the dollar in the current world. To put it simply, if the US dollar depreciates, then the money earned by Soo-hong, originally 1:1 return, will become 2:1 return. Soo-hong withdraws $2 and his system account will only have $1 more. This is not what Soo-hong wants to see. So he has to take care of Bane. Bane? I didn't expect that guy to come to Gotham. Penguin nodded upon hearing this. Bane, the Penguin had heard about him. A guy who grew up in prison as a survivor of a virus experiment, he has gained a much stronger body than ordinary people. But at the same time, he also needs to wear a mask to breathe all the time, otherwise he will be very painful. It is rumored that he once learned fighting from Lei Xiaogu, the leader of the Assassin Alliance. Possesses extremely strong fighting power. Is a difficult person to deal with. But the Penguin believes that in front of Soo-hong, difficult people will become easier. I will order this matter and let my subordinates prepare it, but it is specific. You just need to pay attention to tell him not to affect our business. As for the specific person to deal with him, I have already selected someone. In the afternoon, Soo-hong came to the Wayne Group building alone. He didn't take Selena and Lillian because they went shopping. As a woman, it's normal to like to go shopping. And business cooperation is very boring, so they simply didn't follow. The entrance of the Wayne Group building. As soon as Soo-hong got out of the car, he saw Fox, who greeted him at the door. Fox was very polite. When he saw Soo-hong, he greeted him with a smile all over his face. He warmly shook hands with Soo-hong. Mr. Soo, you are very welcome to Wayne Group. You are welcome, Mr. Fox. Please come with me. Soon, the two came to Fox's president's office in the building. After asking the secretary to serve them 2 cups of coffee, they were soon alone in the room. Mr. Soo, I already know the purpose of your visit. You have a very comprehensive cold fusion application technology in your hands. With this technology, it stands to reason that you should not need to cooperate with our Wayne Group at all. Fox asked himself, puzzled. Yes, but the Wayne Group has preparations for this. As long as you get my technology, you can put it into use immediately. And if I do it myself, I still need to spend at least a year to decorate, but I don't want to wait. To tell you the truth, I'm actually not good at this, and you have a better choice. That is Ms. Miranda Tate. She has been working on clean energy research to change Gotham appearance. Let her become more clean if you cooperate with her. Maybe it will be better than working with me. Fox suggested. It's not that he doesn't want to take the order. It's that he really doesn't have much energy to manage things. He is over 60 years old, not young anymore. Bruce Wayne handed over the entire group to him, and he was tired of being a hands-off shopkeeper and hiding by himself. And for the research and development of Batman equipment, he has never stopped. Because Gotham needs Batman. A lot of black technology equipment in the hands of Bruce Wayne came from him. He is a man in his 60s, and his energy is not comparable to that of a young man. As for pushing Sue Hong to Miranda Tate, Miranda is one of the directors of the Wayne Group. The Tate Group and the Wayne Group in her hands have a lot of cooperation. With the cooperation of Sue Hong and Miranda, Wayne Group can at least have a drink of soup. The energy industry has always been a big market, and once you control this market, the profits will be huge. Even just a sip of soup is enough for the Wayne Group. Working with her is certainly a good choice, but I'm a businessman. Sue Hong laughed. Working with Miranda Tate, Sue Hong didn't even think about it. Because Fox doesn't know, Miranda Tate is not her real name. Talia is her original name. This is the name her mother gave her before she died. For future events, Miranda is the real leader, and Bane is her leader on the bright side. Sue Hong would be stupid to work with Miranda Tate. Besides, even if Miranda Tate doesn't do anything, Sue Hong will not be able to get rewards in a short time if he cooperates with her. Working with the Wayne Group, Sue Hong can quickly reap the rewards. Anyone with a little brain knows how to choose. As for whether to deal with Miranda Tate, Sue Hong decided to leave the matter to Batman to choose. Okay. Fox didn't persuade. After all, the collaboration with Sue Hong is really a good opportunity for Wayne Group to make money. Because of Bruce Wayne, the Wayne Group invested a lot of money in the research of controllable nuclear fusion. So much so that the Wayne Group is now a little short of money, and even the previous donations to some orphanages have stopped in recent years. In cooperation with Sue Hong, their research on controllable nuclear fusion technology does not need to continue. After getting the complete technology from Sue Hong, a batch of funds can be withdrawn immediately to ease the current pressure on the Wayne Group. Such cooperation, Fox has no reason to refuse. I came here this time, and I brought some things, and I need you, Mr. Fox, to hand them over to someone for me. Fox looked at Sue Hong suspiciously. Sue Hong put a file bag and a blue potion in front of Fox. Gotham can't do without Batman. After speaking, Sue Hong turned and left the office directly. As for cold fusion technology, after the cooperation contract between the two parties is signed, Sue Hong will ask people to hand over the technology to Wayne Group. Fox didn't stop Sue Hong, but watched Sue Hong leave. Sue Hong's words just now hinted very clearly. Apparently, one more person in the world knows that Bruce Wayne is Batman. And the two things that Sue Hong took out were obviously for him to help pass to Bruce Wayne. At the same time, it is certain that Sue Hong knows many things. As for the channel through which the other party knew, this is unknown. After a while, Fox opened the file bag left by Sue Hong and took out the contents. After reading the information taken out of the file bag, Fox couldn't sit still. He called his secretary directly and asked him to arrange a car. He's going to Wayne Manor, see Bruce Wayne. If what Sue Hong gave was okay, he felt that Bruce Wayne would return to the rivers and lakes and would not be so decadent anymore. He'd talked to Bruce Wayne before, too, but to no avail. As for the information he is holding now, he only needs to hand it over to Bruce Wayne. From what he knew of him, he didn't have to say anything and Bruce Wayne would pull himself together. Because he loves Gotham more than anyone else. Wayne Estate. Alfred pushes away from Bruce Wayne's room. Carrying a food in his hand, it was Bruce Wayne's lunch. Bruce Wayne hadn't been out of the room since that incident a few years ago. You don't need to do this, you should ask the maid to come. A slightly hoarse voice sounded. It was none other than Bruce Wayne who spoke. His hair was greasy and messy, and it was obvious that he hadn't washed it for a long time. If you get close, you can still smell the smell of sweat on his body. His beard is already very thick, and it's time to cut it. Seeing Bruce Wayne like this, Alfred was also very helpless. Because he tried to persuade Bruce Wayne many times, but it didn't work. He is still like this. Before you say this, maybe you should take a shower and wash your head. Your body already smells, and the room is also filled with the smell of your body. I don't want it to go viral that Bruce Wayne is a billionaire who doesn't like showers, Alfred said. Bruce Wayne didn't speak. His silence was his response to Alfred. Alfred was helpless. He's always like this, no matter what he says. When he doesn't know what to say, he responds with silence. Master, it's been a few years. You should really let go of the past and start your new life. You should go find your true love, instead of locking yourself in your room like you are now, making yourself look like a tramp Chinese. Every year I go on vacation to Florence and have a cafe on the banks of the Arno. I would sit there every night and order a Fernet Blanca. I always fantasize when I look at other tables. I'll see you sitting there with your wife and maybe a couple of kids. We don't need to communicate, but I will know that you have found a new life. Live your happy life. Instead of going back to Gotham and locking myself in the house all day like I'm doing now. Bruce Wayne grew silent, but just when he was about to say something, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The sudden opening of the door caught both Bruce Wayne and Alfred for a moment. The two subconsciously looked in the direction of the door. I saw Fox coming in from the door. Oh, Alfred, when did you come back? You didn't tell me this, old friend. You can come to my place when you have time. Fox said with a smile. He could definitely sense that something was wrong in the room. But he doesn't care about that. Because he believes that after today, Batman will return to Gotham and Bruce Wayne will return to the Wayne Group. Both Bruce Wayne and Alfred were a little surprised by Fox's sudden visit. Because Fox rarely came to the Wayne estate. Fox, why are you here? It was Bruce Wayne who asked. Because he knew Fox's character well, if there was nothing wrong, it was impossible for him to come to this place to find him. Alfred also looked at Fox with doubts in his eyes. Fox was one of the few who knew Bruce Wayne was Batman. Like him, one of the few people Bruce Wayne could trust completely. Someone dragged me with something, so I brought it to you. As Fox said, he took out all the things that Su Hong had given him before. Put it on the side table. Who is it that dragged you to bring me something? Bruce Wayne was a little puzzled. He didn't have many friends, so who would ask Fox to help him bring things to him? If it's his friend, you can come to see him by yourself. Exung, the boss of Miracle Group, I think he will be no stranger to him even if you lock yourself in the house. He has completely stepped on your limelight recently. Bruce Wayne gave a wry smile. But at the same time, the figure of Su Hong appeared in his mind. The two had seen each other and had even looked at each other. At that time, he felt that Su Hong was not a simple person, but he didn't expect that the other party asked Fox to bring him something just one day later. The two had only met once and were not considered friends. So why did the other party ask Fox to hand over things to him? Also, why did Fox meet with Su Hong? How did you guys meet? I just met today. You may not know that Miracle Group has already started to get involved in the energy industry, and their progress is faster than ours. They have fully mastered the controllable cold nuclear fusion technology, which is the kind that can be put into use directly. Just today, I have verbally agreed to cooperate with Miracle Group. The specific contract is already being simulated. Maybe 2 days later the Wayne Group and the Miracle Group will sign a formal contract. If possible, I hope that you can personally come forward for the signing of this contract. Fox said. Bruce Wayne looked surprised. The technology of controllable cold nuclear fusion has been researched so quickly. You must know that the Wayne Group started research on controllable nuclear fusion technology under his instruction a few years ago. Although the current progress is good, it is still far from being put into use. But unexpectedly, someone has successfully developed controllable cold nuclear fusion technology. Controllable nuclear fusion technology and controllable cold fusion technology are not the same concept. The latter devises techniques that are more difficult and harder to implement. It was hard not to surprise him. Don't rush to refuse. You can take a look at what I brought first. Gotham needs Batman. That's it. I still have things to deal with. Now I am in charge of the group alone. I am an elderly man, very tired." After finishing speaking, Fox did not give Bruce Wayne a chance to speak. He left the room directly. Watching the back of Fox leaving, Bruce Wayne didn't say anything. But he could clearly see that Fox was older than he had been a few years ago. He was thinking about whether it was right or wrong for him to just throw the group to Fox for a few years. When Bruce Wayne was wondering if he was right or wrong, Alfred had already picked up the file bag, opened it, and took out the contents. As for the blue medicine next to him, he ignored it. As time passed, his complexion also became ugly. "Master Wayne, perhaps you should really look at these things." Alfred had a look of helplessness on his face. Helpless, because of Miranda Tate. Miranda Tate is one of the board members of Wayne Group, and he is no stranger to her. In fact, he was actually trying to set her up with Bruce Wayne. Miranda Tate, young, beautiful, capable, and kind, is a perfect match for Bruce Wayne. But that's the image Miranda Tate gave him before. And after reading the stack of materials, Miranda Tate's good image in his heart has completely collapsed. At the same time, he's kind of thankful he hasn't introduced Miranda Tate to Bruce Wayne yet. Bruce Wayne was a little puzzled. But he still walked forward, picked up the stack of documents, and looked at it. The data contained the names of Miranda Tate, Bane, and some of the people who worked with them, and what they're going to do next in Gotham City. After reading these materials, Bruce Wayne was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Miranda Tate's real name was Talia al Ghul, the daughter of his master, the leader of the League of Assassins. He is very familiar with the League of Assassins, that is a bunch of lunatics. Originally thought that after leaving that place, there would be no interaction between him and them. I didn't expect the trouble to be found so quickly. Those guys actually set their sights on Gotham, and they also set their sights on the controlled nuclear fusion technology being researched by the Wayne Group, intending to use the controlled nuclear fusion technology to create a super bomb to blow up Gotham. I have to say, those guys are still as crazy as he remembered. As for the authenticity of these materials, it is not difficult for him to confirm whether the information is true or not. If someone from the League of Assassins is really going to do something to Gotham, then Gotham needs him. Then he looked at the blue jar of serum on the table. It was a potion called Super Soldier Serum. According to the information, after injecting this thing, the person who injects it will gain endurance, strength, speed, and resilience beyond the limit of the human body. To be honest, Bruce Wayne didn't believe it at first glance when he saw the introduction in the information. But he's no stranger to Miracle Medicine's products. He locked himself in his room, not really paying attention to anything. Occasionally, he would watch TV, watch the news or something. Otherwise, he couldn't always sit there alone in a daze for a few years. Trance is the norm, but not a solid state. Among other things, if the quick recovery spray is as miraculous as it says on TV, then it's not impossible for Miracle Medicine to produce something like a Super Soldier Serum. Looking at the Super Soldier Serum, he looked at his injured leg. He glanced at the information next to him again. Perhaps as Fox said, Gotham needs Batman. He can't continue to be decadent. And Alfred on the side watched all this silently, with a smile on his face. Because he knew that the Bruce Wayne he knew was back. Although I don't know if Batman's reappearance in Gotham is a good thing or a bad thing. But Bruce Wayne is no longer locked in a room, but out in public, and that's good news for him. "Alfred, is my car curry still available? I think I need to go to the hospital. There should be more," Alfred said. Newtown area. Jim Gordon parked the car in his garage, then opened the door and got out of the car. Because of the implementation of the Dante Act, the number of criminal cases in Gotham has been greatly reduced, and the workload has also been greatly reduced. So that he can go home early. Because there is no work to do, sitting in the bureau is just a daze. Instead of being in a daze at the bureau, he might as well get off work early and go home to spend time with his family. He has been busy with work these years, and he really hasn't spent much time with his family. As a husband and a father, he seems a bit irresponsible. Just opened the door and got out of the car. His footsteps stopped immediately, and the whole person stood in place. Because he saw a figure that surprised him. "You disappeared for a long time. I thought you wouldn't show up again. Looking at the black figure standing in the shadows, Gordon said aloud. Gotham needs me, so I'm back. A thick and hoarse voice sounded. A black figure stepped out, wearing a black armor and a bat mask. In Gotham, there's only one person who dresses like this, and that's Batman. I came to you this time because I need your help. Gordon looked puzzled. Batman didn't keep him wondering for long, because he directly took out the stack of documents Su-Hong gave and handed it to Gordon. The latter took the information and read it directly. The more he looked, the more ugly his face became. After a moment, he looks back at Batman. Is the information credible? I've confirmed it, and the information is credible. Bane, Miranda Tate, I will do it myself, Stryver and John Daggett will leave it to you. That's enough evidence for you to arrest them and send them to jail. It's really troublesome. Gordon was a little helpless. He was clearly preparing to spend time with his family, but in the end, someone wanted to fix things in Gotham, and he was not given a chance at all. But sitting in this seat, he has to be responsible for the security of Gotham City, so there is nothing to complain about. By the way, you. Gordon looked up, only to find that the Batman had disappeared. Familiar taste, familiar formula. On the other side, Batman has already boarded his Batmobile. The super soldier serum presented by Su-Hong, he finally took it. Because he felt that Su-Hong had no reason to harm him. There was a big difference between the Batman in this world and the Batman in the super world. Batman in the universe with Da Chao is so vigilant that it is difficult to trust people after the loved ones around him are almost dead. Even if it is a partner of the Justice League, he doesn't trust anyone except Da Chao. The Batman in this world is different. In terms of personality, the Batman in this world is more likely to trust others, even if he has been deceived by many people. And he really couldn't think of any reason for Su-Hong to harm him. And he also roughly inferred the purpose of Su-Hong's gift of super soldier serum. It is nothing more than making him stronger than before. Let the law and order in Gotham be more stable. Bruce Wayne, who is the head of the Wayne Group, knows very well that a good law and order is indispensable for businessmen to make money. Perhaps this is the purpose of Su-Hong gifting him the super soldier serum. But even if I feel that Su-Hong's purpose is this, he still planned to meet Su-Hong, although the two have met. But this time, he wanted to meet Su-Hong as Batman. He wanted to see if he could get the answer he wanted to know from Su-Hong's mouth. At the same time, it is also a change of direction to tell Su-Hong that your goal has been achieved and Batman has returned to Gotham. Miracle Building. Su-Hong's office. Su-Hong is checking the product discount area of the system to see if there are any good things refreshed. His account balance has once again exceeded $100 billion. Su-Hong is in hesitation. Should he save the money or spend it in the system? Buy new items to improve your strength. Suddenly the desktop in front of him lit up. Then a projection projected out. In the picture, a guy wearing a black battle armor and a bat helmet is climbing up the ventilation duct. After a while, he climbed to a ventilation exit. After confirming that no one was around, he jumped down the ventilation duct and entered the elevator. Seeing the scene, Su-Hong wanted to laugh a little. Infiltrated in secret? It is estimated that Bruce Wayne never imagined that Su-Hong's Miracle Building has a super artificial intelligence responsible for security work. This made his infiltration full of flaws. In fact, Bruce Wayne has a signal jammer on his body. But how could Su-Hong let White Queen have this loophole? So the signal jammer is actually useless to White Queen. So much so that Bruce Wayne sneaking in now seems a little funny. Master, someone sneaked into the Miracle Building. Do I need to notify the security? No need. Su-Hong smiled and shook his head. The White Queen also stopped talking. Soon, the screen came to the door of Su-Hong's office. Su-Hong's office is on the top floor of the Miracle Building, where ordinary employees are not allowed to come up. So there are basically no people in the corridor. But Bruce Wayne did not go through the door, but chose to enter Su-Hong's office through the window. But when he entered Su-Hong's office through the window and saw the live broadcast in the hall, he was stunned. And Su-Hong was looking at him with a half-smile. Bruce Wayne felt that it would be very uncomfortable for Su-Hong to hold back his laughter. As for the embarrassment, he was fearless wearing a mask. But soon he remembered that the guy in front of him seemed to know his true identity behind the mask. Bruce Wayne. Actually, I think it's okay to go through the door. Looking at the silent Bruce Wayne, Soo-hong said with a smile. Don't be speechless, his smile really doesn't mean to ridicule. And Bruce Wayne was directly silent. But Bruce Wayne's skin was thick enough, and after a while, he adjusted his emotions. I came here this time to thank you for the potion. It's very good. As long as you like it. In Soo-hong's opinion, the super soldier serum is very suitable for Batman. In terms of willpower, in Soo-hong's opinion, Steve may not be comparable to Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne, who is injected with super soldier serum, will also become unprecedentedly powerful. After all, this is a world without superheroes. Batman was originally the most powerful in the world. After being blessed with super soldier serum and coupled with his smart brain, he will be the #1 in the world. Under his protection, Gotham will definitely not have too many troubles. And a Gotham with good security and stability is what Soo-hong wants to see. Because this means that Soo-hong can make good money. That's why he was willing to help Bruce Wayne. You are mysterious and dangerous. Batman spoke again. I'm just a businessman, and I'm not interested in many things. One is to be a beautiful woman, and the other is to make money and enjoy life. I have no interest in meeting some crazy people with extreme ideas. Gotham needs Batman, but not me. Bruce Wayne was silent. Finally, without saying anything, he turned around and jumped out of the window to leave. Because he already got the answer he wanted. As for Soo-hong giving him the super soldier serum in return, he has already prepared it for Soo-hong. I believe Soo-hong will be satisfied in the end. Bruce Wayne had just left. The projection of the White Queen appears. Master, I just received a distress signal from the sensor carried by the Mistress. The Mistress has been hijacked. The one called the Mistress by the White Queen is none other than Selina. After Selina officially established a relationship with Soo-hong, Soo-hong raised her authority in White Queen. At the same time, Soo-hong also gave her a sensor, and she only needs to press the sensor when she is in danger. The White Queen will know immediately that she is in danger, and then notify Soo-hong. Soo-hong frowned. Selina went out with Lillian early this morning. How could she be in danger? Who is following her? And with Selina and Lillian's skills, no one should be able to catch them easily. What's going on? As soon as Soo-hong's words fell, there was a projection. The frame is still and looks a bit like a photograph. And, because the distance is relatively far, the picture is not very clear. But a tall, bald man wearing a mask could be vaguely seen. Bane. Seeing this person, Soo-hong immediately knew who attacked Selina and the others. Soo-hong was a little surprised, but also a little angry. He doesn't cause trouble, but that doesn't mean he's afraid of trouble. He didn't want to deal with Bane himself, because he didn't think it was necessary. Just let Bruce Wayne deal with him. Unexpectedly, he didn't go to trouble them. Bane and the others came to trouble him instead. No need to think about it, it must be Miranda Tate who secretly gave this order to Bane. It was clear that Miranda had his eye on him. As for why, it is estimated that the news of his cooperation with Fox yesterday was leaked. After all, such a big project cooperation. Impossible to hide from below. It is estimated that most people in the Wayne Group know about it. And Miranda Tate serves as a member of the board of Wayne Group. Knowing this news is also inevitable. Soo-hong can provide complete cold fusion technology. If the League of Assassins can get it, then they can definitely make even more huge amounts of bombs. At that time, let alone Gotham, they can bomb wherever they want. It's normal to turn your head and stare at Soo-hong. And Soo-hong's weakness is obviously Selina. Selina's apparent identity is Soo-hong's secretary. However, it can be seen from the fact that Selina accompanied Soo-hong to the Dante Day banquet before, that the relationship between Selina and Soo-hong is not ordinary. Bane and the others made the right choice to start with Selina. But the only thing wrong with them is that they didn't fully understand Soo-hong, so they attacked Soo-hong. Because they don't even know how much trouble they have caused. Soo-hong was a little angry, but he still remained calm. The Red Queen was unable to track Selina's location. After all, Soo-hong hasn't launched her own satellite yet. Her current abilities are still very limited. Plus, there are no cameras everywhere in the United States. Want to track down where Bane and the others have taken them. It's not easy. However, Su-hong doesn't need the White Queen to track Selena and the others at all. Su-hong can do it himself. Because he has Professor X's telepathy. Because he originally had the blessing of Green Titan serum. Compared with Professor X's telepathy, his telepathy ability is much more powerful. As long as Su-hong is willing, even without a brainwave strengthening machine, he can instantly invade the brains of half of the Earth's people. To find out where Selena is, it is very simple for Su-hong. Gotham sewers. Selena and Lillian were being driven forward by several big men holding weapons. Selena and Lillian did not resist because they were pointed at by the black gun. They are not stupid. Can they pass the gun quickly? Especially when there is more than one gun. If there were only two of them, they might still have a chance to fight back. But more than a dozen men with guns stood around them. There is a Bane next to him. How can they resist in this situation? The smartest thing to do now is to wait for Su-hong to rescue them. They believed that Su-hong already knew about their arrest. As for Su-hong's ability, she also believed in it. She believed that Su-hong would definitely find them, then come and save them. So neither she nor Lillian resisted, but followed honestly. Selena and Lillian didn't fight back, which surprised Bane. The past of Selena and Lillian is not difficult to find out, so Bane knows Selena and their previous identities. Knowing these two beautiful women is not a pretty vase. But roses with thorns, snakes in the night. It can hurt. I didn't expect these two people to be so honest now. But their honesty was good news for him, so although he was puzzled, he didn't care too much. He and his men carry signal jammers with them. Even if Selena and the others have sensors hidden on them, they won't work. So there is no need to worry about being found. At least as far as common sense is concerned, this is the case. It's a pity that Bane has no idea what kind of existence they have provoked. Sewer. Miranda Tate has been waiting for a long time. Definitely, you can also call her Talia al Ghul. Because the plan changed, the target changed from Wayne Group to Su-hong, and Talia naturally didn't need to continue to hide. Moreover, among this group of people, Talia's prestige is actually higher than that of Bane. Because Talia was the daughter of Lars al Ghul, leader of the League of Assassins. In terms of status, Talia is higher than Bane, and Bane is just Talia's guardian. To put it bluntly, Bane is just Talia's bodyguard. Definitely, for Talia, Bane is not just a bodyguard. Because she knew Bane before she was just called Talia without a surname, and Bane was not just a bodyguard to her. Actually, I don't think it's a good idea to change plans suddenly. Seeing Talia, Bane said. A sudden change of target was too hasty for them, and Bane, though long and muscular, was not simple-minded. On the contrary, he is actually a very smart guy. I know, but the new plan is more in line with our goals and the receipts are bigger. It means greater risk. But the benefits are also greater. If you want to get more benefits, you have to take greater risks, Talia said. While speaking, her eyes had already fallen on Selena and the two of them. As a woman, she had to admit that Selena was really tasty and charming. No wonder Su-hong would bring her to the banquet before. As for whether they can successfully threaten Su-hong with Selena, Talia felt that for a woman like Selena, no man would be willing to hurt her. She is a mature woman, and she is also very smart. In the upper class, she has met many rich people. If Su-hong is a middle-aged rich man, she will consider whether it is useful to do so. But Su-hong is very young. And being young means being energetic and impulsive in character, and it is easy to get hot-headed and do irrational things. She didn't believe that with a beautiful woman like Selena by her side, Su-hong wouldn't be tempted. And as long as Su-hong is attracted to Selena and cares about Selena, then their threats will be useful. When seeing Talia, both Selena and Lillian were a little surprised. I didn't expect that it would be Selena who kidnapped them. After all, this image in the outside world is a kind and rich woman. As female thieves, as long as they are rich, Selena and Lillian are no strangers. So they actually knew Selena. It's just that they didn't expect that the person who kidnapped them would be Talia. As for Selena, their expressions changed. Talia saw it all. She was not surprised that the two recognized her. In Gotham City, she was something of a celebrity. Anyone who paid a little attention to the upper class would be no stranger to her. Matthew, Daniel, the two of you take good care of them and satisfy them whatever they want, but you must take good care of them, understand? The two who were called nodded. Then, Talia looked at Selena and the two of them. Two beautiful ladies, I don't want to hurt you. After all, you're so beautiful. I really can't bear to hurt you, so please cooperate with us. I can guarantee that you will be safe after the matter is over. Leave here. But if you don't cooperate, then I won't be able to guarantee your safety. Selena and Lillian just looked at Talia and didn't answer. Talia saw that the two did not respond to her intentions, and her expression was not very nervous. Her eyebrows frowned slightly. I always feel that there is something tricky between the two. But things have been done, even if it is too late to regret now. Now we can only take one step at a time. Waved. Let someone take the two of them down. She walked over to Bane. Wait until Selena and the others are taken away. She took out a cell phone and dialed a number. Miracle Building. After learning that Selena and the others were captured by Bane, Su Hong was not in a hurry. Because he knew that as long as the other party's goal was not achieved, Selena and the others would not be in danger for the time being. He then used telepathy to confirm the location of the two. Knowing that they are safe, he was not in a hurry to save people. In fact, with his ability, he can save Selena and the others even in the office. Using telepathy to directly destroy the brains of all of Bane and them, Su Hong can directly kill them spiritually. Let them directly turn into vegetative people, and they are still vegetative people who will never wake up. It is no different from being dead. But Selena and the others were kidnapped, which is undoubtedly a provocation to Su Hong. Some people do one, it is inevitable that someone will do two. What happened to Bane and the others is tantamount to setting a bad example for others. If Su Hong let this matter pass easily, then in the future, there might be problems with the people around him. In fact, as long as Su Hong gave Selena a super soldier serum before, it would not be the case now. But Selena has only been with Su Hong for 2 days. Su Hong had been busy with other things before, and hadn't had time to give her the super soldier serum. In addition, Su Hong felt that there should be no one who dared to stare at him without thinking. After all, Penguin, the underground king of Gotham, is now his younger brother. Ding ding ding. The phone on the desk rang. Su Hong picked up the phone. Caller ID is a strange call. Su Hong didn't even need to think about who was calling. He didn't have any hesitation, and just clicked through. I'm Su Hong. Hello, Mr. Su. You can call me Bane, but now I want to tell you a bad news. Your 2 secretaries, Miss Selena and Miss Lillian, are now in my hands. Bane, please put Talia on the phone. Bane on the other end of the phone froze for a moment. He looked at Talia beside him in astonishment. Su Hong called Talia's name accurately, which was really unexpected. What's going on? The current Nokia mobile phone does not have the function of sending out the mobile phone. So Talia didn't hear Su Hong's words on the other side of the phone. The change in Bane's expression made her a little puzzled. That guy knows you exist, Bane said with an ugly face. He said it was wrong. How did Su Hong know of Talia's existence? Even if Talia instigated this matter. But he was the one who executed it, and Talia never met her from the beginning to the end. So how did Su Hong know Talia? Talia froze for a moment, then took the phone from Bane. Mr. Su, I don't know how you know about me, and I don't care about it, but Miss Selena and Miss Lillian are in my hands. Whether they are safe or not depends on you. This is already a clear threat. Su Hong knew of her existence, which gave her a bad premonition. So she didn't intend to talk nonsense, and just pointed out the topic directly. They're safe, and I'm not worried about their safety. It was you who offended me. I didn't intend to intervene in your affairs and let Batman play with you, but since you want me to join the game, then I will do what you wish and have fun with you. After finishing speaking, Su Hong hung up the phone directly. Talia was not given a chance to speak at all. Talia was stunned, and so was Bane. Not only did things not unfold according to their expectations, but they were completely out of their control. But it didn't take long for Talia to come back to her senses. She remembered what Su Hong had just said on the other end of the phone. She ran directly in the direction where Matthew and the others had just left. Gotham's sewers have already been figured out by them. They even built a cell in the sewers to hold people. The place where Matthew and the others left just now is where the prison is. Seeing Talia's eager look, Bane immediately followed. Wait until the two lead people to the cell. People fell on the ground outside the cell. Matthew and Daniel all fell to the ground. Selena and Lillian were gone. Matthew, Daniel? Talia's face was ugly. Bane went straight up to check their situation. There is still breathing, and there is still heartbeat. Bane shook them directly, but didn't wake them up. Seeing that shaking was useless, Bane slapped the face directly. Snapped. Bane's powers are no joke. Although this slap did not use all its strength was almost equivalent to that of an ordinary person. Matthew's left face swelled up immediately after being slapped on the face by him. But Matthew still didn't move at all. Didn't even lift an eyelid. Bane frowned. It's a slap on the other side. This time the force was stronger, and Matthew's right cheek was also swollen high. But Matthew still didn't move. Bane frowned. Throw Matthew aside. Pulling Daniel's clothes, he was lifted up, and he slapped his face. Daniel's face immediately swelled up. But like Matthew, even if his face was swollen up high, he didn't make any movement either. It felt as if I had fallen asleep and couldn't wake up no matter how I screamed. Neither Bane nor Talia are stupid. Understand that they are not really asleep. Obviously, something happened to them that they didn't know about. Talia was combining what Su-hong said on the phone just now, and she understood that they might have gotten into big trouble. This time, we may really be in big trouble. Talia had just finished speaking. A group of men behind them suddenly collapsed bizarrely. But if they have enough hearing, they can hear subtle tearing air sounds. Puff puff. With one person down, Bane and Talia immediately noticed something was wrong. Bane immediately put Talia behind him. But after finishing off their men, nothing flew out of the darkness. A moment later, a figure wearing a bat helmet stepped out of the darkness. It was none other than Batman. Definitely, he didn't come alone. Behind him, followed the Gotham Heads-Up leader, Chief Jim Gordon, and a group of his men. Your trouble has come. Batman's classic hoarse voice sounded. Talia didn't expect Su-hong's revenge so quickly. What Su-hong said on the phone before made it clear that he knew Batman. I didn't expect Batman, the Night King of Gotham, to appear so soon. The shadow of a bright tree of people. As soon as this guy came, he eliminated more than a dozen of her subordinates. She also brought a large group of policemen, and the situation between her and Bane was not good at once. Miss Miranda Tate, I really didn't expect you to be from the League of Assassins. It was Gordon who spoke. He knew Talia. After all, this is Gotham's famous philanthropic rich woman. But who would have thought that her real identity was the daughter of the leader of the Assassin League? No wonder she is so young to be a member of the board of directors of Wayne Group. I'll cover you to leave. Bane glanced at Talia behind him and said. After speaking, he planned to rush towards Batman and the others. He is a fearless man because he has no fear of death. No. But Talia grabbed him. Don't resist. Talia looked at Bane. Shook his head. Talia is smart. Because she knew that if they resisted, they might die. But if they are only caught and tried, their final result is nothing more than being put in prison. But prisons cannot hold them. This is called retreating. The only problem is Su-hong. Su-hong had said on the phone that he was going to play with them in person. And obviously Su-hong's target is not only her and Bane, but also the entire Assassin League. This is the real big trouble. Among other things, the situation of Matthew and the others was Su-hong's method. And they still haven't figured out how Su-hong did it. How Selena and Lillian Su-hong were rescued. Su-hong's method shocked her. But now is not the time to think about Su-hong. After all, the current situation is not good for them. Bane listened to Talia very much. So after Talia grabbed him, he gave up resisting. He is not afraid of death, so how could he be afraid of being caught? Seeing that Talia and the two stopped resisting, Gordon waved. A group of police officers rushed towards the two of them. Leading the charge was a young police officer named John Bulake. Is a young policeman who has just joined the police force. He is upright, courageous, and always vigilant. This made Gordon very optimistic about him because he felt that he saw his youthful figure in the other party. And in fact it is. Bane's strong body is still very stressful. No one knows if he will suddenly explode. Therefore, the policemen who rushed forward flinched a little when they ran up to Bane. In the end, John Lake rushed to the front and walked in front of Bane. He took out the silver handcuffs and handcuffed them to Bane's hands. The latter was looking at him fiercely. But John Lake is not cowardly at all. Instead, look at the latter. See, Bane has been copied by John Black. His colleagues immediately stepped forward and handcuffed Talia as well. More policemen pulled up the gangsters who had been paralyzed by Batman and took them away in handcuffs. Fortunately, Gordon brought a lot of people with him this time. Otherwise, they really couldn't take so many people away. After all, more than a dozen adults have passed out. No two policemen really can't get out. This is the sewer, and there is still a long way to go out. Seeing John Lake's performance, Gordon was very satisfied. He was about to ask Batman how his subordinates were doing, but when he turned his head, he found that Batman was no longer there. Gordon. Director, where's Batman? John Lake led Bane over. He has left first. Gordon said helplessly. He also wondered where the Batman had gone. That guy really left without saying hello. But now Bane and the others have been successfully arrested. The next thing waiting for them will be a trial, and there is really no need for Batman to stay here. Miracle Building. Su-Hong already knew that Bane and Talia were captured by Gordon and the others. With the ability of telepathy for Su-Hong, anyone on the scene can be his eyes. At this moment, the door of the office was pushed open. It was Selena and Lillian who were back. Being arrested this time, Su-Hong once again refreshed his impression in their eyes. Because of Su-Hong's method, they were shocked again. It wasn't long before they were locked up in the sewer. Matthew then came to open the door for the two of them again. And everyone else passed out in an instant, and they didn't see Su-Hong appearing. After Matthew opened the cell door for them, he fell to the ground and passed out. Then Su-Hong's voice sounded in their brains, giving them directions and telling them where they could leave the fastest. Now I see Su-Hong sitting in the office again. What does this mean? This means that Su-Hong rescued them without ever leaving his office. Although Selena had great confidence in Su-Hong from the beginning, she knew that Su-Hong would definitely rescue them safely. But she never expected that Su-Hong would save them in this way. I'm sorry, because of me, you have been targeted. Su-Hong said softly when he saw the two of them coming back. Selena just gave Su-Hong a blank look. Then he walked to Su-Hong's side, pushed Su-Hong lightly. Without saying anything, the whole person directly stuck to it. After more than a minute, Selena got up. Okay, I forgive you. Su-Hong smiled, but didn't say anything. Instead, he directly took out 2 super soldier serums. What happened this time made me realize that there are always lunatics in the world. In order that you will not be in today's situation in the future, I have prepared some good things for you. Selena picks up a super soldier serum. What is this? Super soldier serum, a serum that can make you stronger, and it can also keep you from aging and keep you young forever. Su-Hong said with a smile. What he bought from the system was the perfect version of the super soldier serum. Not only does this serum have no side effects, but it is also more powerful than the Captain America version in terms of strength improvement. In addition, it can also make people look younger. After explaining, Su-Hong stood up. There was also a syringe in his hand at the same time. Come on, let me give you the injection. Selena nodded, standing in front of Su-Hong. She trusts Su-Hong a lot. Although the time they spent together was short, the time they spent together was not short. Su-Hong was her man again now, so why did she distrust Su-Hong? After being injected with the super soldier serum, Selena quickly felt the changes in her body. The strengthening process is very gentle without any discomfort. After all, it is a perfect version, and naturally it will not be as painful as the Captain America model. In the perfect version, even the transformation of strengthening is carried out very subtle and hidden, so that you will not feel pain. Then came Lillian. Wait until the two girls are completely remodeled. Already half an hour later. After the renovation. The two women soon discovered the change in themselves. They are stronger and stronger in all directions. Strength, speed, endurance, reaction, spirit, even the skin has become better than before. If it is said that before, they still need cosmetics to do some maintenance work to maintain their skin condition. So now they no longer need cosmetics to maintain their skin condition. Even her already good figure has become more perfect. This made both women very happy. No woman would not like to become more beautiful, even if they are already very beautiful. But human beings' pursuit of beauty has never had an upper limit. Handsome people will spend time on dressing up to make themselves look more handsome. The same goes for pretty women. Honey, your gift is really great. I like it very much. Selena was very happy. Gave Soohong a night reward emote for you. Soohong smiled and said nothing. In a blink of an eye, another half-month passed. After Talia and Bane were captured. The law and order in Gotham is very good and no bad incidents have occurred. The gangsters are also very honest and they basically don't make any big disturbances. In most cases, it's just a small fight and it's over. After all, in Gotham now, not only the police force is stronger, but a stronger Batman has also returned to Gotham. If you dare to make any big noise, you will be thrown into prison immediately. The cooperation project between Miracle Group and Wayne Group was also finalized half a month ago. After the contract was signed, the specific cooperation has already started. The cooperation between the two parties is equivalent to dropping a bullet in the energy industry. Although many companies have been affected, even the price of oil has been greatly reduced. But for ordinary people, the cooperation between Miracle Group and Wayne Group has made their living costs lower. This is a good thing for the people. So even if the government was dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do about Soohong and the others. As Miracle Group's first month's revenue report came out, the whole Gotham, the whole world was shaken. Because Miracle Group's revenue in the first month was as high as $160 billion. The amount is frighteningly high. Even excluding Miracle Group's so-called $100 billion cost, its profit is more than $60 billion. This number is undoubtedly very exaggerated. You know, even Walmart, which is the top 500 in the world, only has a quarterly revenue of more than $140 billion. Miracle Group's monthly revenue exceeded this figure. In the new issue of the world's top 500 companies, the Miracle Group directly surpassed Walmart and became the #1 in the world's top 500 companies. And Wayne Group also relies on the cooperation with Miracle Group. Last month's revenue reached more than $30 billion. Wayne Group, which had already dropped out of the top 100 of the world's top 500, immediately sprinted back to the top 100. Also entered the top 20. Definitely, Soohong didn't stop at making money. Soohong also didn't forget about the trouble with the Assassins League. The League of Assassins is not a small organization with many members scattered all over the world. So Soohong simply built a huge private prison by himself and let Penguin be the warden. Then he used the telepathy ability to get them to Gotham from other places. Then they were all packed into private prisons. Soohong didn't kill people directly. Because in Soohong's view, killing people directly is too cheap for them. Let them eat in prison, be made things difficult and tortured by people changing the law every day, and make them lose their freedom and be unable to do what they want. This is the real trial for them. Killing them directly is too cheap for them. Bane and Talia were also transferred to Soohong's private prison. For the safety of the private prison, Soohong also released more than a dozen tubes of Super Soldier Serum. Although the Super Soldier Serum is not cheap, it is nothing to Soohong now. Even if it is 10, it will not cost much. After the situation here stabilized, Soohong also planned to leave this world. Go to a new world. Even now there are more than 200 billion, nearly $300 billion in his system account. But there is still a long way to go before Soohong's goal of selling the Superman serum, the film version of Hunter Super, worth $3 trillion. Not to mention the Super Saiyan bloodline and Limit Breaker. These are more expensive. So he needs to travel to more worlds and earn more money. As for after he leaves, the company will be managed by Selena. Soo-hong believes that Selena's ability can help him manage the company well. Time, 2006. Location, United States, Haverville. Haverville Airport. Soo-hong suddenly appeared in the departure hall of the airport out of thin air. His sudden appearance did not attract the attention of others. Because the airport hall is in chaos at this moment, everyone is busy fleeing for their lives, and no one has noticed that there is an extra person in the airport hall suddenly out of thin air. In the next second, the whole world suddenly stopped, as if the pause button had been pressed. But in fact, it was Soo-hong who started the high-speed movement, Quicksilver's ability, and the whole person seemed to have entered bullet time. The surrounding environment didn't stop, but because Soo-hong's speed was too fast, their speed became extremely slow compared to Soo-hong's, as if time had stopped. After turning on high-speed movement, Soo-hong turned on telepathy. Read the information in the brains of those around you. Afterwards, he knew his situation at the moment and also understood the background of this world. He is now at Haverville International Airport. The reason why the airport has become the chaos it is now is because someone dropped a virus weapon in the airport. 7 years ago, after the bear market virus incident occurred. From time to time, there will be outbreaks of biochemical virus terrorist attacks all over the world. I just didn't expect it to be Haverville's International Airport today. And Soo-hong also knew what kind of world he came to based on this information. Biohazard world. But not the movie version of the Resident Evil universe. Rather, it is closer to the Resident Evil CG movie world of the game Resident Evil. System, buy goods, control magnetism, Magneto version. Purchase goods, control the magnetic force, deduct $60 billion US. Compared to Professor X's telepathy, Magneto's control magnetism is more expensive. But this is normal. The performance of Magneto in the movie is not worse than that of Professor X. On the contrary, it should be more exaggerated. And Magneto didn't know at first that his ability was actually controlling magnetism, not metal. In other words, he hasn't developed his ability to the extreme yet. At least in Soo-hong's view, Magneto's ability has a huge upside potential. Whether the ability is strong or not depends on how well the owner of the ability develops it. It can only be said that controlling metal is the best way to control it, so Magneto habitually controls metal and is not further developing his ability. You must know that one of the 4 basic forces of the universe is the electromagnetic force. It can be seen how terrifying the upper limit of Magneto's ability is. The 4 basic forces, if you control one of them casually, Thanos without infinite gems can only be a younger brother in front of you. Let alone $60 billion US, adding single digits, $160 billion US, Soo-hong feels that it is worth the money. After the product is purchased, the system directly imports the ability into Soo-hong's body. Soo-hong also mastered this ability in an instant. It can be said that Soo-hong instantly surpassed Magneto in controlling the use of magnetism. From time to time, a method of using magnetism will pop up in his brain. This is one of the things Soo-hong likes about the system. After purchasing ability, you can take full control of it directly, and you don't need to spend time getting used to it. After purchasing master magnets, Soo-hong has also withdrawn from the status of the high-speed movement. In the next second, everything around returned to normal. The originally quiet airport was once again filled with various screams, shouts, curses, and screams of collapse. Various sounds began to bombard Soo-hong's ears. Afterwards, Soo-hong slightly raised his hand. A huge amount of magnetic fields centered on him erupted. In an instant, the entire Haverville International Airport was wrapped in it. Those zombies mixed in the crowd also flew up one by one. Suspended in the air, no matter how they move, they cannot move half a step in the air. This scene stunned everyone in the airport. In the new world, with the improvement of strength, Soo-hong already has a new way to unfold. This time, his plan is to manifest the Holy Spirit. God, what the hell is going on? Someone looked puzzled. Someone was shocked, perhaps because what happened in front of him was too magical. He thought he was dreaming. He pinched his thigh fiercely. After the pain stimulated his brain, he was willing to believe that the scene in front of him was not a hallucination. What the hell is going on? Someone wondered. A miracle, It's a miracle. It's the gods who came, and the gods came to save us. Some people also made excited voices, as if they wanted to worship the true God. Claire stood in the crowd, also staring blankly at this scene. The pretty face was also full of shock. Because of this scene, if you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would think it was real? I don't know, I thought it was a movie, hanging on to Wea. But Claire was sure that she wasn't making any movies right now. As a survivor of the Bear City virus leak, she's no stranger to the monsters those infected turn into. Su-hong did not directly kill those infected by the virus. Instead, walked towards the very center of the airport hall. Because at this moment the survivors in the airport were stunned by the scene. They all stood there dumbfounded. He was the only one walking around the entire airport hall. So he quickly attracted the attention of those around him. Especially when people found that the zombies in the sky were flying towards Su-hong's direction. They soon understood that the shocking scene at this moment was created by Su-hong. In the awe-inspiring eyes of everyone. With a wave of Su-hong's hand, the group of zombies in the sky slowly fell from the sky. The crowd below took the initiative to retreat. Leave a blank space for the group of zombies. Everyone is curious about what Su-hong will do next. System. Is there anything that can restore these infected people to their original state? Su-hong started to communicate with the system with his thoughts. Su-hong's words just fell. The product interface of the system will open. Hundreds of goods appeared in front of Su-hong. Definitely, only Su-hong can see the system interface. No one else can see it. Did not look at the highest price above. Su-hong directly pulled the interface to the lowest price. Gothic Dark Potion. Price. $3 million. Product introduction. The Dark Black Magic Potion from the hands of the Dark Emperor Goth, which can remove all negative states on the body. The side effect is that after using it, it will be weak for 3 days. $32 million, not too much. The most important thing is that this potion can be used many times. Su-hong placed an order directly without any hesitation. A bottle of purple potion appeared out of nowhere in Su-hong's hand. When Su-hong opened the bottle, there was no need to pour it. With Su-hong's thought, the magnetic field controlled the medicine inside to fly out part of it. Under Su-hong's magnetic field, the medicines that flew out began to vaporize. In a few breaths of time, a large cloud of purple mist appeared in front of Su-hong. Then Su-hong waved his hand lightly. The purple mist in front of him seemed to have eyes, drifting towards the infected behind him. Enveloped the infected one by one. A moment later, when the purple mist dissipated, the infected have returned to normal. Even the wounds that were bitten out before have recovered. At this moment, they were standing in place with puzzled faces, and each of them was a little dazed. It took a while before they realized that they had recovered. After that, all of them showed excitement, full of joy for the rest of their life after the catastrophe. Compared to them, the crowd around them was even more excited. Because what happened just now was really shocking. Every year, there are virus terrorist attacks in countries all over the world. Even the United States is no exception. There are more than 30 biochemical virus terrorist attacks in the United States every year. This is still a case of prevention, the outbreak. If there is no prevention, there will be more terrorist biochemical attacks. To this end, the federal government has also set up a special biochemical anti-terrorist force to deal with biochemical terrorist attacks. But judging from the results, the effect is limited and not as big as expected. Ordinary people can be said to be deeply poisoned by terrorist biochemical attacks. Because no one knows whether a biochemical terrorist attack will happen to you one day. Turn you into that horrible monster. But no matter what the situation is, no one has ever recovered after being infected into a monster. Even the virus serum from major pharmaceutical companies can only work a little bit before you are infected with the virus and are not completely diseased. Whether it will become a monster or not is uncertain. Because even the virus serum is not 100% effective. The scene that happened today is definitely a scene that changed the world. If people who have been infected as monsters can recover, what does this mean? It means that from now on, the problem of virus infection will become a thing of the past. Because even if you are infected by a virus and become a monster, you can still recover, so people will no longer be afraid of viruses. Those who like to engage in terrorist biochemical attacks will become meaningless when they release viruses. Regardless of whether the purple mist can be popularized, at least it represents a good start. It also gave people hope. In the crowd, many people are thinking so. Among them, Claire was also included. But Claire hasn't recovered yet. In the next second, she realized that she had been pushed. After standing still, she looked at the person who pushed her and found that it was a man in a black suit who pushed her. Behind that person, she saw the fat and short familiar figure. Ron Davis MP. Obviously, the person who pushed her was this guy's bodyguard. Claire was a little upset, but she still didn't say anything. Instead, he pulled his friend's niece Xiaola to the side. Obviously, she didn't like to stand too close to these annoying guys. Davis didn't care about Claire's displeasure. Because Claire was not the only one pushed away by his bodyguards. Anyone who stood in front of him was pushed away by his bodyguards. Those who were pushed away were naturally upset, but after seeing Davis, they would all choose to calm down. No way, Davis is a member of parliament. This guy is not something ordinary people like them can offend. Soon, Davis was on the fringes of the crowd. It was less than 20 meters away from Su Hong. His target is Su Hong. As a politician, he is smarter than ordinary people. Even if it's just a little smart. After seeing Su Hong's methods, he immediately came up with the idea of contacting Su Hong, currying favor with Su Hong, and becoming friends with him. Because he believed that what happened just now was exposed. There will definitely be a lot of people in the world who want to win over Su Hong. He is the closest now, so naturally he wants to seize this difficult opportunity. As he got closer to Su Hong, a politician's usual smile appeared on his face. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because he found that he couldn't move. Not only him, but also his bodyguards couldn't move at all. It feels as if there are invisible concrete walls around them, locking them firmly in place, preventing them from moving. And this, of course, was because of Su Hong. He wasn't in the mood to deal with a small congressman. So Su Hong directly gave him a gravitational magnetic field. It is very simple for Su Hong to make them unable to move. Moreover, this incident is not over yet. Because he clearly remembered that in the movie, a plane full of zombies crashed into the airport directly. And just now, Su Hong had sensed the plane with a magnetic field. In half a minute at most, that plane will reach the sky above Haverwell Airport. Then fall. So Su Hong didn't even bother to pay attention to Davis. He didn't care about the excitement of the people he rescued with the gothic dark potion behind him. Su Hong walked directly outside the airport. As he steps, Invisible's magnetic field centers on him. Push those who stand in his way out of the way. This push away is very gentle, and often the person who is pushed away has not reacted yet, and the person has already been pushed away. Faced with such a miraculous scene, no one was angry, but more surprised, curious, and in awe. I saw Su Hong walking towards the outside of the airport. Some of the more courageous ones have already held up their mobile phones, turned on the shooting function, and followed. Definitely, there are also smart people who turned on the phone at the beginning, revealing all the previous scenes. In the crowd, the reporter who had interviewed Davis before also took out his mobile phone. As for why you took out your phone? Because of the chaos just now, the camera of their TV station was broken. After arriving outside the airport, Su Hong just stood there without any movement. Just when everyone was wondering why Su Hong came out. In the sky, suddenly there was the whine of an airplane. The sound was so loud that the entire airport was filled with the sound. Everyone looked up. I saw a passenger plane crashing towards the airport at a very fast speed. Black smoke billowed from the front of the plane. Obviously, this is an out-of-control passenger plane. This scene stunned everyone. Because no one expected that there would be a plane out of control and crashing into the airport. Some even closed their eyes in fear, desperately waiting to die. Definitely, someone also looked in Su Hong's direction. Think Su Hong can save them. And their ideas were quickly confirmed. Because of Su Hong, he made a move. I saw Su Hong raised his right hand slightly. Invisible's magnetic field immediately began to spread around him. A pair of invisible big hands gently held the oncoming out-of-control airliner. Before the passenger plane was about to hit the airport hall, stopped the whole airliner. Everyone watched the scene like a miracle. Those who are superstitious have already returned in the direction of Su Hong. And Su Hong, controlling the out-of-control passenger plane, landed slowly. Then he controlled the opening of the passenger plane door. Release all the infected people inside. Then it was the same routine again, using the Gothic Dark Potion to directly rescue this group of people. When Su Hong finished all this, the airport was immediately filled with cheers. Everyone looked at Su Hong madly. I don't know, I thought it was some Uranus superstar holding a concert at the airport. Definitely, they just looked at Su Hong frantically, not daring to make any rude moves. As for being closer to Su Hong, many of them used actual actions, but once they acted on this idea, they would be surprised to find that they couldn't move. This shows that the gods don't want them to get too close. Naturally, he gave up. Definitely, the awe of Su Hong in his heart is even stronger. Because they found that Su Hong seemed to know what they were thinking. In his heart, he was even more sure of Su Hong's identity. Su Hong must be a god. The situation at the airport quickly spread to the outside world. It caused a great sensation for a while. The major TV stations are the first to take pictures of going to Haverwell International Airport. Some big TV stations that are far away even rented helicopters directly to send their own TV station reporters over. As soon as they arrived at the airport, they saw a shocking scene. Under everyone's gaze, Su Hong slowly lifted into the air. Quicksand is flying under your feet. Under the action of the magnetic field, these quicksands slowly turned into silver metal and then turned into a throne with huge amounts of it in the air. Under everyone's gaze, Su Hong slowly sat on the throne. This miraculous scene stunned everyone. Some journalists even forgot their jobs. I am a god from another world. You can call me Haotian God. Su Hong didn't speak, but everyone could clearly hear Su Hong's voice. It felt as if Su Hong was speaking inside their heads. At the same time, Su Hong's words also exposed a lot of information. Let the bigwigs who pay attention to this matter have a preliminary judgment on Su Hong's identity. First, Su Hong exposed two things. One, he is not of this world. This is actually no secret. After all, there are cameras in the waiting hall of Haverwell International Airport. The surveillance at the airport has already been transferred away by someone with a heart. The picture of Su Hong appearing out of thin air has been leaked. So it's no secret that Su Hong is not from this world. Second, Su Hong made people call him Haotian God. Westerners don't understand much, but Easterners who pay attention to this matter can understand Su Hong's identity immediately. After all, Haotian God, also known as the Jade Emperor in Daxia, is regarded by the people as the emperor in the sky and the supreme ruler of the world of gods. Simply put, he is the king of gods. If Su Hong didn't talk nonsense, then his identity is a bit exaggerated. As for Su Hong being so young, isn't it normal for gods to live forever? Image or something doesn't matter at all. For the gods, youth, old age, youth, or children are not important. Because the image can be changed at any time for them. Just like God can be an old man or a young man. Never mind the speculations of the major forces about Su Hong. Su Hong's words, anyway, did not stop. I came to your world, not to save you, God. I have no obligation to save the world. But I can help you. But help is also not obligatory. You need to give me something of value. And in my hands, as long as there are things you can imagine, I have them. The magical medicine that makes people immortal, the power that makes people strong, the gods that can resurrect people, and the technology of high-level civilization, I have it all here. Su Hong's words shocked everyone who paid attention to this matter. They doubted whether Su Hong's words were true or false. What if Su Hong is a liar god? But what if what Su Hong said is true? Ordinary people are already tired. But there is no shortage of rich people in this world. For them, living is just the basic. A better life and a longer life are their pursuit. Otherwise, why did the emperors in ancient times pursue longevity when they were old? The emperor who controls a country can't resist the temptation of longevity. Those who are rich are naturally no exception. The T-virus of the Resident Evil world. The purpose of research from the beginning is also to cure human diseases and make people live longer. Then came the study of the T virus, trying to find a way to make people live longer. The ultimate goal of those who study GT virus is to live longer, even immortality. Longevity can be said to be the ultimate pursuit of most people. For this reason, even if those rich people know the danger of the virus, they still spare no effort to invest their own money in it. What is the purpose? The purpose is not to live forever. You can say that they are crazy, but it is undeniable that this is a biological instinct. In the sky, Su Hong didn't continue talking nonsense. Instead, stand up from your throne. Then it landed slowly. Soon, he came to Claire in the crowd. One of the heroines of the Resident Evil series, Su Hong is no stranger to this one. A woman with good looks and ability. Although Su Hong said so much just now. But in this world, he also needs a spokesperson. And the candidate for this spokesperson. Su Hong chose Claire. Not just because she has that ability. Also because of her heroine status. Her status as the heroine of the Resident Evil series gave her a lot of points for Su Hong. Because Su Hong is familiar with the plot and what kind of person she is. How about character? The two were like friends who had never met before. Definitely, Claire doesn't know Su Hong at all. But Su Hong knew Claire well. And Claire is a beautiful woman. Talking about gods is just Su Hong boasting. He knows his own bottom line. As a normal man. Not to mention meeting one and loving one. But when you see a beautiful woman, if you don't have any thoughts at all, that's abnormal. Your name is Claire, right? Although she was asking, her tone was almost certain. Yes, yes. Claire was a little nervous. Although she has experienced many big scenes. But how can those big scenes compare with the current scene? I want to know, Su Hong never took the initiative to talk to anyone from the beginning to the end. And she was the first person to be approached by Su Hong. Especially Su Hong in front of him is likely to be a powerful god. How can she not be nervous? Don't be nervous, I just want to ask you if you would like to be my envoy in this world. As soon as Su Hong said this, everyone looked at Claire with envy. As for jealousy, the gods are right in front of your eyes. Even if it is jealousy, at most it is jealousy in your heart. How dare you show it on your face? Claire was stunned. As an envoy, Su Hong actually asked her to be his envoy. It doesn't take much to know that this position will definitely allow him to get in touch with Su Hong often, and even become Su Hong's spokesperson. She never thought that such a good thing would just happen to her. P.S. The 5th watch is over, please ask for flowers. Is it really possible? But as long as you are willing. Su Hong interrupted Claire's words and said directly. Clairton was a little nervous and a little excited at the same time. People around are even more envious. Why are they standing in front of Su Hong at this moment? The people chosen by him are not them. Become my envoy, and you will gain the power I bestow on you. System, purchase goods, the power of the 12 spells of the Demon Lord. Commodity, the power of the 12 spells of the Demon Lord. Successful purchase, deduction amount $180 billion US. In an instant, the power of the Holy Master's powerful 12 spells directly blessed Su Hong's body. Holy Lord, from the world of Jackie Chan's adventures, is a powerful demon lord who once ruled the entire world with great power. And the strongest thing in him is the very comprehensive power of 12 spells. After adding the power of the 12 talismans, Su Hong's strength can be said to have increased by at least 2 levels. Yes, it is indeed a bit expensive. But compared to its price, it is definitely worth the money. Phil money will strengthen the system. Host, Su Hong. Age, 22. Race, human race. Shou Yuan, immortality. Money, $35 billion. P.S. This book sets an ounce of gold at $1,820, and the amount after 100 million will not be recorded. Item, none. Ability, plain teleportation, cooling time 3 days, usable money upgrade, cooling time reduction, super self-healing regeneration, cold weapon proficiency, hot weapon proficiency, high-speed movement, X-Men Quicksilver version. Green titanization, perfect version, telepathy, control of magnetism, power of 12 spells and demons. Unknowingly, Su Hong found that his ability was a little too much. with his current strength. As long as Thanos doesn't collect 6 infinite gems at the same time, even if he has 5 infinite gems in his hand, he already has the strength to defeat him. After all, none of his abilities are simple. These abilities are concentrated on him alone, which is not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1. Not to mention defeating Thanos, Su-hong is confident even in killing Thanos. But I dare not say that it can kill Thanos 100%. But his strength will only become stronger with time. And with him here, let alone 6 infinite gems for Thanos, if he can get more than 3, it is Su-hong who gave him face. For Su-hong now, Thanos is no longer a concern. What he really needs to care about are those multi-universe powerhouses. After opening the long-distance channel at the back of the movie universe, he may face those strong men in the comics. In terms of his current strength, he is not weak, but he is definitely not invincible. Therefore, he still needs to make himself stronger. From the purchase of the power of the spell to the present, in fact, the past time is not long. It only takes 2 or 3 seconds. Su-hong put his hand on Claire's head. The latter's body suddenly became very stiff and he didn't dare to move at all. Definitely, she was more excited and curious. Excitement is that Su-hong wants to give her strength. Curiosity is curiosity. What kind of power Su-hong will bestow on her? I give you the power to control flames. I give you an immortal body. I give you a youthful face. I give you the flight to soar into the sky. And I give you the power to heal others. 5 gifts represent 5 abilities. The fire of the dragon, the immortality and eternal youth of the dog, the flight of the chicken and the rabbit, the healing of the horse. Su-hong, who has full control over the power of the spell, can lend the power to others. As Su-hong's words fell, the power of the spell on his body entered Claire's body through his hands. Claire was instantly enveloped by a burst of white light. The whole person looks very holy. After a while, the white light dissipated. Claire was once again exposed to the crowd. But people around can clearly see that Claire is not the same as before. Demeanor, more confident. Externally, she is more beautiful than before, and her skin is more delicate. European and American white women basically have a common problem, that is, they mature quickly and age quickly. The peak of white women's appearance is when they are 15 or 16 years old. Some women look like they are in their 30s when they are in their 20s. Claire didn't age prematurely, though. But at this moment, she looks obviously younger than before. It felt like I was 10 years younger all of a sudden. Turned into a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Young and beautiful. Under the envious eyes of everyone, Claire subconsciously raised her right hand. As her palm spread, a ball of flame appeared out of nowhere in her palm, and then turned into a ball of fire, enveloping her entire right hand. She could feel the blazing heat of the flames, but the flames couldn't reach her. But those who were close to him subconsciously backed away. Because they can clearly feel the temperature of the flame, even though there are not many flames, but its temperature is very high, it is too close and they are a little uncomfortable. Otherwise it is easy to cause burns. It's amazing. Even though she had fully controlled the power of the spell that Su-hong lent her, it was the first time for Claire to experience such a magical power. Obviously, the flame was burning on the palm, but it couldn't hurt her at all. Can you try its power? Su-hong's voice sounded. This. Claire was a little surprised. See that plane over there? Now, give it a shot. I think the people at the airport won't mind. Su-hong pointed to the passenger plane that was full of infected people just now and almost crashed into the airport. Claire hesitated a bit. The flame in his hand was thrown towards the passenger plane in the distance. She is not stupid. Su-hong asked her to do this, obviously to let others know how powerful the power he bestowed on her was. Now as Su-hong's envoy, she felt that she still had to listen to Su-hong's words. Moreover, there was no one on that passenger plane, so it would be good for her to use that passenger plane to test the power of the flames. She herself is quite curious about how powerful she is now. As for compensation for the airliner, who would dare to ask Su-hong to compensate for the airliner? If it weren't for Su-hong, the airliner would have crashed as well. The airport will suffer even worse losses. In this way, the airport has to thank Su-hong. The flame in his hand flung out. up against the wind. The fireball, which was originally just a ball file size, soon grew like a hula hoop file size. Boom! With a loud bang, the fireball hit the passenger plane. Flames quickly engulfed the entire airliner. The intense heat of the flames began to melt the entire passenger plane. Less than half a minute. The entire passenger plane has been turned into molten iron. Everyone is far away from the passenger plane. Because the temperature of the flame is too high, if it is too close, the person who will burn will feel uncomfortable. It was originally thought that after the flames melted the airliner, they would go out. But after the flames burned the passenger plane, they began to burn the ground below the passenger plane. The dragon's flame is a magical flame, not an ordinary flame. It not only has the property of explosion, blasting, but also has the property of indestructibility. Ordinary conventional means cannot extinguish it. Everyone who watched this scene was dumbfounded. Even Claire herself was shocked. Apparently, she didn't expect that she threw a file-sized fireball with such terrifying power. Yes, such flames can already be called terrifying. You know, that is a passenger plane more than 50 meters long. As a result, within half a minute, it was burned into a puddle of molten iron. It was originally thought that the flames of the passenger plane would go out after burning. Unexpectedly, the burning of the passenger plane was not over, and the ground was also burned. Although I couldn't see the situation on the ground clearly, I didn't need to think about it. The ground of the airport must have been burned out of potholes. Definitely, this scene was also broadcast on TV stations across the Federation through the reporters on the scene. At this moment, if the TV is turned on, you can see this scene. And the audience in front of the TV who had watched the entire scene was as shocked and unbelievable as the audience at the scene. Federal White House. The Office of the President. The President, the Vice President, the Secretary of Defense, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and the four most powerful people in the federal state are gathering together at this moment. But at this moment, their eyes are all on the TV in front of them without exception. When Claire threw a ball-like fireball, it burned a passenger plane more than 50 meters long into a puddle of molten iron in less than half a minute. After the flames melted the passenger plane, they did not disappear, but continued to burn the ground. Even their city government couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. Because the power of the flame is too exaggerated. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sound of footsteps. 4 men in black suits walked into the office from outside. The 4 were security personnel responsible for the security of President Graham. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and the leader was a big white guy over 1.9 meters tall, Jason. He is the captain of the former U.S. Army Special Forces, Mad Dog Squad, and has a high tactical quality. The other 2 white men, one named Pat Rick, were newcomers. One was Leon S. Kennedy. That's right, this guy is one of the male protagonists of the Resident Evil series, Leon, also known as Lee Sang-guang. Since saving the president's daughter, he has been deeply trusted by the president. From an ordinary little policeman, he was promoted to a federal agent and is now in charge of the president's security. The last woman, named Shin-Mei, is a Dacia American, a computer expert, and a high-level technician. Together, the 4 of them formed the Presidential Protection Squad, fully responsible for the life and safety of the president. Mr. President, we have brought the information you requested. In fact, there is a person here who is very familiar with that Miss Claire. Shin-Mei handed over a stack of information and said at the same time. After she finished speaking, she took a look at Leon. Noticing Shin-Mei's gaze, the president, vice president, and others also turned their attention to Leon. Leon saw that everyone was looking at him. Taking a slight step forward, he nodded. Then he said, Mr. President, you should know that I am a survivor of the bear market incident. Before becoming your bodyguard, I served in a biochemical terrorism processing team. Chief Kupro Hem nodded. He knew about Leon's identity. Even though Leon is his daughter's savior, his trust is deep. But before Lion came to him, he had someone investigate Lion's identity. So he knew a lot about Lion's past. And Claire is also a survivor of the bear market incident. Besides, you must be familiar with his big brother. Her big brother is Chris Redfield, who served in the STRS Alpha team 2 years ago. A year ago, he joined the BSA, Biochemical Terrorism Defense and Assessment Alliance, organization and is now performing missions in South Africa. So, you know Claire? Secretary of Defense Wilson said. Yes, we are friends, but we haven't seen each other for a long time since we played the bear market incident. Leon nodded. When Wilson heard this, he immediately exchanged glances with President Graham, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. The four of them were still thinking about who to send to contact Su Hong or Claire. I didn't expect the best candidate to be sent up so soon. Leon, since you and Miss Claire are friends, we have a task for you to complete. That is to contact your Miss Claire and see if you can invite that god to the White House through him. Lion had been mentally prepared before coming. In fact, they were also watching the live broadcast on the way here. They were all shocked by the power that Claire showed after being empowered by Su Hong. Leon was also surprised that he would see Claire again in this way. On the way here, he had already expected that the president might send him to see Claire because of his relationship with Claire. He is prepared. So now he is not surprised to hear the president's arrangement. Mr. President, I am willing to do this, but I cannot guarantee success. Leon did not dare to guarantee the completion of the task. But he is willing to go. After all, this is what I eat. Okay. Hearing Leon's promise, a smile appeared on the president's face. The vice president and the minister of defense also showed satisfied expressions on their faces. Su Hong is now in the federal state. It can be said that they have the best chance to meet Su Hong first and negotiate a deal with him. But the first problem is that they have to invite Su Hong over first. You say this task is difficult. It is not difficult. To put it simply, it is difficult to complete. Because they know nothing about Su Hong. At least in terms of character, they know nothing about Su Hong. The only thing that is certain is that Su Hong does not refuse to be in contact with people. What he said before has clearly expressed his meaning. Claire can be said to be his spokesperson and the channel through which they contact him. Su Hong pushed Claire to the front. It means intending to contact them. Jason, the three of you will fly to Haverville with Leon next. The special plane Wilson has arranged for you. It can take off at any time and arrive at Haverville as quickly as possible. This time, I will give you my warrant. After arriving in Haverville, the local police will cooperate with you in all your work. For this mission, everything is led by you, and I will give you the greatest support. Even if we can't invite that god, at least let him give us a chance to meet him. I will. Leon nodded. In the live TV broadcast, Su Hong's figure had disappeared. After giving Claire the power, Su Hong disappeared, but Claire remained at Haverville International Airport. Graham knew very well that there must be many people who had the same thoughts as them at this moment. But he wasn't worried, because Haverville was the territory of the Federation, and in Da Xiao's words, it was called getting the moon first. In terms of odds, they are the biggest. Haverville. In a high-level hotel. Su Hong was lying on a comfortable big bed, watching the live TV in front of him. Now in the federal state, if you tune in to any station, the content that is broadcasting is related to him. His heat is unprecedented. Compared with the Marvel world and the world of Batman: The Dark Knight Rises, his popularity in this world is undoubtedly the most exaggerated. It can be said that within 2 days, people all over the world will know him, and if they don't know him, they will either live in the deep mountains and old forests, isolated from the world. Either civilization is still barbaric. Otherwise, everyone would know about Su Hong. Because his manifestation represented the arrival of the age of theocracy. In this world, he is the veritable supreme, true God. In the Marvel world, Su Hong founded the Miracle Medicine Group, which can bring him tens of billions of dollars in revenue at least every month. In the world of The Dark Knight Rises, he founded the Miracle Group again. Because of the increase in products and business, the Miracle Group in the world of The Dark Knight Rises brought him hundreds of billions of dollars in profits every month. But this money is the kind that flows slowly. For anyone else, Su Hong's 1-month profit is an astronomical figure that they will never earn in their lifetime, an astronomical figure that they can't even imagine. But for Su Hong, that wasn't much money. And if you want to make quick money, those two worlds do not meet the conditions. Although the world of The Walking Dead meets that condition, it doesn't make much quick money, and the previous Su-hong didn't have the ability to make quick money in the world of The Walking Dead. Now Su-hong has it. The Resident Evil universe is a much better world for making quick money than the Walking Dead universe. Because the order of this world has not collapsed and there is a good currency system. This means that as long as Su-hong has the right means, he can make a lot of money in a short period of time. And what kind of means can make him earn a lot of money in a short period of time? It is natural to do business with the whole world. So how do you get the world to do business with you? Naturally, let the whole world know your existence and know that you have good things in your hands. Even if you don't go to them, they will take the initiative to come to you and make a deal with you. This is how to make quick money. So when Su-hong determined that this world is the world of the Resident Evil CG movie, he immediately came up with the idea of appearing holy in front of others. And his goal was perfectly achieved. As soon as the telepathy was turned on, he knew how many people were on their way to Haverville at the moment. As for directly using telepathy to control others, hand over the money to him. Su-hong never thought of it that way. 1. As a human being, he has his own code of conduct and his own bottom line. 2nd, he has not been forced to use this method yet. He might do that when he faced an extremely powerful enemy. But he doesn't need to face an extremely powerful enemy now. And this kind of thing has one thing and two things. Su-hong didn't want to become that kind of person himself. Call him hypocritical or call him stubborn. But people are complex. The other side. VIP Lounge at Haverville Municipal Airport. Claire has been respectfully invited here by the person in charge of the airport. Su-hong's sudden departure made Claire very helpless. Because when Su-hong left, he didn't tell her what he was going to do, and he disappeared directly. She didn't even know how Su-hong disappeared. But she felt that Su-hong should have the means to know the situation on her side. Perhaps at a critical moment, Su-hong will contact her. After Su-hong left, she was invited to the VIP lounge of the airport by the person in charge of the airport. Now in the room besides her, there is also her friend who came to pick up the plane, and her niece Chilla. It is not fit for them to leave now. Because of her relationship, it would not be good for them to leave now. So Claire kept them. Anyway, there are beds in the VIP room, so you can rest whenever you want. The environment here is very nice. If you want to eat, just tell the people at the airport and they will deliver the food. As for giving money or something, with her current status as an envoy of God, she doesn't need to spend money to go anywhere. On the contrary, if others give her money, it depends on whether she is willing to take it. Boom. At this moment, the door of the VIP room was knocked and pushed open. A beautiful flight attendant from the airport came in from outside. The woman's name is Emily, and she was the flight attendant in the plane that crashed before. She was already infected and turned into a zombie. It was Su-hong who brought her back. So now she is a loyal believer of Su-hong. Even if she can't see Su-hong, she is willing to do anything for Su-hong. Even because of the gothic dark potion, her body is still in a weak stage, and her physical strength and strength are only half of what she usually is. But she still insisted on staying. After seeking Claire's consent just now, she is now Claire's temporary secretary. My lord, Mr. Davis wants to meet you outside. He asked me to bring you a message. If you are willing to meet him, he is willing to pay you $1 million. Emily didn't really want to have a word for Davis, because that guy is very unpleasant. But that guy is like a fly. If you don't agree to him, he will buzz in your ears endlessly. Emily had no choice but to come in and talk to Claire. Member Davis? Hearing this name, Claire remembered the incident of pushing people at the airport before and was about to refuse. You can meet him first and see what he plans to say. Su-hong's voice suddenly sounded in Claire's brain. Claire was startled and was about to say something. Don't be surprised. Don't look for it. I'm not near you, I'm far away from you, but I always pay attention to your situation. You can meet that guy first and see what he wants to do. As for the $1 million, if he is willing to give it, you can accept it, and it will be regarded as my reward for being an envoy of God. Upon hearing this, Claire calmed down her expression a bit, and after calming down a little, she opened her mouth and said, Then let him in, and I'll talk to him. Okay. Emily nodded. Then he turned and left the VIP room. Outside, Senator Ron Davis was walking back and forth anxiously. After Soo-hong said that he could trade with him, he already had an idea in his mind. As a member of parliament, he naturally has chaebols who support him. And just now, the people behind him called and asked him to contact Soo-hong to see what price he would have to pay to get what they needed from Soo-hong. As for what they need, it is nothing more than something that prolongs life, and even makes people live forever. Presumably these things are nothing to Soo-hong. And the reason why he was willing to come was because the people behind him said that if he can successfully buy something that makes people live forever from Soo-hong, then the thing will be counted as a share. He naturally had no reason to refuse such a good thing. So even though he knew that he had offended Claire might not want to see him, but he still came. Da-da-da. The high heels hit the ground with a crisp sound. Davis stopped immediately when he heard the movement. Seeing Emily returning, he immediately ran up with a sullen face. Miss Emily, did the envoy agree to see me? Davis asked with a smile on his face. His identity is a member of parliament, and this identity is put outside, those ordinary people who will not shrink their necks when they see him. It's just a little stewardess. How could he be so polite to a stewardess in the past? But Emily is different. Now she is Claire's temporary secretary. Even the people at the airport don't dare to order her to do anything now. Instead, please her. Because Claire, the envoy of God, allowed her to be her temporary secretary. Although it is temporary, what if Emily performs well and the temporary becomes fixed? Master God made you go in. Emily heard this. A trace of displeasure flashed across her face, but she still said. She really didn't want to stay with this annoying fat man in front of her. If it wasn't for his identity, he wouldn't even have a chance to bother her and would have been driven away by her long ago. Although she has now become Claire's temporary secretary, she still has to be a little scruples about her status as a member of Parliament. Davis. Claire could ignore it, but she couldn't. Davis heard the words and didn't care about Emily's attitude. All he knew was that Claire wanted to see him. This brought surprise to his face. That's great, thank you so much. Then I'll go first. You guys are waiting for me outside. The first two sentences were addressed to Emily, and the latter sentence was addressed to several of his bodyguards. After speaking, he hurried to the VIP room directly. Run to the end of the corridor. He knocked on the door of the VIP room with apprehension. Boom. There was a crisp knock on the door. Come in. Claire's voice came from the room. Davis carefully opened the door and walked in. There were only 3 people in the room. Claire's friend was playing in the distance with her niece Cora. After he came in, they just took a look and then looked away. Davis just glanced at them, then looked away. Look at Claire, then walked towards Claire. His eyes were a bit complicated. After all, Claire was just an ordinary girl who was pushed away by him before. Unexpectedly, she was lucky enough to be chosen by Soo-hong as his envoy. Leaping beyond 99.9999% of the people on Earth, he became the existence at the top of the pyramids. Even he doesn't dare to offend her easily now. But as politicians, saving face is their basic skill. So the complexity in Davis's eyes only appeared for a second before being hidden by him. Hi, Messenger of God, I am Congressman Davis. What happened before? I don't need to talk about the previous things, just tell me your purpose. Claire didn't intend to talk nonsense with Davis at all. She didn't like this fat congressman. If it wasn't for Soo-hong, she wouldn't have met this guy at all. Davis didn't expect that Claire wouldn't give him the slightest chance to make up for what happened before. He could only smile awkwardly at this. First, he took out a check. It was a check for $1 million. It was the gift that he said he would give before, and it could also be regarded as a gift to apologize to Claire. He put the check in front of Claire. Seeing that the other party did not refuse, he was overjoyed. Then he said, "My purpose is very simple. I just want to know if there is something in the hands of the true God that can make people live forever. If we want to obtain it, then what price we have to pay." Davis was talking about us, not me. This is where he is smart. Because he knew very well that lying to an omniscient existence like Shang Soo-hong was not a good behavior. Honesty are the most correct way to do it. Davis's words just fell. Su Hong's voice rang in Claire's mind. Tell him, I have things in my hands, but they can't pay the price to get them. I know what they want, and I have a magic medicine in my hands that can restore youth and let them live another 100 years. The price they have to pay for a drug like this is to pay me $10 billion, no bargaining. The reason why Su Hong didn't come forward himself, but let Claire do it for him. It was because he himself did this kind of thing himself, dropped 13 squares, he is now a god. As for why he is a god, why does he want money? Don't guess what God thinks. Whatever God wants, you just give, and God will give you what you want. Don't try to guess the thoughts of the gods, because the consequence of doing so is to offend the gods and suffer divine punishment. Su Hong believes that those smart people will figure this out and pretend to be confused. My Lord God has what you want, but you can't afford the price. Davis was a little disappointed when he heard this. There are things, but they can't afford the price, which means they don't have anything that Su Hong can value. No wonder he wasn't disappointed. After all, if things can be obtained, he also has a share. But Lord God also said that in his hand, he still needs the magic medicine that can make people return to youth and live another 100 years. Just when Davis was disappointed, Claire's voice sounded again. It also made Davis, who was a little disappointed, a surprise flash across his face. Returning to youth and living another 100 years, such a thing can indeed be called a magic medicine. After all, that is living another 100 years. Even in today's society, many people count a person's lifespan as 100 years old. But there are a few who can really live to be 100 years old. Most people get sick at the age of 60 or 70, and then die. Even rich people can live a good life if they are well maintained. Can, who is in his 80s or 90s, is having a hard time. There are not many rich people who can live to be over 100 years old, even in the whole world. The magic medicine to live another 100 years, let alone $10 billion, is for those rich and powerful who can afford it. When it is twice as expensive, they will rush to buy it. And the group of people behind him can definitely afford the money. I need to discuss with someone, Davis said. You can do whatever you want. Claire didn't care at all. Whether Davis could afford it or not, she didn't care. She was just following Su Hong's orders. Davis saw that Claire didn't let him out. He just took out his mobile phone in the VIP room and made a call. Hey, it's me. There was a mistake in the plan, but there was also a surprise. Here's the thing. Yes, $10 billion apiece. Is there any limit? I have to ask about this. After speaking, Davis looked at Claire. Before he could ask a question, Claire said directly, there is no quantity limit. There is no limit on the number. Davis heard the words and said directly to the other end of the phone. Okay, then our agreement. Beep beep. Before Davis could speak, the phone had already been hung up from the other end. Davis? Looking at the scene, Claire wanted to laugh, although it was a bit of gloating to do so. But good qualities did not make her laugh in the end. However, she didn't like being in the same room with Davis, so she politely asked Davis to leave the VIP room. No matter how dissatisfied the latter was, he could only leave the VIP room full of anger. Even because of the fear of Su Hong, even after leaving the VIP room, he still didn't dare to attack. There is a saying, the Joker is everywhere, and right now he's one of them. While Davis took his bodyguards and left the airport full of anger, the special plane carrying Lion and the others landed on the runway of the airport at the same time. The person in charge of the airport rushed over immediately to greet him. There is no way Leon and the others who came this time came under the order of the president. They couldn't help being nice. Although the Federation is dominated by capital, but capital also needs to bow its head in the face of rights. The door of the plane opened, and the four of them got out of the plane. Leon was at the forefront. Although he was a rookie agent, he had just become President Graham's bodyguard not long ago. But who made him and Claire the Angel be friends? So he became the person in charge and the leader of this mission, and naturally, he also walked in the front. You're Mr. Lion, right? I'm George, the person in charge of the airport. Angel Claire is now in the VIP room at the airport. You take us there directly. Okay. George didn't say much. He has received news that the person sent by the president this time is a friend of Claire. Just take the person there. Claire will meet him. Soon, a group of people came to the corridor outside the VIP room. Here, they are stopped by Emily. Miss Emily, this is Mr. Lion. They came from the White House to see the angel Claire. This Mr. Lion is friends with the angel Claire, he said with a smile. Emily was just an ordinary beautiful stewardess before, and it wasn't worth his second glance at all. But now that she hugged Su Hong's thigh, he didn't dare to be disrespectful. Human nature is like this. My lord's friend. Wait for me to go in and ask. Emily heard this, first glanced at Leon, and then said to several people. After finishing speaking, she turned around and walked towards the VIP room at the end of the corridor. Everyone can only wait. VIP room. Claire was chatting with Su Hong. The door was knocked twice, and then Emily entered the room. My lord, there is a man named Leon outside who wants to see you. He said he is your friend. Lion? Leon S. Kennedy. Claire had an image of that guy in Leon. Leon works for the government. So after a little thought, I can understand what his purpose of coming here this time is. You let him in. That Mr. Lion didn't come alone. He brought other people with him. Let them in, Claire said. This decision was naturally made by Su Hong. Su Hong didn't expect the plot of Infinite Darkness to start so soon. According to the timeline, Lion should not have become the president's bodyguard yet. It should have happened a few years later. But even if the timeline is wrong, it doesn't matter to Su Hong. There was nothing wrong with meeting Leon. He knew who Leon was replacing. Also know the purpose of the other party. The president is indeed the most powerful in the Commonwealth. But Su Hong didn't have any idea of selling his face. Because no one can sit in that position all the time. What Su Hong wants is to make quick money, so he will make a deal with anyone who has money. Regardless of whether the other party is good or bad. He will make the deal first. As for what happens after the transaction, that will be considered later. The intention of the other party was to let Su Hong deal with them alone, not with other people. How could Su Hong agree to them? Promise them, how can he make quick money? I really thought they had big faces. Just the kind of medicine that Davis asked for can make people rejuvenate and live another 100 years. Su Hong sells one for $10 billion US. But buying from the system, Su Hong only needs to spend a little more than $100 million US. Even if you are just a second-hand dealer, the profits are exaggerated. What he needs is to trade with more people. How could it be possible to agree to the president of the Federation and only deal with them? But seeing Leon was no problem. Because they are also a good trading target. Although the president will take office, he has not yet taken office, and the power still exists. There are many articles that can be done. Moreover, some of those who can become president have no support behind them. Okay, my lord envoy. Emily left. After a while, Leon walked into the VIP room with Jason, Shin Mei, and Patrick. Claire, long time no see. No, I should call you an envoy now. Leon greeted Claire first. The two are friends and have a good relationship, although they haven't seen each other for a long time. Yeah, long time no see, just call me Claire. With friends, Claire doesn't want to put on airs as an angel. Please sit down. Claire pointed to the opposite side of herself. Jason and Shinmei did not speak, nor did they sit down. Just standing quietly behind Leon. But all three of them had the idea that Leon could do it. You know, Claire's current status is not ordinary. He's a big shot now, and it's not just an ordinary big shot. Leon was also polite and sat directly opposite Claire. Although I'm sorry, I didn't come here this time to catch up with you on purpose. I hope you won't be angry. Claire smiled nonchalantly. Leon, we haven't seen each other for a few years. How did you become like this now? Claire asked with a smile. It also made Leon understand that she didn't care what his reason for coming was. This made Leon breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, then I'll just say it straight. I came here this time because I was actually ordered by Mr. President. He hopes to invite the person behind you to the White House as a guest. Leon stated his purpose directly. But Claire shook her head when she heard this. Lion's face remained unchanged. Master Shinshin said that he knows why you are here, and he also knows what the people behind you think. He's not going to meet them or give them a chance to see him. If it's a deal, you can come and talk to me directly. The four of Leon froze for a moment. Su Hong was obviously not here, but judging by Claire's appearance, the two of them could obviously communicate. Thinking of Su Hong's method, this curiosity quickly turned into relief. Since the other party is a god, it is normal to have some magical means to contact him. This is the advantage of Su Hong's appearance. He doesn't need to explain things by himself. Others will make up for him. Okay, I see. I need to talk to Mr. President about this. Okay. Actually, before you came, someone had already come to me and completed a deal with me, Claire said, although Davis was abandoned. But the people behind him are now on their way. They obviously want the medicine that can rejuvenate people, but it's just such an important thing. They don't trust others and plan to trade it themselves. So in fact, Claire has already started a transaction. It's just that the deal isn't done yet. Leon and the others were obviously taken aback. And Claire's words continued. That transaction is a magic medicine that can make people rejuvenate and live another 100 years. The price is $10 billion US. When hearing this amount, Leon and the others were blinded. Because this number is too huge, even if they work for a lifetime, they will not be able to get it out. As for Su Hong having such a magical medicine in his hands, they were not surprised. After all, Su Hong was a god. If you have something like this in your hand, isn't that normal operation? But one person is an exception. That was Shinmei. She came from the Great Xia Demon City. The reason why she came to the Federation was mainly to investigate what happened to her brother back then, and to see if there was any way to save her brother. But so far, she has not found a way to save her brother. Her family, the Shin family, is powerful in Shanghai. With tens of billions of dollars, if they squeeze it all out, they can still get it out. But what Claire said obviously couldn't save her brother. What she wanted was something that could save her brother. She also watched the live broadcast before, but Su Hong rescued all the infected people who had become diseased. If such means can't solve her brother's problem, she doesn't believe it. I'll go outside and make a call, Leon said directly because of his relationship with Claire. Claire nodded. Signal him casually. Leon walked directly outside. Jason and Patrick followed immediately. But Shinmei stood there without moving. Shinmei? Seeing that Shinmei didn't move, Patrick called her. You go first, I have other things. Patrick was about to speak up. Jason next to him pulled him to stop talking. Leon also glanced at Shinmei unexpectedly. He didn't know much about this colleague. Because he has not been in this team for a long time. There is only one person who knows about Shinmei, and that is a computer expert. To say that the person here who knows Shinmei best is Jason. Because the two have been teammates for a long time. And Jason had met Shinmei's younger brother. Leon also took a meaningful look at Shinmei. Then he opened the door of the VIP room and walked out. What Claire meant just now is very clear. Su Hong will make a deal with anyone, as long as you can pay the equivalent price, then you can get what you want from him. Wait until Leon and they leave. Shinmei was about to speak. Claire said earlier than her, Master God knows your purpose. You want to save your brother who is infected by the virus. This is very simple for him. He has things, but the price is not low. Upon hearing this, Shinmei was overjoyed. Don't be afraid of high value, but be afraid of no hope. In order for her younger brother to recover, she did not know how much information she had investigated, and she even did not hesitate to become a federal citizen and became a federal agent by some means. Because the federal agent has greater rights, she can rely on her own technology to obtain more data. See if you can find out the truth of what happened back then, so as to find a way to save her brother. But over the years, as she understood what happened back then, she became more and more desperate. There was absolutely no hope of saving her brother. Unexpectedly, the last hope turned out to be Su Hong. How much does it cost? Claire's words just now made her understand that the so-called price of Su Hong is money. So she asked directly how much it was. The Shin family is rich. After all, not everyone can squeeze out $10 billion. But she didn't say that it doesn't matter how much money they have. Because no matter how much her grandfather loves her brother, it is also impossible to use all the wealth of the entire family to save her brother. Don't worry, it's not expensive, $1 billion US. When hearing this number, Mei breathed a sigh of relief. $1 billion is quite a lot, which is also a huge amount. But for the Shin family, it was not difficult to take out the money. And it won't hurt your muscles. It's totally acceptable. How should we trade? I'll give you a bank account, and you can get people to earn money into that account directly, and you can get the things right away. Okay, Mei nodded. Then he took out his cell phone to make a call. As for saying that after she gave the money, Claire couldn't get what she wanted, she didn't think about it at all. Just like what Soo-hong showed on live TV before. This kind of thing can happen. Mei quickly made a call at her home in Daxia Demon City. It was her father who answered the phone. Then, she told him about the situation here. Although what happened to Soo-hong happened in the federal state. But with the passage of time, this matter has become more or less fermented, and now the whole world knows the existence of Soo-hong, the true god. Even on Daxia's side, this matter is almost fermented. That is because it has not yet reached the era of self-media, and people in the whole country will not know about it. But basically you know what you should know. The official side of Daxia, also because of this incident, has convened people immediately and started a meeting. Not long after, Mei finished calling. Because it only cost $1 billion, her grandfather readily agreed to the deal. After all, it was for his own grandson. As for my grandson, if I can save him, I must save him. Even because of this incident, he was often angry and scolded them. But when things come to an end, as an elder, he will still think about his children and grandchildren. At most, after that bastard is ready, give him a meal of fried pork with bamboo shoots. Even if he is no longer young, he will beat him up. He didn't tell his family anything, just ran to such a dangerous place, causing the family to be busy because of his affairs. If I don't beat him up, I feel uncomfortable. $1 billion was quickly transferred to the account given by Claire. The account she gave him was naturally given by Soo-hong. The account given by Soo-hong is the exclusive account of the system. When other people send money to this account, it is equivalent to sending money directly to Soo-hong's system, eliminating the need for recycling. $1 billion came in, and Soo-hong's account also had an extra $1 billion. There is no depreciation, which is good news for Soo-hong. So he didn't delay and directly sent what Mei wanted to Claire. He was actually not far from Claire. It's only a dozen kilometers. Under the double speed of high-speed movement plus rabbit charm. He didn't need a second for a distance of more than 10 kilometers. Claire and the others didn't even react. There was already a small bottle of purple potion on the table. It is the Gothic Dark Potion. It's just a small bottle. The price is cheaper. In the system store, the price is $650,000. Soo-hong sold for $1 billion after changing hands, and his profits can be seen. The capitalists will cry when they see it. Take this thing back and pour it on your brother, and his problems will naturally be solved. Claire handed Mei the small bottle of Gothic Dark Potion. The latter quickly took over. He happily thanked Claire before leaving. After leaving the VIP room, Mei greeted Leon and the others and left directly. Because she doesn't plan to continue working as an agent anymore. After all, she came here to save her brother. Now that her brother can be saved immediately, she naturally doesn't need to continue to be a federal agent. In fact, after entering this industry, it is not that easy to leave. But Mei's status is unusual after all, and her family still has some strength. In the federal state, her grandfather also made many friends. She resigned directly without affecting it. And when Mei traded with Claire, Lion had already finished talking with President Graham. Soo-hong didn't accept their invitation at all, which they didn't expect. But after thinking about it, although they have a high position in the federal state. But Soo-hong is a god and they are not on the same level. If they don't sell their face, there is no problem at all. It can only be said that their usual thinking has not changed. After all, in the past, they couldn't see anyone they wanted to see. On the contrary, it is not so easy for others to see them. But they quickly corrected their attitude. After all, Soo-hong was different from the people they met before, this one, but a real god. After all, there was no other explanation for the power Soo-hong displayed and his appearance out of thin air other than that the other party was really a god. Afterwards, the four presidents also immediately boarded a special plane to Haverwell. As for why there are four people, because none of them wants to stay in the White House. Don't look at the four of them as if they are a group. But in fact, the four of them belong to the Quartet forces. They cooperate only when confronted with common interests. Without a common interest, they are a single entity. Graham is the president, and the forces behind him are also the most powerful. But the forces behind the other three are not weak either. In the federal state, if you want to sit in a high position, it doesn't matter if you don't have money, it's impossible. Even if you are a Uranus superstar, if you choose a president, it doesn't matter if you don't have connections, only money and popularity. Then you can only go up and be a joker. There is no way that the position of the president will fall on your head. The so-called democracy is only the democracy of the upper class, not the democracy of ordinary people. No matter how many fans you have, it is impossible for you to become the president directly. As for future comedians coming to power as president or something, ordinary people take it for fun, while the upper class take it as a game. The four of them represent their respective interest groups. Graham had gone, and they naturally could not be left behind. Moreover, on the way there, they finally understood one thing. That is a whole new era that is beginning. And this new era came because of Su Hong. They all need to change for this. The times have proved that the stubborn old-fashioned people who don't know how to change will slowly disappear in time. Will Waits Pharmaceuticals Inc. Frederick Downing was on the phone. What? The plan is cancelled, but we have planned for so long. All right, I got it. I know what to do, I don't need you to teach me. Damn it, you're going to regret it. Boom. When the phone is hung up from the other end, Frederick threw the phone in his hand angrily. The phone hit the wall and the screen shattered into pieces. Frederick's face was full of anger, and his face was extremely distorted. He is a high-level researcher at Will Wait Pharmaceuticals. He is also one of the shareholders of Will Wait Pharmaceuticals, although he does not hold many shares in his hands. But if Will's pharmaceutical company can get up, the value of those shares in his hand will definitely not be low. The virus outbreak at Haverhill International Airport, people outside would think it was an accident. Even if they guessed that someone deliberately released the virus, they would not guess that behind this incident, they were actually playing tricks. As for the purpose, it is naturally to sell the virus serum of Will Wait Pharmaceutical Company. Let Will Wait Pharmaceuticals' share price go up in the stock market. Let's cut a wave of leaks. It's hard to say that there is no shadow of the Wall Street gang behind this, because they like to use this method very much. This is also a method they are used to. But the plan was forced to end before it even started. Because Su Hong, the true god, appeared. Their plan had just begun, and it was stillborn. Definitely, even if the plan fails, the loss to Will Wait Company is not too great. But for him, the loss was not ordinary. After all, he was the one who implemented the plan. For this plan, he was busy, and for several months, he set up a trap for his colleague Curtis Miller. And he also deliberately let Curtis Miller take the G virus from the company. Now that the plan is not being implemented, not only will he not get any benefits, but once Curtis Miller makes a big fuss, he will be the one who will be unlucky in the end. Because the people above him have chosen to give up on him. When there were profits to be made before, those guys supported him very much. But now that there is no interest, he immediately became an abandoned child. No wonder he was so angry. But anger can only be impotent rage. Because he has nothing to do with those guys. But he was really unwilling. If the plan is successful, his future will be bright, and he will jump to the top, realize the rise of the class, and live a wealthy and unrestrained life. Fine wine, luxury cars, beauties, villas, and banquets will become his normal routine. But now there is nothing. His future is also dark, nothing can be seen, only an endless abyss, waiting for him to jump. You guys forced me. Since I'm having a hard time, everyone should have a hard time. Frederick looked gloomy. Not far away, a TV is broadcasting a variety show about Su Hong. Now Su Hong's popularity is unprecedentedly high, and no Uranus superstar or rising political star can compare with his popularity. As long as it is about him, the viewing volume will not be too low. Various analysis videos about Su Hong's identity on the internet are extremely popular. However, any video that analyzes Su Hong's identity has a high number of views. Is it really a god? Looking at the photo of Su Hong intercepted by the TV show, Frederick showed us near South Africa. Glenn Arias just closed an arms deal. Then he learned about Su Hong from his subordinates. Because he was in South Africa, he received the news a little late. Is it real? Glenn Arias looked surprised when he saw Su Hong showing off his might in the video. He didn't expect such existence to exist in the world. When watching the whole video, he frowned slightly. He took out his cell phone and made a call. I'm Arias. For the next business, let Thomas replace me. You will prepare a special plane for me to fly directly to Haverwell immediately. Be quick. After speaking, Arias hung up the phone. He was a successful arms dealer, so his business was very big and he made a lot of money. As a qualified businessman, he is smart and good at timing. Just like at this moment, he has seized a new opportunity.